I'm nervous and anticipating disappointment that we won't get to meet in Thunder Bay in September. No
Yeah.
word yet, but
No, I don't. I also don't think that it's going to be, because the problem with Thunder Bay too is that it's far away from everybody.
yeah,
And so it means that in order for them to even make it happen, they probably will need people to travel. And so I don't see it. I don't see it's frustrating, but yeah.
yeah. And what a year you've had. I saw your comments of, Easter 2019 flood, 2020
Yeah.
pandemic.
Yeah. Local flood and global flood. Yeah. One year after the other.
And I just watched this morning. I just watched your Donkey Kong video, and I thought it was tremendous. It was tremendous, Jonathan. When people first told me about you, and I watched some of your first videos, I'm like, what is this guy talking about? But you've seriously colonized parts of me that I can't talk to people, and some of your ideas just haven't gotten so deep in my head that so I owe you a tremendous debt of gratitude for everything that I've learned from you, and so I just want to say that.
Well, thank you. That really, the Donkey Kong thing, it was really just because things have gotten so grim, in the past few months, and understandably so. But I just felt like I just needed to do something that was extremely light and that was showing the pattern, but it didn't have that many ramifications. And so people have been asking me to make a video game symbolism for years, and I've always refused, because there is something about video games or video game culture, which I find not super productive.
Yeah.
But I don't have anything against video games. Like, I play video games once in a while too. But anyway, so I finally gave in, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to make something that's just fun and light, and, anyways.
Well, I thought I really enjoyed it, because I'm old enough to remember, when you had to go to an arcade or
yeah, with the quarters.
Yeah. I pumped a lot of quarters in machines at certain points in my life. What is your life looking like now for you?
Well,
are you spending a lot of time working on your stuff, making videos? Because your life, what I wanted to talk to you today is kind of go back over the last few years. Your life got turned upside down.
Definitely. No, definitely. And, last year was probably one of the most intense years, I guess, in my life. I've had pretty intense years, but last year was really intense. Also because I had all planned to do a lot of traveling, and I did, but I was also dealing with the flood and all of this. And actually, right now, I feel like the lack of traveling feels kind of nice. Mm-hmm. I'm realizing that it actually feels kind of nice to, just like everybody, there's something about this pandemic, which there are a lot of negative aspects to it for sure, but there's a positive aspect in the sense that it's forcing everybody to stop. And I think that it's acting almost like a little Sabbath or like a little Jubilee. And so it's forcing people to stop. And so it can be positive, because you have to kind of take some distance and see what's going on. You also end up spending, I spend way more time with my kids, way more time with my family, and I'm loving that part of it. Like, I just love it. Yeah. So I hope we can take some of that into the net. Like, when it starts again, I hope we can take some of that into the next iteration of our society. They shut down the stores here on Sundays. All the stores, so all the grocery stores are all the grocery stores are closed on Sundays. And it's like, and they did it for purely secular reasons. But I've talked to a few people, just regular people that aren't even necessarily Christians. They said, "Oh, we love that that the stores are closed on Sundays, because we don't have the self-discipline not to go to the store on Sundays. But if it's closed, then you don't go, and then you end up spending more time with your family, and it just happens." And so I was like, interesting.
Well, I grew up in Paterson, New Jersey, And these Jersey Blue laws, as they were called, they lasted into the 60s and 70s when shopping malls were closed on Sundays. And this is the New York metropolitan area where, one of the more secular places in the country. These laws endured on the East Coast. And then, of course, I grew up in the Christian Reformed Church, which was very Sabbatarian. So even if things were open, you didn't go because that was your community didn't do these things on Sunday. And unfortunately, in the 70s and 80s, the Christian Reformed Church sort of began to dismiss these things, and the theological justification for that was this is liberalism, or this is legalism, that we're not swimming on Sunday or playing ball on Sunday, or in our house we couldn't turn the TV on until after the second service on Sunday. That was kind of the break. And I wonder if this was some latent thing from my Jewish ancestors on my father's side. It was sundown on Sunday. After that, you could, it's kind of a weird mix. But I think, so my wife is a school teacher, and before she was a public school teacher, we were homeschoolers. And so she kind of got cast into creating what essentially is homeschool material for her public school students, because she had all this homeschool experience and very much wanted her students in her classroom to be able, and the families, to do some of that, most of whom don't really necessarily have a lot of interest in that because it's very demanding of the parents. But, watching the disruption happen in people's lives, people are, I think, we've had enough months of this lockdown where people, and the emerging is going to be slow, where people are going to have learned something, and at least aspirationally are going to say, I want to take some of these new learnings and blessings into my future. But we'll see how long that lasts.
We'll see how long that lasts. But how about you? What's life like for a pastor in a world where there's no church, I guess, like where there's no physical meeting? How's it been?
It is important that this thing happened during Lent. And emotionally, this hit me a lot harder than I thought it would, just losing the rhythm of being with the people. And so then, I do these little videos now for church, for the members, members of my church that can actually figure out how to get on YouTube. And I had to, one of my elders said, you're going to have to cheer things up a little bit. I was like, I'm a little depressed myself. But especially when we then turn the page into Easter, and because Easter is, of course, a season. It's not just a day.
Right, yeah, it's not just the day, until Pentecost.
And so then I sort of had to lean into, even though we couldn't meet, and Jubilee is what I think about all the time, because I walk here to church and I do this stuff in the building, the empty building, where we have not had services since mid-March. And I think it's a little non-Protestant of me, but the sanctuary is getting a Sabbath rest, and it's getting a Jubilee in a sense, where it'll be put to work again soon, but it's fallow right now. And that's not altogether a bad thing.
Yeah. And you can see you can see kind of what the purpose of these little deaths are, because you realize that, well, we actually have to restart because things have broken down. Now we have to restart. And so for people who are keen, it's actually an opportunity to fix a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
Right. It's an opportunity to start on the right foot, as we say, to start on the right path. But it's hard to do that unless there's a breakdown. When the gears are turning and the machine is running, it's really difficult to change things because there's almost a logic. There's a pattern that's running its course, and, it's very difficult to stop it. But when these kind of things happen, then, if you're attentive, it's an opportunity to make some changes.
And Jonathan, one of the things that I think I have to, again, continue to credit you with is it was probably a gap in my Protestantism. And I think, Charles Taylor brings this out in his work, A Secular Age. Protestantism tends definitely towards the instrumental, towards the agentic, towards the driving. Part of what happens in going from, let's say, two-speed, where you had the holy persons and then the laity, to the one speed when John Calvin wants to make all of Geneva, in a sense, the city of God. One of the things that you, I think, have really helped me with is showing, again, you have the center and you have the periphery, and in God's creation, they both have their place. And I watched also this morning, I watched, the little clip that your people, I think it's absolutely perfect that it's your people who are selecting the clips, because people sometimes say, Paul, your videos are so terribly long. Why don't you just do clips? I don't know what clips are actually the good ones.
Yeah, exactly. I do feel very fortunate because I can see what people pick out of the Q&As and what people pick out of the videos that they find interesting. And so I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, interesting.
Well, and I saw the little clip on Lilith, and I'm a Protestant. We don't read those old
Let's
books.
talk about that stuff, especially not Lilith.
Yeah, but you've, I think, shown very well kind of the place in the created order for these different elements that sort of get pushed out of the way in the agentic Protestant mind. And you've really helped me with that.
Well, yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. And how have you been still doing videos every day? Is that because I see once in a while, but are you still have the same rhythm?
Yeah, I do videos 6 days a week. On the 7th, you have to go to the church channel for the video.
Oh, man, it's amazing.
Well,
it's
it's become part of my rhythm, and I often feel like a bad YouTuber, because when I watch your videos, I think, boy, Jonathan knows what he's doing, and Jonathan's doing it the right way. But I just kind of use it for what I use it for, which is I've found that it's a good way to engage in conversations and to try out ideas with a far broader audience than little living stones, most of whom I'll say things and they look at me like, what are you talking about?
What are you even talking about? But I think it's just too styled. I think you're doing more like a Joe Rogan type discussion, this constant discussion. And it has a great advantage. Like sometimes now I feel like I'm kind of out of the discussion. Like I've kind of moved out of the discussion, just because I've been busy. I've been doing all these different things. And so I'm not following the flow. Whereas you're right in there. I'm seeing you're doing videos about, the portal and like John Vervaeke and all the stuff that's going on. And it's actually been seeing that you're doing videos about that kind of stuff. Now, like I've contacted a few people, like I'm going to do, I want to do a discussion, go on that group, the STOA, that Jordan Peterson. Yeah. So I'm going to try to participate in that. So I need to get back into a conversation. I can't just be the guy talking, or else I'm going to start talking in circles. So I really appreciate this ongoing conversation. I need to actually need to be more part of it. But I have kind of pulled away a little bit, especially from the whole dark web, like intellectual dark web thing. I never completely identified with that name from the beginning. And so I've also, since Jordan has kind of moved out of it, I've also moved. I feel like I pulled out more, just because the things they're talking about, I don't think a lot of the people, like the Weinsteins, I don't think they really understand the stakes of what interests me. And so because of that, it feels like there's no conversation to be had. Mm-hmm. With John Vervaeke, I think he totally gets it. I think I wish John could talk to someone like the Weinsteins, because I think that he could have a really good discussion with them. But for me, I just feel like the stakes, I just don't, I'm not communicating the stakes of what I'm talking about in a way that for a certain type of atheist it's not clicking. Like they don't know what I'm talking about. Like, for example, like rationality rule, you kind of engage him. I'm like, I'm not engaging that person. I mean, I don't think he even knows what I'm talking about. Like, I think that he would listen to my videos and think it's just gibberish, nonstop gibberish.
Well, that's probably true, but I'll tell you, I mean, we're all sort of, and I see this as just part of the economy of the kingdom of God, that here in his body, he has many members, and the hand and the ear and the eye and the nose, they're not all the same. And in fact, it's God's good purpose that they're not. But I see the tremendous impact of your work on people that I'm talking to. And what you have done is, I think, in a deep way, really, and I think this is part of your mission, and the mission that you've intentionally embraced too. You have really helped to rewire people to see and understand and engage at levels that very little in modernity would afford them to.
Well, thanks. I appreciate it.
And I think that's vitally important, especially as we are in a period where, I mean, these things take a long time to work through chronologically in history, but the intensification of the breaking down of modernity. This is, I mean, it's happening quicker than we think, and something like a pandemic, well, it kind of works on both ends of it, but it speeds up the process.
Oh, for sure. And it's opening up spaces that we thought were impossible. You know, I was talking to a friend of mine today who's not at all a Christian, just regular liberal, you know, North American, and he sees, and he's not even a conservative, like he's a left leaning, but he says, I never thought that I would see the government reach so much in my life. He said, I didn't think it was possible. I didn't think it was possible for the government to reach so deep in our private lives. And he said, all of a sudden, within a few weeks, you know, we have people denouncing their neighbors, calling the police. And he thought, wow, this is crazy. How can things change so fast? Yeah, it's accelerating. And this 2020 election for you guys is going to be another major marker. It's not going to get any easier.
But look at the pause that, again, the pandemic has given us. Trump can't go out and, you know, fill a stadium with cheering fans. Biden can't go out and press the flesh. In a sense, we have two people that are probably going to be running. Oh,
I can't believe you said that.
That's the flesh.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway.
Yeah. So I frankly look at what a feeding frenzy 2016 was, and I mean, 2020 would have been another layer up, but this pandemic is, in that aspect, perhaps part of the grace of God to say, we're going to put a blanket on this sucker because, you know, the world doesn't need, and Canada doesn't need the United States flying apart anytime soon.
Yeah, well, we'll see, because it's gonna ramp up near the election, because people are gonna, because they're gonna get desperate. The candidates are gonna get desperate to try to get the attention, because now that, like you said, the attention is not on the election at all, but it's kind of there seething in the background, and it's motivating actually a lot of moves in terms of media. The way the media is framing things it's a lot of it is based on the upcoming election, but it's going to ramp up. We'll see. I hope it doesn't. Like here, there's no discussion. Like here, it's all Justin Trudeau globalism. It's wild, like how much everybody just agrees with what's going on here. In Quebec, I think it's going to be, in Quebec, I think French Canadians have a weird, they're kind of sheep. We're kind of like sheep we all kind of all just follow in one direction. But there's also like a low level resistance, and I think I'm starting to see it right now. Like everybody's like, yeah, shut down, but then everybody's outside. And and now even this weekend I saw a few restaurants that were we had the door open, and they had tables outside, and I was like, okay, everybody's pushing. And I think people are just going to start just doing their own thing at some point. It's going to happen. It's probably going to happen more like that than coming from a top down decree.
Yeah.
People are just going to say, okay, you know what? This is not, we're just tired, and we just need to see people.
Yeah. And that's what's happening in California right now.
Yeah.
The governor had laid down, well, these are the things. And then some of the counties sort of, broke. And then the governor very quickly realized he didn't really have the power and didn't want to. So he kind of readjusted the criteria so more counties could be in. And there's a Spanish saying, la carga se arregla en el camino, which is that the load adjusts itself on the road. And that's exactly what's happening right now. But, I really wanted to talk to you because I wanted to talk to you about what you and I have been doing over the last 2.5 years. And because your channel started a little ahead of mine, and I think it fits into, it's interesting now that we have this pandemic that's happening now. But before I got my undergrad degree in history. And so I've always sort of got a historical mindset to me. And so before too much history goes by, I at least wanted to do some talking and documenting about, what I call the Jordan, at least wave one of, Jordan's wave, in terms of, in Canada, it was C16. In the United States, it was the Trump election. C16 was sort of October 2016. Of course, Donald Trump was elected in November 2016. And then, of course, Jordan, there's no way to separate it from Jordan. And now you're a personal friend of his, so you have to be more careful than I do. But what happened, Jordan had been talking about this stuff for a very long time, and that evidence is out on YouTube. And of course, you caught wind of him early before he took his status rocket ride. And, you could just send him an email and he could respond to you, and, oh, wow, here's this artist who's doing stuff. And you develop a relationship with him. But that moment, that, just like you said, what caught my attention in this was that Jordan, in the Jordan Peterson wave, things happened I didn't anticipate seeing.
Yeah.
Conversations could be had that I couldn't have before.
Yep.
And
right.
I was fortunate enough, if a Calvinist can use that word, to have sort of been at the right time and gathered around me additional conversation partners. And for me, that's been the real takeaway from this thing. But I wanted to talk to you about this before this history gets too old behind us, and start with because of course you had already started building a relationship with Jordan, and then whoosh, and then of course you start a YouTube channel, and well, you're an artist, and we've talked about your life before this. Now suddenly you're an artist who also makes videos. And of course there's been a flood and a pandemic and all of that. So what, now thinking back 2, 3, 4 years on this, what comes to the top of your mental salience hierarchy?
I think that one of the things we're seeing is, as we watch kind of the breakdown of the West, let's say, you could say it that way, the breakdown of what has held the West together, and we see the breakdown of Christianity, the surprising thing about a breakdown is that it also affords opportunities. And I think that that's something that the people who had wanted, let's say, religion to go away didn't realize. As narratives break down, there's also spaces that open. And those open spaces are the reason why all of a sudden conversations that we didn't think were possible are happening, because there's more connectivity. There's more like lateral connectivity, you could say it that way. And I think that it's actually a very exciting time, because there's a possibility there's really a possibility for a flip. And I think that that's really what Jordan did, is he flipped the discourse. He turned it. And what he did, I mean, it was already kind of preparing. There were people who were kind of talking about it. And it's not like he came out completely out of the blue with his idea, but there's something about him, about his personality, about the way that he was also kind of like a father figure. There's all these things that kind of came together. And the fact also that he resisted, Jordan talked about this quite a few times, where he said he took it out of the abstract and chose a place, right? Said, this thing here is where I'm not going to move. And that's what the C-16 thing was. And he's often said that it was near arbitrary, in the sense that there are other things happened before that were in the same vein, and other things have happened since. But it's like he said, this one is the one I guess I'm going to stay. No, like I'm stopping here. And so there's something about that where he kind of flipped the discourse in terms of religion, let's say, because he did it in a lot of things. But in terms of religion, he brings the evolutionary thinking to its inevitable conclusion. And the inevitable conclusion is, that thing that you marginalized all this time, this religion thing, you marginalized it. Well, if you're in the evolution mindset, it has to participate in the pattern. And this is the same thing with consciousness. It's the whole problem of consciousness too. It's like people just stood in consciousness and were describing the world, and then you come to the end where it's like the last thing to analyze is the thing you've been not talking about. And then when it turns back on itself, then it creates this weird flip. And that's what I think Jordan did. A lot of the things that I think the most powerful things that he talked about were the things that lead into the notion of attention and the relevance realization that now John has been kind of taking up. I think that that's the most powerful thing that Jordan brought to the floor in terms of shattering the categories that people have been using, and forcing the scientific mind to think, to see differently. And I think no one has gotten over that yet. Like, people are still processing that. But in a way, it's the moment has gone in a way, because now, or at least for now, because Jordan has kind of, he's vanished, and the effect of Jordan vanishing has been huge. It's been huge in the sense that, like, I know that it's part of why my views have gone down. I know that it's part of why the discussions have slowed down, why there's less of this connectivity. It's as if without him, there is no intellectual dark web, really.
Yeah.
Right. There's just Ben Shapiro and the Weinsteins, and they can kind of talk to each other, but they don't. There isn't this problem that's there, this kind of weird thing that we have to solve, that Jordan was kind of bringing to the table somehow.
Well, I like the way you put it, because he sort of they connected via him, and without him right there, the Weinsteins sort of go back to the things they talk about, and Ben Shapiro does his stuff on politics, and and of course, why would Ben Shapiro and the Weinsteins why would these two talk if Jordan doesn't sort of connect them?
There's very few reasons.
Why did you start doing YouTubes?
I started because of Jordan. I mean, we did that video. We did a video. We did the 2 videos. One was called Tradition and Things That Don't Fit, and then The Metaphysics of Pepe. And then what happened is I got invited to do an event with him in Toronto. And so I did that event, and he put that up, and he put up those other videos. And so it was like I appeared on his channel a few times, and people started writing me, and I started getting flooded with emails of people saying, could you interpret this, like this symbolism of this and symbolism of that? And I realized, okay, well, I'm not going to answer all these emails. So I have to do something. And since it was happening on YouTube, I figured then I'll make YouTube videos. It was really as silly as that.
It's interesting to me how you and your brother, because your brother's, with his book, I mean, he's very much a part of this story, even though he's not on your channel. And I also, when earlier we talked about the fact that you've sort of taken a step back because, I wrestle with this as a pastor. I put out a lot of videos and I do a lot of conversation, but in some ways, and I think this is true of John Vervaeke too, in some ways, sort of the space that a pastor holds is different from the space that an icon carver holds.
Yeah.
Because an icon carver, in a sense, I would imagine, and please correct me if I'm wrong, in a sense, I would imagine you're sort of an artistic monk.
I guess.
That's sort of your vocation.
Yeah.
And a YouTube, a YouTube celebrity, I remember you talking about your kid describing you. My father makes YouTube videos.
He's a YouTuber. My dad's a YouTuber.
I've been reduced to that.
That's right. That's a nice joke in my family. Yeah.
And again, I think here too, in this way, Jordan's absence sort of means the circuit isn't running like it was.
It's not necessarily bad. There's some positive aspects to that. It's like different waves. And so right now, what I've been doing, I would say in the past, since I guess it actually is since Jordan kind of vanished, I've been consolidating the things that I've been given to me. You could say it that way. And so I've been focusing a lot more on getting the conversation to run within the people that have been following my videos. And now we just started a blog where people that have been watching my videos for a few years, that are on this Facebook group that discusses the symbolism and have read my brother's book. Now I've kind of, you met JP Marceau, so he's editing the blog, and people can submit articles that are doing symbolic interpretation or that talk about symbolism for the blog. And so that has been, I put a lot of emphasis on that in the past few months, kind of getting that started. I don't think there's going to be a massive public for it, but I think that it's going to be a good training ground for a lot of people, and it'll be a resource for those who want to go further into to symbolism. And so that's kind of been my focus in the past few months, has been to try to make this into a team effort, so that it's not just me talking about symbolism, but that there's a few dozen people that really understand what I'm talking about and can understand some facets of it that I don't, and can use the lens of symbolism to look at things that I don't have the energy or the interest to look at. And so that's been exciting to put together. And I'm looking forward to already the articles that have been going up. We've been live for about 2 weeks or 3 weeks maybe. And the articles that have been going up have been great, just wonderful, really, really good stuff. So,
this last weekend, I used, you probably know the YouTube channel, like Stories of Old.
Yeah.
It's a movie interpretation channel, another Dutchman. And, when I was working on, he'd done a couple of videos, he's going to do a third one in this series about story versus reality. And of course that immediately caught my attention. And,
they did a video on story versus reality.
He's got a series. He's got 2 out, and the third one is coming very, very interesting. And as a preacher, I just kind of jumped on it right away. And because it sort of fit in, I've been working through First Peter during the Easter season. And what one of the things that, and I think about this a lot actually with your work, where there's an interesting tension involved in both being the artist and the explainer.
Yeah.
Because in a sense, your videos are about bringing up to consciousness that which is already forming and shaping and molding beneath. Now, there's a prophetic mode in that of, oh, my people, you are absorbing the worship of Baal and you don't even know it. And so allow me to bring up to your conscious, the part of you that is conscious, the formation that is happening beneath the surface. And of course, for all of us, we have the pleasure of insight, the emotional, psychological pleasure of insight in that process, which I think is part of the joy I have in watching you take an arcade game. And once you say it, it's, oh gosh, this is the most obvious thing in the world. I never recognized how this ties into the rest of creation, but just in the first few minutes, it's like, why was I too dumb to see? But then there's this other moment of realizing that, oh my, I have been deeply formed, and the little conscious self of me that manages these things is in very many ways weak, helpless, has been subject to programming far beyond. And now Jonathan Peugeot comes up and makes me think differently about masculine and feminine, right hand, left hand, center and periphery. But yet as an artist, in a sense, you're both the former as the artist. In some ways, you're like the magician who goes on YouTube
and shows how the tricks work.
Exactly.
Well, the only reason why you have to do that is because there's been a lot of really evil magicians in the past few generations who had a few really bad wizards that have been distorting reality and using. One of the problems that we've had in the past few centuries is that a lot of Christians took the science pill, like they just took it completely, and they went down the critical, historical, scientific path. And those that took up the storytelling mode and who intuitively understood the patterns were those that really just wanted to destroy Christianity. And so all the people who were really good at storytelling were those that were using these symbolic patterns to undermine the Christian narrative. And Christians were too busy answering with this or that, like statue or bowl that they found in the sand in Palestine, and they lost the story. And you can see, because who are the Christians right now? Like it's C.S. Lewis and Tolkien, right? It's like, is that it? Like that's our only two storytellers? It's those two. In the whole 20th century, we've got those two. Whereas people, those that have been wanting to undermine, have every other story. And so maybe not every other story, but a huge amount of the storytelling. And so it feels like one of the things that I want to do is I want to give back the power of storytelling to the people who could do it. Because the thing is that the Tolkien story is more powerful, is one of the most powerful stories that has been told in the 20th century, bar none. Like not even Christian or not, it's one of the most influential stories that has surfaced in the past few hundred years. And it's because it has totally infiltrated culture in a way that people don't even realize it. All your video games have Tolkien behind them. So much of your science fiction, all the world building that you see in science fiction, that you see in fantasy stories, it's all Tolkien. He's the one who gave you that. And so that's how powerful, if you tell the right story, that's how powerful it is, right? The right story, taking a story, let's say like a Disney story that's somewhat twisted, like a Moana or whatever, there's enough of it for it to be true, but there's enough of it for it to be twisted. But if you were able to take it and just give it back in its pristine form, then it's going to win because it's truer. And so that's what I would say, like, one of my main goals has been to give back to Christians or to people who don't want to undermine everything, to give them back the pattern so that they can use them. Because it's not enough to interpret these movies. This is really, hopefully it's just groundwork for people then to be able to tell better stories.
You know, it strikes me, again, as I was watching like Stories of Old, as I was watching him basically deconstruct, I just had the sense that that effort will always fail.
And so that's what he was doing. He was saying reality is what, like, meaningless and just random?
Well, he's saying, well, here, so story, well, he was in a sense saying, well, here's the trick of story. You know the end, and therefore you selectively construct the bits, and that's how psychologically you create story. That's unlike reality. Of course, I okay, tell me what reality is. Well, he doesn't say it out loud, but the assumption is, well, reality is just one random, chaotic, purposeless event after another. That's what reality is. And so now we have these stories. And so I'm waiting on his third episode, where I suspect he will make the move that the freedom from religion people make every time they put up a billboard in Sacramento, which is say, I can bring the meaning myself. And I think, oh, yeah.
Oh, I definitely have to watch the video, because that's hilarious. It's so funny, because let's think of a very short story in terms of human interaction. All your actions are based on an end. There's no action that you make, every action in the world is based on an end. Now, whether or not the end resolves itself one way or the other, that's a different story, because there are stories that don't end well, even in a movie, but the purpose is there. So we always act for ends. There's no action without an end. So it's just funny to think that it's like, the end. Well, when I'm pouring a glass of juice from the fridge, I also know the end. Like that's why I'm doing it, or else I wouldn't do it if I didn't know what the end was.
Well, and I think I just finished a very interesting conversation with Brett Sockold. Brett is the author. He's a Roman Catholic from Regina, Saskatchewan, who's the theologian for the diocese in Regina. And he wrote this, what to me was a tremendous book on transubstantiation. And where basically, I think in many ways, he began helping Protestants, Lutherans, Calvinists, and Catholics understand each other by showing some of the ways that Luther and Calvin were trying to recapture Aquinas and didn't understand what they were doing. It's a fascinating book. And how did I get at him? Well,
talk about ends.
These ends, because we were talking about conspiracy theories.
And, okay.
And again, I think some of your work on this has been really tremendous and has deeply influenced me. And, Mary Cohen has been really helpful for me too, because she's Roman Catholic. She listens to all of us and she does her own little commentaries. But, how you lay these things out. And so here, like Stories of Old, I think is basically going to say, he's going to make the move, well, this is such telling language. We don't really have purpose, because this is, of course, what Sam Harris says about us.
Yeah.
When you're pouring the glass of orange juice, there's no such thing as purpose. It only looks like purpose, and you experiences that as purpose. So what the Freedom from Religion Foundation says is that, well, we can enjoy the experience of purpose, and we can live as if there's purpose, but there really isn't any. And it's like,
What are
why
you
are you
talking about? I don't
right?
even know what you're
Why are
talking
you
about at that
working
point.
so hard on this?
Yeah.
Why? And in fact, because you can't tell the story that there is no purpose unless you use all of the tools of purpose to tell the story. And in that sense, the tools themselves betray the purpose for which they were given. And no matter how much you use that hammer to deconstruct, the hammer is more real than the pile of rubble you leave on the floor.
That's right. Yeah. That every move you use to tell me that there's no purpose is based on you're using all your purpose driven mechanisms to tell me that there's no purpose. Like, what exactly is your purpose in telling me there's no purpose? Because you've got to have one. You definitely have one. It's a very dark, cynical purpose that you've got in trying to do that.
And so, when I was, so I first started, I made just a Pastor Looks at Jordan Peterson. And then, of course, people started coming to me, which was an unusual experience for me in ministry, because I usually have people avoiding me. And so people start coming to me and they start telling me, and of course we seldom quite know what's really going on. We just experience things and make up reasons that sort of seem to fit and maybe are 20% right. And then I'm talking to all of these people and realizing a good percentage of the people I'm talking to were depressed. And then they tell me, I watched hours of Jordan's video and I'm not depressed anymore. And what's more, I kind of think I want to go to church.
Yeah.
I don't know why. And then the crazy thing, especially as a Protestant, not necessarily making Protestants terribly happy, I'll talk to you because you're easier to find and talk to than Jordan, but what I really want to do is be Orthodox. And as a Protestant, I sit here and I think, you'd better count the cost of this endeavor, my friend, because the Orthodox don't just let anybody saunter in on one Sunday and say, I believe, walk down, get baptized, and now you're
That's
in.
right. Yeah. It usually takes a year before they baptize you. That's for sure.
So again, I mean, my entire video project, at least the part that connects with Jordan, has been to try to figure out what he's doing. And I'm not always so sure. Well, none of us ever know all that we're doing, but sometimes I watch Jordan and I think, I wonder if he knows all the levels he's working on, because we can see them by the effects.
Yeah.
And that's exactly why I don't want to do little clips of me, because we who are even doing the work only know the effects by watching what comes back to us.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. I think he might be more aware than what you think, though. I think he's quite aware. He's also aware. He's even aware at the level at which he speaks, because one time I had a conversation with him, and I won't say who I was criticizing, but I was kind of commenting on someone on YouTube, and I said, I don't think he's that smart, that person. And Jordan said, yeah, but he's a stand-in for like the common person. And he was like, that's who I want to talk to. Like, I don't want to talk to, because a lot of people have criticized Jordan because his stuff isn't formulated in complicated technical words and all of this. And it sounds very everyday. And it's because that's what he wanted to do. He really did want to connect right to the people and be able to speak at different levels. But if he's talking to Ian McGilchrist, he's able to go up and talk about that stuff too. But he doesn't feel like he has to prove to people that he's smart, and use complicated words all the time to kind of show people that he's smart. And so I think that I think he's more aware than we think sometimes of what he's trying to accomplish, and like trying to gather the levels together to have this like weird effect. Now, he probably also knows that he was playing a kind of a dad figure as well. Like I'm sure he understood that. But it's hard because it's hard to have access to him now,
Well, I mean, people, you should be left alone.
That's right.
when it was so funny because I saw he was coming through California, and okay, you're in Oregon, and then you're going to be in Sacramento, then you're going to be in the Bay Area, then you're going to be in Southern California. Oh, and he's on Rogan when he's doing that. And I'm just kind of looking between the lines, and I'm thinking, yo, dude, a schedule like this, as a pastor, if you were in my church, I wouldn't recommend it.
Yeah, I would say slow down.
That's there's a lot that goes into that in terms of the churn and the people and all of that, and as I shouldn't say I didn't ask for it, but I guess when I made a video, I asked for it. So part of what I've done, people sometimes ask me what I do, and I say, well, I'm a pastor. I'm just sort of pastoring in a different way right now. And so I, with the Discord server and with the conversations, a lot of it is, and with the meetups, which we can't do right now, a lot of it is, to me, the focus is on the community that I leave behind me, and the power of that community. And so obviously I just pastor a tiny little segment of this community.
I think that's great. I think in a way with the kind of these Discord discussions and everything, I think that's probably the best thing to do right now. Like I talked about the idea of consolidating what's happened in a way, and trying to now gather up, the pieces of things that have been transformed and try to make them more solid, more coherent. So I think that's great. Like that, if you've got this Discord discussion and you've got people talking to each other and everything, it's kind of an extension of the meetups, because it's hard. You can't do meetups with everybody, but to have a Discord discussion can create something of that, continual discussion.
Well, and to me, I look for people's motivation, not just to, let's say, have a little conversation, whether it's by text or voice chat or even Zoom, but their desire to begin to build something. And so it was members of my local meetup who built the Bridges of Meaning Discord server, and
Nice.
and they kind of coalesced around a bunch of people that I had Zoom conversations with and posted on the channel, and it's sort of built since there. And that sort of becomes an estuary for me. If people want to talk to me, well, it's even hard to get a rando slot right now, because I only have a certain number each week. And, but I want to keep them open, because, this is some of what you've taught me too. And Jordan, there's a real value in leaving a space for that which I won't filter into my life. And it can't be everything, but you can't have none. There needs to be a space, because in through that space comes,
surprise, comes all kinds of things that you hadn't thought about, things you hadn't considered, for sure. Yeah.
So, well, I guess two thoughts come to mind. Number one, is there going to be a second wave? And if so, what? I mean, Jordan Scott, he had a couple tweets yesterday, and I thought, yeah, he's this is some of this pattern is Jordan, and you can kind of see what's publicity and what, they're just putting out to keep the social media machines running. And then what comes out. No, there's some Jordan behind this. And so
it's possible he's mostly working on his book. I think.
Well, exactly. Yeah. And so it's going to be very interesting to me, because so we had C-16, we had the election of Trump, and we had, everything that we've had in clown world. We've had Joker. Now we had a pandemic. Now we're having a pandemic. And so, a big part of that wave, Jordan's wave, was also, the man and the moment found each other. And I, you're right. He C-16, the more I think about it, was in so many ways exactly the right inflection point to hit something if you're going to create a wave. But the world that the sequel, and it'll be interesting to see to what degree it is a sequel, the world that the sequel comes into is a different world.
Oh yeah, it's a different world for sure.
And for me, as a pastor, people come to me and, okay, so you listen to Jordan and you got red pilled or bread pilled or any other pill you want to conceive it as, and you want to remake your life and you want to do things differently and you're going to listen to Jonathan Peugeot, there's going to need to be patterns, habits, disciplines, institutions, community. If that shining moment of revelation that you experienced is going to bear any fruit at all, it's going to have to, and I really do, I put that comment on Twitter, but your video of the seeds, I thought, if I had to show people someone who at least knew something, one video to say what Jonathan Peugeot, what I think his message is, boy, that video was, I thought, well, there's the seed of the Jonathan Peugeot plan.
Well, I don't even know what video is this. I don't even know
the video of the soils, the parable of the soils.
Oh, the soil. Yeah, the parable of Christ as the sower. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. Oh, I think so. I think you're right that well, also because it has the meta pattern inside of it. It has right. It has the pattern, it has the meta pattern, and it's Christian. I'm curious to see like how. I feel like this. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like there isn't going to be like a second wave. I think there's going to be something else. I think Jordan will have his place in discourse, like he'll have his place in the world, but I don't see his second book having as big an effect, and I don't see, unless there's another controversy, unless there's some controversy. I think there's going to be
he'll
something
say
else.
Something in that book, that'll touch people.
Maybe, but it seems like there might be something else. Like there might be another. I don't know what it's going to be because you never know what it is until it happens.
Yeah.
I think we just have to be ready to take advantage of whatever flashpoint is there, which can create another level where it can bring people to the next level or to create insight, the right type of insight that needs to happen. And that's why I talked about consolidating, because if you consolidate the people that you've been talking to, then for example, like, let's say you and myself, the reason why it sparked us, let's say, is because the soil was already prepared. It was stuff that we were already thinking about, or that we already had something in our lives prepared to take that and to move with it, and so I think that maybe that's how I see it now. I think now is the time to plow the soil, or to get people ready, people who were already in the discussion, already thinking, who are already, who have had some insights for the next moment where it's going to jump again. But I don't know what that's going to be. I have no idea.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be, because anything can happen right now.
Yeah.
People don't, when things start to accelerate in these weird chaotic moments, there is no telling what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Because if you could have known that, let's say, I don't know, maybe 6 years ago, if I would have told you Trump, Brexit, pandemic, and then Jordan Peterson, and people who were hardcore atheists all of a sudden have stopped being so aggressive when they still hate religion, but they feel like they can't be as aggressive as they were. Even people like Sam Harris isn't as cocky as he was anymore.
Yeah.
And I don't think he wouldn't even acknowledge it, but that's what it seems like.
Yeah. So I've been reading, Robert Putnam wrote Bowling Alone. And so Eric had JD Vance on his podcast. and J.D. Vance. Have you read Hillbilly Elegy? Okay. You know who J.D. Vance is? Okay. And J.D. Vance mentioned, I mean, it was just something very interesting to me. So J.D. Vance writes about his grandmother. He grew up out in Appalachia, and his grandmother was, she believed in God. Didn't go to church because the pastors were all, hucksters and grifters. But she believed in God, and she trusted that God would make things right, and so on and so forth. And so, of course, for Vance, that caught his interest. Now, he eventually, I don't know if I think he's in a Roman Catholic church now. I'm not sure. I mean, in terms of the big line, and I think you get this righter than most, we're back to sacraments,
mm-hmm.
and we're back to icons, and we're back to the imagination. Well, that's an interesting. Why did I say that word? We're back. We're I saw this coming with Protestants, that seeker movement was sort of back to stripped out churches, smoke machines, using Proverbs to gain wisdom, to get a little bit of credibility, to sneak in the 4 spiritual laws and the sinner's prayer. And then I watched, in the response to that, everybody suddenly wanting, well, I want one of these old church buildings with architectural features, and I want chanting, and we're going to get a cantor. And these are Dutch Reformed churches doing this. And I'm watching this thinking, what's going on there? And so you're getting, again, and you talked about this before I saw anybody else talking about it, kind of this inversion, this return. And then I drummed up Chesterton's, the last chapter before the conclusion of The Everlasting Man. He talks about the 7 deaths of Christianity. And you talk about, basically Chesterton says Christianity has many times died, and then it keeps coming around again. And I've heard you talk about this a number of times.
Well, it's a process. I kind of call it the double inversion. So a good example is that example that you said, where the church decides that in order to reach out to the world, it has to be more like the world, right? It has to be more like the people you're reaching towards. And so but in order to do that, it has to dilute itself. It has to dilute itself in order to reach out, and it's a form of kenosis. You could see it that way if you want to. It's like an emptying of yourself to move out. But at some point, there's a point where you reach a limit where it's like, if I go one step further, I'm not myself. Like it's over. Like there's nothing. And so the church, the evangelical church, is like, oh, we could use advertising techniques. We can use movie making techniques. We could have dance. We can have this. We can have smoke machines. We can have rock bands. And then you get to the end where it's like, okay, you're still not as good as a rock band. You're still not as good as a dance troupe. You're still not as good as an advertising firm. But you've come all this way, and so now you're at the edge, and the only place to go is now. It's like, well, I actually I've forgotten where I've come from. And so the move to remember is a normal move. It's like just kind of happens on its own. I have to now remember where I came from. There's even something in the idea of transgression itself, where you can only be a rebel if there's authority. And so rebellion ultimately ends up reinstating authority, necessarily, because the rebellion makes no sense if authority breaks down. Right. And that's the whole idea of the clown too, where at the end, it's like the clown flips it back, because it's like when you've made fun of everything and the whole world is a joke, then the only thing left to make fun of is the joke itself. You make fun of the joke and then it turns back and you come back to the king,
and people play that out in their lives. I've often noted that in conservative Christian Reformed, when conservative Christian Reformity still existed and still does in some rural places, it was the rebellious youth who became the authoritarians when they were
older. Yeah.
when they were older.
Yeah.
And you just watch
I've
them.
seen that too. I've seen that happen too. Teenagers who are so rebellious and then they become pastors and they're like, that's how they are. They're like the most hardcore. And even you see that people who convert to Islam too, you see that too. A lot of people convert to Islam are people who are like completely out there. And then, I need something solid. Like I want something solid now.
Yeah. And they become hardcore because Islam gives them those bright lines and the traditions, and it's all there. Well, I've peppered you enough, Jonathan, and you've been gracious. Anything you wanted to bring into this conversation, or any?
So where do you feel you're at in terms, because because you used to comment mostly what Jordan was doing.
Yeah.
And so now he's been gone for like, for 6-8 months, even more. And so what has been your driving force? Like what has been the thing that keeps you discussing right now?
Well, Jordan sort of, when he went on his book tour, so I read Ross Douthat's book on decadence. Mm-hmm. And I found that really helpful to try and get a sense of what's really happened in the culture since the 70s. I watched the Joker movie and I felt like I was watching my growing up. And then I realized, he filmed that in Newark, New Jersey. I thought I was watching my growing up years. And so trying to get Ross Douthat, Peter Thiel has had some interesting ideas about lack of progress. Mm-hmm. And so I've been trying to get a handle on, and again, increasingly lately, everything I think I'm looking for, I start finding in Chesterton. Mm-hmm. And as a Protestant who is very dismissive of Calvinists, that can be unnerving in some places. Because Chesterton made the point in, I think it was the second chapter in his book entitled Heretics, that this world can't find the good, can only sort of find the good in terms of opposite of the negative. Because they can only see the negative and they can't see the thing that the negative is moving against. They're only seeing things in its shadow. And so I've been doing a lot of thinking about the last 60 years of history, the 60s to the 70s to the 80s to the 90s, and then now, and how, everybody wants to be progressive. What exactly are you progressing towards?
Oh yeah, my goodness.
Because then I'll watch and I think the pandemic has taken some of the wind out of the progressivist sails right now.
Yeah.
Hard to know where that will actually go. But, so what exactly is your telos? What exactly, what beyond the heat death of the universe do you actually want?
Yeah.
And so I've been thinking a lot about that, and on one, and also continuing on my God number one and God number two, because thinking, and this is where, I wind up with a bunch of Roman Catholics, which again, what do I do with that with my Dutch Calvinism? No, I'm not converting, all you people that have been cheering for that in the comment section. But what do we mean when we use this word God? And again, your work has been tremendously helpful for me to understand that in some weird way, God is everywhere and nowhere, and the whole earth is full of his glory, but all of creation does not exhaust him by any means. And noting in it's been very interesting watching television shows like The Good Place and Upload, watching humanity's crisis of confidence, that even if we had everything our way, we are finally a shallow cup that is too shallow to actually contain the desires, the universe that we desire. And that sort of backs me into C.S. Lewis's argument from Desire, that deep in our hearts, we know we were made for more than even what our imaginations now cast on screens with zeros and ones, that we think we can make anything in the virtual space. And then we discover, no, we're bumping into our own limitations again. And so that, to me, then leads back to the nihilistic despair of humanity, that if we are finally there's finally no agent above us or beyond us, then we are locked in a prison of our own despair. And this, to me, just opens up, Christianity and what the whole story is about.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. And so, are you seeing in the discussion that's remaining, let's say, glimmers of that? Because I saw you were kind of listening to the portal, and you were breaking down some of the things they were talking about, trying to find some moments that express more, or let's say a desire for more, like you said. Do you see, because I'm curious, like, what is the solution? Like, what is the solution that is, for example, like the on the portal, like, what is I was listening to one of the videos you did where he was I forget who he was talking to, and he was talking about telling people that they should have kids or something. Like, if you have kids, then that'll give you meaning and everything. And there was something so fragmentary about that type of thing, where it's like, yeah, okay, but I don't think that that's enough. I mean, I don't think that people will feel like that's enough. And also, why? Like, is it just to follow some biological drive to reproduce? And if so, then what's all this other stuff? Like, what's all this whole other thing that's going on? This whole civilization thing, this whole art thing, this whole, what is that? Like, what is going on? If we find meaning in being in, reproducing the species because we're programmed to do that, I don't. There's more. I know you obviously agree with me, but
that's so. He was talking to Ryan Holiday, Ryan Holiday is doing YouTube videos on Stoicism. And again, when I was first learning who Stoics were, if you had told me that in 2020 there would be a Stoicism movement on YouTube, and you're going to talk to the Stoa, I mean, so you're going to talk to some of these people.
Talk to them,
And the funny thing about Stoicism is so here's all this wisdom about, and I listen to their wisdom and I think, yeah, that's wisdom. This is stuff that you can hear Jordan Peterson tell you, that you can get from Marcus Aurelius, they can get from all of these people. But where Stoicism finally sort of bottoms out is that, if you have a kid and if you love that kid, don't forget that proviso. Because I think part of the hangover in post-Christendom is that Christianity shamed us into a certain level of love that society continues to maintain. That, to abandon your kids, you're still a schmuck, and we all know that. So suddenly the having of that child and parenting of that child begins to have a sacramental effect, because and one of the first people I talked to after I made my first video was someone who lives near her, and I had lunch with him. And he said, this was a guy who was studying for the ministry. And then he got to a point in reading all of the Protestant theology, and he said, I don't believe any of it. and then he listened to Sam Harris, and he went through the whole thing.
Oh, really? Okay.
And then he met a woman, had a kid, and began to realize in himself, and I've talked to a lot of people like this. What if something happens to my kid?
Mm.
I love my kid. That kid isn't just a bunch of atoms, and something in the relationship with my child suggests that it's not merely a psychological trick or an evolutionary product that I am bounded to this child, but there's something in this moment that connects heaven and earth.
Mm.
And I am deeply disturbed by that realization, and it's not going to leave me alone until I get an answer that is satisfying.
Mm.
And so I listened to Eric talk to Ryan Holiday about what these people need to do is have kids. And I think, yeah, I've got 5 of them. They're it's sort of like the like stories of old. You keep using those tools.
Yeah.
At some point, at some point the stones start talking to you.
Yeah. No, that's a great way to put it. And there's a reason why Stoicism failed. Like, it failed in the sense that it failed to make civilization. It has use to it, but Stoicism only really succeeded when it was bound within Christianity. Because a lot of people will tell you that Christianity is actually largely akin to Stoicism.
That's the
and
best
they're
word.
Right.
Akin.
But it's akin to Stoicism. There are aspects of Stoicism within Christianity, but Stoicism doesn't offer you a story to live in. It doesn't offer you a story to exist in. And the same thing with the Neoplatonists. Like, the Neoplatonists just couldn't break through because it was a theory, and it was a bunch of, it was a theory about reality, but it wasn't an enacted story. It wasn't an enacted something that you entered into, and it didn't create the type of communion that would bind people together. And so you have Marcus Aurelius being a Stoic, on his own, and whining that everybody is, and complaining that everybody is a degenerate, but like, we wouldn't say it that way, but like, just being this, like, taking the world on his shoulders and doing his thing, taking it all on himself, but it doesn't come together. Like,
which is exactly, I've watched enough Christians deconstruct, which is what I find exactly what happens to people who deconstruct from Christianity. So they sort of become Stoics, and they take the world on their shoulders, and they're really frustrated with everyone who's not pulling their share and not doing, not carrying the load with them. And it's like, and so then I get to Augustine, and so Manichaeanism, and people always use Manichaean as kind of an illustration of dualism. Go and look what the Manichaeans believe. It's wild stuff. And then of course Neoplatonism, and I think you said it's so. Wow, here's this incredibly brilliant, thought through Neoplatonist image of the world. But if you read Confessions, talk about a book dripping with pathos and relation. And so John Vervaeke and I just had a conversation last week, and I think the conversation went very well. And so where John and I sort of come up against each other is exactly this question of personhood. And in your conversation with John, which was quite esoteric, but I thought I really enjoyed it. And I thought you nailed it right on the head when you said, it's person, person, person. You get past a certain point, it's going to be person up and person down. If you want to say it's impersonal beyond this point, well, you can say that, but you can't know it anyway, because you're just a human being. And, in my conversation I just finished with Brett Sockold, I have to figure out if I'm going to post yours tomorrow or Brett's tomorrow. But, I think the thing that we finally come down to, we never really get past Genesis 3, that in a sense, the Genesis 3 story is about a conspiracy theory. And all that the snake does is say, just makes a few suggestions and frame it in a certain way.
Mhm.
And can we finally trust our maker? Can we finally trust? Can we, as tiny little scared creatures, finally surrender our hearts and say, this is what I am? This is, and I, no matter how much money and power and technology and all the stuff that this world has to offer, of course Jesus said all this,
Yeah.
this is what I am. And what my heart desires is to love and be loved. And Neoplatonism, Augustine didn't end there for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
And I watch the Stoics, and I think I'd rather have my neighbor be a Stoic than a hedonist.
Yeah.
But I'd still rather they be a good Christian who lays down their life for their neighbor, all the way up to and including their enemy.
Yeah. No, I agree. And I think that that's one of the reasons why it happened the way it did. One of the reasons why Neoplatonism and Stoicism were taken into Christianity, because it offered the story, it offered the pathos, and it offered the personalism, like if you want to say it that way. It offered the fact that the world actually manifests itself through personal categories. You could say it that way, which is that, and it really is the idea, you could say, of intelligences. That's how we talk about, when we talk about principalities and angels, that the world actually manifests itself through intelligences. It's not concepts, like the way that the kind of, let's say, the kind of basic Platonic way of understanding it, that there are these like forms that are something like concepts that are kind of like these, but no, they're intelligences. The world manifests itself through intelligences. And once you kind of get that, then all of a sudden you realize, well, there's a reason why, because a Stoic doesn't have to worship, and they don't worship. But it also means if you don't celebrate, then you don't come together. It's just very simple. The world celebration is the beginning of reality. It's the way that reality, it's the relevance realization. Worship is relevance realization. That's what worship is. It is celebrating the disclosure of the source of how things come together and are one and exist in love, like you could say it that way. And so I think that's why worship, even that, and that's one of the things in my conversation with John that I was trying to kind of pull out of him, which maybe is a bit tricky on my part, but I was trying to pull out of him that even non-theistic religions, like certain strands of Buddhism or Taoism, that if they posit the highest in terms of non-being, it still manifests itself as beings all the way down. And so it's like, okay, so you say that ultimate reality in terms of Buddhism is a form of annihilation. Okay, but then there are all these bodhisattvas like that start right at the door of annihilation all the way down to hell. You have this like hierarchy of beings that come down. And it's the same in Taoism, and it's the same in Hinduism, and it's the same in every religion. Understands the world as a hierarchy of beings and a hierarchy of intelligences, and not, and that means that it has to do with celebration and love and devotion also. It's not just that, it's not only that, but it's also part of it, right? It's not just story, but you can't get rid of story. It's not just devotion, but you can't get rid of devotion.
Right. And I think, I think folk religion, one of the things that always interested me about when I first started watching friends and neighbors, start getting all excited about American style Buddhism was I thought, now, wait a minute, you go over there and you take a look at those Buddhists. And I remember when there was a jetliner that was broken down on a runway and the Buddhist monks came out and sacrificed a goat to get that, sucker moving again. And I thought, no, wait a minute. All my Western secular friends are going to these places and meditating and do all that because this religiosity, that's all the problematic stuff. But those are Buddhists sacrificing a goat on an airstrip.
Yeah.
But why is that happening?
Well, I always say that my Catholic grandmother was more a Buddhist than all these California Buddhists. For sure. For sure.
Well, and that gets into the idea of folk religion, where so J.D. Vance's Meemaw was, a Protestant folk religionist in many ways, but there's a even though she didn't go to church, there was at least still a haunting of an inclination of what you just described, that she was not going to. In some ways, the entire artifice of what we've seen as new atheism is so fragile because it can sort of only be maintained as a grudge. I'm serious about that.
No, you're right. You're totally right.
It can only be maintained as I'm not going to worship.
Yeah, and all your videos are debunking.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, let's see. It's kind of like dealing with a 2-year-old that says, I'm not going to eat anymore. All right, hey, go for it. I'll talk to you tomorrow. I'll take your dinner away.
Yeah,
you'll be.
Well,
fine.
But you see that. Yeah, you see that in the end, you end up having the atheists today. They have to end up saying things like, was it Dawkins who said, "I'm a culturally Christian atheist," and then Zizek who says he's a Christian atheist, and you're going to end up having that, or who's the other guy, the crowds guy. I'm horrible with names. The problem with the one who wrote the Strange Death of Europe. What's his name?
Oh, Douglas.
Yeah, so Douglas Murray, he's the same. So he's like, I'm a Christian atheist. You're gonna get a lot more of that, but then hopefully it plays itself out right, because there's at some point when you say it's like there's this real reality. A great meme that has appeared online, I think it was like Mike Cernovich who posted it, that I saw at least, and it was, that exploding mind meme where it's like the mind keeps getting bigger and more bright, and then it's like you keep getting more and more intelligent or whatever, and it was basically about God, and the first one was, I believe in God, and it's like a little brain, and then it says, I don't believe in God, and it was like a bigger brain. Then it says, I believe that God is a useful construct, for keeping societies together, and is a bigger brain. And then the other one is that without God, society breaks down and everything like falls to hell. And then the last one's like, well, I believe in God, because like, what do you mean? So that's not real? Like, that's not real, that if you don't have God or you don't have some religion, then everything falls apart? That's not a real thing? That's a real thing. That's a real thing in the world. And it actually happens.
Just like symbolism.
Yeah, symbolism happens. There you go.
No, so that's what I've been. I just keep itching at some of this stuff because I can't get enough of it, and people like you and others indulge my itch by making me no longer be able to watch Donkey Kong with any kind of the innocence I had before.
Yeah, well, I have a lot. Like just today, I was talking with some people, my kind of top patrons, and one of the guys, Kyle, I think he was on your channel, and so I think he watches you, and he was talking about, and he was actually giving me a frame that I might want to bring up with you right now, because because one of the problems that I've been trying to understand in terms of symbolism, and it's just hard because we're in it right now, is to understand the flip that happened during the pandemic. Because it's very odd, right? It's very odd. You had a moment in March where all the left-leaning, all the liberal types were saying it's evil to shut the border, it's racist, it's xenophobic, it's all this, blah, 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 blah. And the people who were conservative were saying, no, this is a serious pandemic. We got to shut it down. And then it flipped completely upside down. Like the whole discourse completely changed. And then all of a sudden, it was the people who were on the left who were saying, we need to shut down forever, 2 years, like this is never going to come back. It's never going to change. And then the others are saying, you're free. I need to be free. Like you can't shut us down. This is government tyranny, blah, 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 blah. And I thought, wow, it's crazy how it totally flipped.
Yeah.
And then he said that you were talking about the strength and compassion,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So the Republicans, watch the 2016. You don't actually watch it. You just look at a picture because you know exactly what's going to happen. Watch the 2016 Republican candidates debate each other about who should be at the head of the party, and then look at the 2020 Democrats, that big field, debate each other. The Republicans always sort of manifest strength. We are about strength. And so Donald Trump, wants to manifest strength. And the Democrats, kindness, compassion. And so, Republicans, we're going to fund, we can't put enough money towards national security. We can't spend enough money on keeping ourselves safe, even though the United States spends more than the next 6 countries combined. The Democrats, we can't spend enough money throwing it at suffering people, because if they're suffering, we're sure that some amount of money will fix it. And I think part of what happens in a pandemic is that both get exposed. And so, the shutdown, for a while, when Trump was running for office, one of the things he was going to end is the national deficit, because there's going to be so much money coming in, and And so now, of course, then the Dems are all worried about the deficit. And now, we just, $4 trillion in one fell swoop. And now the Dems are back and wanting to do another 3 trillion. And so everything's all inverted. You're exactly right. Yeah. Because, what are you afraid of? And, in a sense, at least the Republicans are afraid of their loss of liberty, and the Dems are afraid of losing their life, because, it's been very interesting. Again, this gets into, so in 1960, John Fitzgerald Kennedy, the Democratic senator from Massachusetts, ran for president of the United States. And the dominant concern was, can we elect a Roman Catholic?
Right.
In 2004, another JFK, John Kerry, the Democratic senator from Massachusetts, who was also a celebrated war veteran, ran for president on the Democratic ticket, and most Catholics didn't vote for him. In 2020, we're going to have a Frisian, so that's my mother's side, Frisians, they're Germans and Dutch. We're going to have a Frisian who his most abiding church connection was the Reformed Church in America. So Donald Trump religiously is my cousin.
Okay. Yeah, very distant cousin.
Frisian,
yeah, okay.
Dutch Reformed, via Norman Vincent Peale, Prosperity Gospel, running against Joe Biden, who, of course, is a Roman Catholic. And Joe Biden goes to church more than Donald Trump, I would bet.
Really? Yeah.
Now, all of these church labels, what on earth do they mean?
They don't mean anything anymore. Yeah.
And well, here's the question. And so then Tom Holland's work comes through, his book Dominion, which is a very interesting book. He basically comes through and says, which really annoys the secularists, do you know how deeply Christian our entire society is? You know, we can't, Christianity runs through everything that we're doing. All of our fights are, in a sense, within Christianity.
Oh, yeah.
That's an equal opportunity offender, because the secularists, you know, say, no, it's the Enlightenment, and somehow our culture is a clean room artifact of the Greeks. And Tom Holland says, hey, I've spent my life writing stuff about the Greeks. We're nothing like the Greeks.
Oh, yeah. My goodness, no.
And on the other side, the Christians are saying, no, Christian people are, this is how you define Christian people, by their religiosity. And it's like, well, you know, there's a lot of stuff about religiosity that it isn't merely religiosity either. And so we have inversions all over the place right now.
No, you're right, and it's but that's the topsy-turvy, like that. I guess that's the problem of the topsy-turvy world, is things just keep flipping and you don't know. You know, it's like juggling. It's, you know, you don't know what's going on. Some things are up, things are down, and so it'll be interesting to see how it's going to play out. But there was still, like, it was interesting the way that he had framed it based on your categories. I thought it was a good idea. He said, when at the beginning, the Republicans were acting out of strength by saying, we're going to shut our borders. Right. And the Democrats were acting out of compassion by saying, no, we need to let people in.
Yeah.
And then when it flipped, they're still using the same reason. Like, so the Republican is saying, you know, oh no, I'm going to be strength. I can't let someone control me. I need to go outside and not wear a mask and do that. And the other is saying, no, you need to protect others and save lives and isolate yourself to save lives. And so it ends up being the same motivation, which is creating the opposite reaction.
Yep.
And so it's fascinating to watch it. It's really fascinating to watch it.
And it'll, you know, it's crazy. It's
who knows?
Crazy.
When you said it'll, I'm like, it'll what? What do you think's going to have involved?
But
who
you
knows
know,
what's going to happen?
But you know, and I think in some ways, you know, because I think a fair amount about, I mean, the rising of the Orthodox Church within the church landscape in America is fascinating to me. Mm-hmm. And, you know, especially in the light of this, because I think about Rod Dreher, how, you know, Rod Dreher goes to his priest and says, you know, we want to practice, you know, Roman Catholic family planning. And his priest rolls his eyes and says, oh, you're one of those. And, you know, within not too long, Rod Dreher will be Orthodox. So, you know, so in a sense, what we've seen is that we used to have these labels like Roman Catholic. John Kennedy is Roman Catholic, and that label stood for something. There was a witness there. Yeah. That by the time of John Kerry, the witness is completely, diluted.
Yeah.
And now
but Rod Dreher, I think Rod Dreher's analysis of this situation is the best. I think that, I mean, his vision is that to a certain extent, right now, what's really happening is that there are Christians who take it seriously, and there are Christians who don't, who base their motivation on their faith, and there are Christians who base their motivation on other factors. That they base it on other factors. And those Christians that base their motivation on their faith, they end up seeing each other across denominations. And so it's like, I feel more akin, and a lot of Orthodox might be annoyed that I'll say that, but I feel way more akin, even with evangelical, who wants to get rid of the sins in his life and wants to be faithful to his wife and wants to worship God the way he thinks he's capable of doing, who wants his culture to be coherent. I feel more akin to that person than I do to some Greek Orthodox, nominal Orthodox who goes to church 3 times a year. And, you know, it's like, so I can see you across the lane, and I'm like, well, we disagree on things, but I I can see you, and the other person is just like, meh.
But we're getting, so now we're working relevance realization, because we're trying to figure out what it is.
What's the pattern? Like what is the thing that's making this appear as a pattern?
Right. Because
like, who are these first things people? Who are these American conservative Rod Dreher types? Like, how is it that they're in a weird communion, but they don't go to church together? They wouldn't take the chalice together, but they still feel a sense of weird. And a lot of these types of people are non-ecumenalists, actually. Like, we don't believe in ecumenism, but we actually see each other across the lines and say, one of the reasons why I feel akin to you is because you take your difference with me seriously.
Right.
And you're willing to, we'd actually have to like talk it out and take it seriously, instead of saying, hey, it doesn't matter, it's all good, like whatever, let's all have a big party and just forget about our differences, as if that does anything.
And I think some of that, so Chuck, you know who Chuck Colson is? He was one of Richard Nixon's hatchet men. He wrote this book, Born Again.
Yeah, I remember that book. Yeah.
So in Born Again, Chuck Colson comes to his wife and says, I'm a Christian. And his wife looks at him and is like, you're Episcopalian. No, now really. So, and I think in a lot of ways, what we've been working on for the last 60 years, now in an ecumenical frame, is what is it? What is that thing? What is that thing that binds an Eastern Orthodox icon carver with a Dutch Reformed from an iconoclastic background? Because of course they smashed half the monasteries, and
that's right. Why am I laughing?
And my denomination is, conservative enough that there are some quarters where Vanderklay is talking to an icon carver. Doesn't Jonathan Peugeot make idols? And oh no, after this conversation. But that's part of exactly what we're in right now, and it's manifest in the strange ecumenism that is happening at this level, because a lot of what's been passed off as ecumenical conversations, we look at and say, I'm not really interested in that.
Yeah, because it's like a weird fluffy pretend. It's like you're pretending. I think there's an honesty about, maybe at this level that we're trying to identify, there's an honesty, right? There's an honesty about actual differences and actual resemblances, instead of just trying to cast it all aside. I remember having a discussion when I was young. I wasn't Orthodox, like I was evangelical, and I remember meeting a Catholic guy, and he was like, oh, Christians, we just all need to come together, and we just all need to be together and to be together. And I was like, well, I said, I know some Christians who think that when you pray to Mary, you're praying to the devil. And so what do you do with that? And he said, oh, well, they just have to put that aside. Well, I'm like, well, I don't know what to tell you, because that doesn't work that way. Like you can't just throw everything out. Let's deal with it. Let's talk about it. We might disagree. But if you just say, let's pretend like it's not there, it's like it'll look really nice for a little while, and then it'll be all passive aggressive from then on,
That's true. That's so true. Well, and to me, this gets back to one of the earlier things that I saw in Jordan, where he says, first you act it out. And I think that gets into worship, what we talked about, and sacramentality, because, okay, let's all be together. So let's go worship at your house today. And you come in and, there's the statue and Jesus is up on the cross, and all, start to get a little bit of nervous, and, people are dipping in the holy water. And at what point will something inside of me say, okay, there's the line.
I can't cross that line. Yeah, exactly.
But at least there is a line.
That's right. Yeah.
Because in a sense, what we sort of began wandering into, because this inversion seems very much to have something kicked off in the 60s that got us going in here. So where exactly is the line, and what is the line, and what is that line really connected to? And how far up and down does that line really go? And will you actually live by that line?
Mm.
And
but I think
none
it
of
also
it's arbitrary.
it has to do with a lot of it has to do with honesty. I think a lot of it has to do with honesty, and that's what makes, like I said, that's what makes us able to see each other across the line, is that you're not pretending, that this is like you, for example, like if I brought you to an Orthodox church, you wouldn't pretend that it's all fine. You'd be like, okay, this is my line. And so we can actually talk about it. Like I went to this year, I went to like a Christmas service, one of the Christmas services in a major kind of Pentecostal type evangelical church. And it was more like a big play, but it was still in the church. And it was like the whole time I was like, I'm gonna, and then it was like, it kept happening. And then when the acrobats came out, I was like, that's it. This is my line. Like, this is the line where I'm like, nope. When I've got the girls like dropping from like the cloth in leotards in the church, I'm like, that's it. Like, I just can't. I'm not here anymore. I'm just not here anymore. So I can imagine, like you said, but then if I saw the pastor of that church, who's someone who has extreme integrity and is extremely impressive in terms of his life and in terms of his devotion, I can still see him across the line, but I'm not going to pretend like it's fine that I think it's fine he has acrobats in his church. I am not.
Well, and to me, as so when I listen to people talk about me in other things, they'll say, well, he's this pastor who's high in openness. And it's like, I'm not sure that's always a good thing. But I've always, as a Protestant, wondered, so why is it okay to bring the donkey into the building and have the Christmas pageant, but it's idolatry to have a picture of a donkey in stained glass? And so, oh, you're so right. You're so right.
But I really, like, I really do think that one of the reasons, if you are honest about what you believe and you're honest about what your limits are and you don't pretend and you know what it is, then I think that permits a lot of openness.
Yeah.
Right. It permits indefinite openness, because you're open to a certain level, like I can have a discussion. I think like I could have a discussion with anybody.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean that I have to concede the things that are important to me just because I'm having the discussion, and so I think that's it. Like, if you're honest and you know what you believe and you know what you are, then you actually have a lot of room to talk to other people.
Yeah. Yeah. No, and again, people sometimes ask me, because they're surprised that I'm a pastor and I'm like this. And I think that shouldn't be surprising. But, I learned so much of this from my father, because I learned from him exactly what you just said. If you know who you are and you know what you believe, then the other person's, whatever it is they are and are saying and doing, it doesn't really threaten you. Because that's them and you're you. And you actually know the difference between them and you. A lot of people don't.
Yeah. Well, but it ends up manifesting itself in all kinds of ways where, for example, let's say people who just want to accept tradition from other cultures, it's like, you're deluding yourself. It'd be way better for you to say, well, you know what, like that, like the sacrificing of the goats. No, I don't want that. Like, I don't want that. I don't think that's okay.
I want a mechanic, not a goat sacrifice. That's on my plane.
Once you at least say, no, that I think is, then you can have an actual discussion. But if you pretend like it's all okay, like, you have no idea how weird other people's way of doing things is. Right? You have no idea. Like, there are cultures where people still beat their wives, and so you have to at some point say, well, I don't, that's not acceptable, right? And so it's better to just know, and but then I could talk to a guy who beats his wife. Like, I could have a discussion with him, and I wouldn't agree with his behavior, but I can talk with the murderer. I could talk with with people who live in a way that I disagree with. I don't feel like I need to keep myself pure from anything that's not like me.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah. No, I agree. Well, we've done almost 2 hours.
Almost 2 hours. You really pull me because I never have like 2 hour conversations. So it's like after an hour, I start being like, okay, we've gone through everything. But you got me going for 2 hours. That's awesome. And laughing the whole time.
Joe Rogan, watch yourself, baby.
There you
I'm
go.
coming
We're
for
coming
you.
for you, Joe. We're coming for you, Joe.
Well, Jonathan, so we should give you you can of course post this on your blog too. I'll send on your channel too. I'll send you the file. But you've got your blog going, and is that on your regular domain? You can get there from your regular domain.
So the symbolic now it's going to be things are going to start to focus on my website. So the symbolicworld.com, I'm going to start to have more things there, articles, and also if I appear on other channels and stuff, I'm going to start to consolidate that on that website. So it's going to become the place.
You still think they're gonna clamp down and take YouTube away from us?
I think they're going to do it very slowly, and I think it's already happened. I think it's already happening. I've seen it happen. It's like obviously they can their algorithm can probably identify me with Jordan Peterson. They identify me with more conservatives. And I did a video. It was called "Is Christianity a Cuckold Religion?" Right, and the video was really trying to explain a pattern. But I think the fact that I use that word and I'm already kind of associated probably with more right-leaning stuff and everything, I saw it happen in real time. The video took off I had like 20,000 views in one day, and then it stopped, and then it just went flat. And I thought, oh, okay, what's going on? And then from then on, I've seen my views kind of hold at a certain amount of views. And part of it is the fact that Jordan Peterson's gone, that's for sure. Yeah. But part of it is also, I think, I don't think it's a human decision. I think it's just their algorithm just marginalizes people who are not in line with what they want. So I think it's already happening, and it's better for them if they're strategic, it's better for them to keep you on their platform, but make you as marginal as possible, because that way you're not putting the effort into finding other platforms,
Yeah.
So that's what I think is going on.
There really isn't a platform competitor.
Nope.
Like YouTube. There really isn't.
Like I upload all my stuff on BitChute, but BitChute is crap. It's just not well done. It's not well programmed. The search is not good. There's no recommendation the way that YouTube recommends videos, so it's hard to get more reach outside of your reach. And so there is no competitor. So I don't really know. Yeah. And ThinkSpot is just not panning out. It's just I respect what they're doing, and I respect the fact that they're putting in all this effort. But if you go on there, even the most famous person has very few reactions to their posts, and so it's too bad.
Yeah. Oh well, we'll
just trot along.
That's what we'll do. Well, again,
by the grace of God.
That's right. It's being a Christian helps me not worry too much about these things, because
there you go.
As here we are right now. But thank you, Jonathan. Thank you for your time, and most of all, again, thank you for the work that you do, because I think it's really important. And I think it's excellent work, and you really do help me see the world in a different way. You inform my Bible reading, you inform my culture watching, and you've just opened up whole new vistas for me that, apart from you, I don't know that I'd see. So thank you.
Well, thanks. And thanks for all the insane work you put into these discussions. And I hope that we will meet in person. We were supposed to, and now it might not happen, but let's hope that we get to meet.
Lord willing, one way or another, I believe it will happen, and I look forward to that day.
All right. Bye, Paul.
Thank you, Jonathan. Bye-bye. Hi, this is Paul, and I'm doing a conversation today with Reverend Andrew Bianc. I graduated from Calvin Seminary in 1991, and he graduated in 2000, so he's in a generation behind me, but he's a minister in Burnaby, British Columbia. That's right outside of Vancouver. And one of the things I noticed was when I was talking about Jordan Peterson and some online communities within the Christian Reformed Church, Andrew was too. So I wanted to do a conversation with Andrew and introduce you all to him and find out what's going on. So thanks for joining me today, Andrew.
You're welcome.
Why don't you describe a little bit why you got into the ministry? I know a lot of people are curious about pastors. We're kind of mysterious creatures to them. Where did you grow up, and why did you get into the ministry, and how long have you been in it?
Okay. I grew up in a town next to Toronto called Oakville, and never intended to go into the ministry. I grew up in a Christian home and have been part of the Christian Reformed Church all my life. But my first career was in engineering, and I worked as a mechanical engineer for Ford Motor Company for 6 years, and quite frankly, never envisioned myself as a pastor, but it's a long story, but I felt like God was encouraging me to consider going into the ministry. And through a variety of different experiences, which I won't get into here, really sensed that was the way that the Lord was leading. So eventually left my position at Ford and went to Calvin Seminary and began as a pastor in 2000. Served a church in Hamilton, Ontario for 9 years, and have been here in Burnaby now for 8 years.
Okay.
So I think what got me into the ministry in a nutshell was a season of discipleship as a young adult, just having gotten married, that my wife and I went through, and was deeply impacted by the love of God for me in a way that I had not experienced growing up, and a fresh encounter with God through that discipleship experience, which really made me love not only God, but His church. And I began serving His church as an engineer, though, but serving in different capacities, thinking I could be a great engineer and be a good Christian, and people encouraged me to think about going in the ministry. And so, it's been a good change. I loved engineering, but I don't regret what the way God's led. So.
Oh, wonderful. Why don't you describe your church a little bit for us?
So we are a suburban urban setting here in Burnaby, suburban setting, but kind of have an urban pull. It's a church that's about 65 years old, began by Dutch immigrants that came after the Second World War, but are located in a quite an ethnically diverse neighborhood. That the neighborhood has changed dramatically in the last 25 years. Certainly in the last 5 years, as a congregation, we've begun to see some of that diversity reflected in our church. We have had a strong sense of call to this community over the years in different ways, whether it's been to new immigrants that have moved into the area. We have a preschool that is very community focused. So in the last, certainly the last 5 to 10 years have really felt, as a church, we need to reflect the character of our neighborhood, and we've been praying about that and really allowed God to try and lead us to become a kind of community that reflects that diversity. So you come to our church now, and there's certainly some Dutchness there, but there's also a lot of Asian and variety of different cultures, Iranian, So we are no longer the white church that we were when we began, which you'll find many people in our church would say, yeah, this is a gift of God. We're so grateful for the richness, that the diversity of God's God's family brings. Yeah. So.
Okay. And you mentioned before too, you've had a pretty good student ministry. You've folded a lot of students.
We about 7 years ago, we began connecting with students from SFU, international students from Simon Fraser University here in Burnaby, a place in New West called Douglas College, and some other schools. We've partnered with an organization called International Student Ministries of Canada, which is a ministry on the campuses of these schools. And, international students come, they're lonely. They come to a strange place to study. They often don't know anybody. They're far away from home. What better for the church to do than to show Christian hospitality and just befriend and help them get some exposure to our culture, and many of them come with an eagerness to learn about our culture. So we've had a wonderful ministry to international students, seen many of them worship with us. We have a home, actually. Our church has a house called Mosaic House that we own, and that's a ministry or a home for female international students. We recently began a home for male international students called Risen House. So I've often said to people that it's the international students that came that had patience with us when we had a lot of cultural blind spots, that had patience with us for blunders that we made maybe culturally, because they appreciated, I think, our willingness to invite them into our homes and have them over for Thanksgiving dinner and such. But they gave us a love for people of different cultures, and that now I think our community is sensing too. So yeah, it's been good.
That's wonderful. Now the reason I wanted to talk to you is because, again, you were pretty early on in terms of my the attention that I was paying to Jordan Peterson. Now you're in Canada, so this is a little bit closer to home for you. When did you first come across Jordan Peterson, and why did you get interested in what was going on?
I was first introduced to him around the time when a piece of legislation called Bill C-16 was being discussed by our Canadian Parliament. And this was a bill that, among other things, was putting into legislation the need to grant specific rights of gender expression, gender identity, and it was closely connected to some of the things that the Ontario Human Rights Commission was purporting in terms of ensuring that organizations, government organizations in particular, schools, were speaking about or using particular language concerning transgender, and a variety of things. But Peterson was resisting some of the ideology that was behind what he saw behind Bill C-16. And many people were quite upset with him because of his refusal to use what he called legislated speech. You know, he was very concerned that our government was requiring a certain kind of speech regarding, particularly in this case, regarding sexual minorities. And that just created a real backlash on his campus at U of T. But it shot him into the spotlight. He got, and that's when I was introduced to him. I started watching a few of his videos where he kind of defended his position. And I thought, here's the fellow that is bringing, I thought, a reasoned thoughtfulness to this issue, and helping us see the way in which this legislation really was potentially undermining free speech, freedom of thought, freedom of expression. So I was intrigued by that. And I also, as a pastor, I kind of felt like, though he didn't use quote, Christian language or biblical language per se, I kind of felt like he had a underpinning or a grounding that had sensitivity to a Christian worldview, that had sensitivity to a kind of overarching narrative that we need to pay attention to. And so I kind of listened to things that he wasn't saying explicitly, and I thought, oh, this guy's interesting. So he caught my attention, and I kept paying attention to some of the things he was saying, and I watched a number of his videos on YouTube. So yeah, that's what originally, and then when he shared later, so this would have been in the when was it? How does time flies now? Spring of last year, I think, the biblical series.
Yeah, spring of 2017.
Of 2017. I listened to those lectures, and he approaches the biblical stories as in some ways as a materialist, as with an evolutionary psychology background, but boy, he identifies things that as a pastor, I thought, hey, this stuff sounds right, and in our tradition, we really believe in God's activity in creation. He reveals himself through creation. So he reveals himself through good psychology. He reveals himself through good science and good anthropology. And so as I listened to Peterson, who doesn't identify himself as a Christian, kind of explaining these narratives, I thought, I hear God's voice through some of this. I really do. I felt like he was touching on some things that I could say in a sermon, and yeah. Yeah, I could say more, but he captured my attention.
Well, has he been leaking into your sermons?
Yeah, well, a little bit. Yeah, I quoted him a little bit here and there. I've certainly mentioned to my congregation that I'm listening to him. And I have shared on a number of occasions some of the things that he teaches or has shared, even in some of those the biblical stories lecture series. So yeah.
Why, both of us have pastor friends who are in the Toronto area, and there's plenty of empty seats in their churches. And sometimes as pastors, it seems, we can't drag people in here to listen to our sermons. And this guy's charging people to go and listen to him for, people, your sermon goes a bit over a half hour, people start to grumble. This guy's going 2 hours plus. They're paying to see it. Why? What do you think's going on?
Yeah. Well, I do think in some respects, there's a confluence of things that are happening in our culture, even within our country in Canada, but more broadly, globally too, a confluence of things that are happening. And Peterson happens to be at the right place at the right time in history. And so I think he's skyrocketed just because of how things have come together, whether it's politically in Canada or even in the United States but I think that one of the things that a lot of people are drawn to is, we're as human beings, we're always looking for meaning. We're meaning makers. We're craving meaning. We're craving something that we can anchor our lives to. And yeah, in our culture in Canada, we say we're pretty secular, and you take away people's stories and their meaning, they're looking for something. And Peterson, he quite passionately speaks about meta narratives. He passionately speaks about the need for meaning in our life, and then he is quite sympathetic to the way in which the the Christian influence on the West, and so he, talks about the Bible, connects different science and psychology to the Bible, and so there is a Christian memory in our culture, and I think Peterson may be tapping into that somewhat distant Christian memory. He's tapping into people's need for meaning, and he's catching their attention. And I know one of the critiques that people have had of him is it's mainly a male audience that he connects with, a white male audience. And that, I think that's probably true. I don't have anything to disprove that, but you could argue that a lot of white males are feeling like they're losing a sense of meaning. I mean, the culture can be critical of them, and maybe at times rightly so, but they can be criticized because they're male and they're white, and so maybe Peterson is capturing them with, helping them feel like they do have purpose and meaning and value, and giving them a story to connect their lives to. I think that's a little bit of what he's doing, and people are saying, and I've heard a number of these kind of testimonies, if you call them that he's changed my life. People are saying that he has helped me, one of his, clean up my room, clean up my mess, and when I hear the kind of things that he's sharing, as a Christian pastor, we sometimes say similar kinds of things to our congregations about, we call it obedience, obedience to the Word of God. Repentance, we need to turn away from sin and turn to Christ and put on the new self, die to the old self and come to life. So we have very rich theological language, but Peterson uses similar kinds of ideas and language that, maybe isn't nuanced quite the same way. But so I hear all that stuff and I think, hey, there's a lot of echoes of the Christian message in reverberating in some of his talks and his, so.
I've had, quite a few people write me. Some of them are looking for churches. Do you think there's room in church for people who are curious and wanting to explore because Jordan Peterson has somehow God-pilled them? I mean, what's that going to look like?
Yeah, well, absolutely. I think there has to be room in our churches for people with those kinds of questions and those kinds of curiosities. In our congregation, I'll get back to that international students ministry. I have been so enriched by the kinds of questions that many, particularly Chinese students have. They come to Canada, they identify themselves as atheists. They're deeply, they've taken hold of a kind of evolutionary way of thinking about, very materialistic way of thinking about the world. They come to our church often just because somebody invited them to, and it's a good way to learn English if you can, and I have the gift of speaking fairly slowly and clearly, so international students like it because they can understand me reasonably well.
See, I got the other gift. I got the gift for old people because I'm loud. Even in seminary, I'd go preach in some churches and there'd be nobody there except a bunch of old people. They're like, we like him. He's loud. So
yeah. Actually, old people like me too because I speak slowly and clearly.
Oh, well, we're doing well.
We're doing well. Yeah. But when we would talk because we always have lunch after church for students when they come, and that's an important part of. If you come to church, you get a free lunch somewhere, and usually in people's homes or in our building. And so how many times haven't we had conversations about the meaning of life and how to understand religion, or how can we be certain of the things that the Bible teaches, or what does it mean? So international students have been just, I think, for not just for me personally, but for our congregation, because these students are often invited to our homes. People open up their homes for that lunch or whatever, and this is a place where we are permitted and encouraged to ask questions. And so, if the church can't be a place where people, express their doubts or wrestle with different ideas, then the church has lost a good part of its calling, I think. There's a cliche that all truth is God's truth. I mean, sometimes that has to be nuanced a little bit, but I think that's true. I think that God reveals his truth in science and various religions and in different ways of looking at the world. And so when people come with questions and looking for deeper understandings, I think in some ways there's a yearning for God's truth that's being expressed.
Okay. What now? You're Canadian. I'm American. I'm just kind of watching over the border, although Peterson's coming down here quite a bit.
Yeah.
What's gonna happen in Canada with this guy? I mean, are you guys gonna try and kind of put him in a box? I mean, he says if he gets arrested, he won't eat. I mean, what's gonna happen with you all up there?
Well, I wish I could tell you exactly. I don't know, but Peterson is definitely catching people's attention up here, and there are a number of people in mainstream media that are if you stereotypically, the media tends to lean left, and Peterson is identified as someone who's fairly right, so you'd expect the media to be quite critical of him, and a number of them have been, but there's also a number of well-respected journalists who are noticing Peterson and appreciating him, particularly around issues of freedom of speech, freedom of conscience, freedom of expression. Journalists care about that stuff. That's what they make their living.
That's true.
And here you have Peterson saying, we have to watch out that we don't allow an ideology to creep in and in the name of creating safe spaces, cut off certain kinds of speech or exclude that. So, he's been going on university campuses and talking and being well received by many, but being vociferously drowned out by others. There was an incident on Queen's University campus a number of weeks, maybe now a month and a half ago. If you see the YouTube videos of that, wow, people chanting and making noise, breaking a window in the auditorium where he was speaking. So what's going to happen? Well, I do think more and more people are going to pay attention to what he's saying, partly because we too I'm going to just mention something that happened fairly recently in our country concerning what's called the Canada Summer Jobs Program or grant. Organizations in our country can apply for a grant to offset the cost for hiring a summer student. And it can be any organization, but faith communities have made use of that for day camps or for different kinds of events that they host during the summer for kids and such. Well, the government recently required that any organization applying for this grant attest to a statement of values, which a lot of faith communities would say, we don't want to hire people to distribute brochures against abortion or to distribute views that speak against LGBTQ communities. but we're not prepared to make a value statement that we affirm, a woman's right to choose, that we affirm same-sex marriages. We're not going to speak against them but we're not going to affirm them. And the government was requiring an affirmation of those kind of values. A lot of faith communities said, well, we can't apply then, and we're going to challenge our government. Now, in a way, when a government requires organizations to make value statements, they're doing the kind of thing that Peterson has been warning about. This is an overreach of our government to insist on requiring certain values that aren't actually charter protected, so to speak. At least not a woman's reproductive right is not in our charter per se. But and I'm not quibbling. I'm not wanting to open that up but so what I'm saying is there's a confluence. You have a bunch of faith communities that are saying, hey, the government is overstepping its reach here. Peterson, another voice, is saying we got to be careful about governments that allow a kind of what he would say is a left-leaning, neo-Marxist kind of view to creep in. So with that kind of confluence, I think Peterson will just get more attention.
Okay.
So my sense is he's going to have an impact. My sense is on our next federal election, I could see that somehow his voice is gonna affect, say, the right-wing party, which is our Progressive Conservative Party, and they're jumping on the free speech thing already a little bit. They're jumping on this attestation thing, So I think we don't know for sure, but my sense is he's only going to gain in prominence.
So some people want him to run for public office. Do you think he'll do that?
I hope he doesn't. I don't know if he has the character of a politician. But, hey, I didn't think Donald Trump did either, and here we can
You had to bring up Trump.
I had
Nobody cannot talk about Trump. Oh,
I hope he doesn't get into politics. I think he's going to have more influence if he can lecture on campuses and do different talks and write and continue teaching. I think he's going to have a good influence in that way, but you never know.
Okay. And anything else you want to talk about, or any questions you have for me in this?
Yeah, well, I've been very intrigued, just as I've followed you a little bit on Facebook and YouTube, how you've opened up some conversation space in your own church setting for people who watch your YouTube videos to come and talk a little bit about how Jordan Peterson's message has impacted them, and so I'm curious myself, even from listening to you. How do you see some of the ways in which myself as a pastor can be open to allowing people who have been impacted by Jordan Peterson to encounter the gospel and encounter a Christian world and life view? I'd love to hear that. I don't know if that's the purpose of our interview, but
it's fine.
I'm curious about that. I'd love to see even something like that happen here if God would want that to happen. Yeah.
Well, early on I saw this thing starting, and I thought, so in some ways it's similar to, let's say, Billy Graham, and where Jordan Peterson and Billy Graham are in very different places. But, Billy Graham would come to town, do a crusade, people would get all excited. One of the things that Billy Graham learned very early on was Billy Graham had this this platform where he would engage the churches and in some ways marshal the churches to, because the Billy Graham show would leave. And my concern is, you watch some videos, you get excited about something, you get an idea, you get inspired to clean up your room. Maybe you get inspired to, straighten out your life in one way or another, fix your marriage, drink less, get off porn, play less computer games, whatever. You get inspired. But we all know that inspiration doesn't last. And what I see is that the church offers a real community of real people in real time that people can live within. And so one of the things now obviously for a lot of Jordan Peterson fans, they're not confessionally Christian. They've got questions about even the existence of God. They've got all this stuff. But one of the things that I have seen in people is that there's a hunger to talk about this, to talk about Jordan Peterson, to talk about the way that he's changed their thoughts, the ways that he's changing their life. And so immediately one of the things, a friend, John Van Donk in Southern California, I was talking to him about this, and he says, you should go to meetup.com and start a meetup. And it's like, I need something else to do. I'm already making these videos. And he says, no, you should start a meetup. And so we've had 3 of them here. And I visited one in the Bay Area last Sunday night. And I think it is important for people to find each other, to have a way to talk through this. In a sense, what the internet offers is people on the extremes of any bell curve to actually find each other. But this connection through the internet is not like a person-to-person connection. I had one guy call me, and he might drive up from Fresno, which is not a small drive, to visit my church, and we'll probably do lunch after church. But he says, who can I talk about this to in my life? Because you're kind of like me. Your family's like, what are you listening to this guy for? And I don't have 3 hours to listen to his any bloody videos. I mean, come on. But this has been a very significant thing in not a small number of people's lives. And, so when I had my interview with Peterson last week, this was one of the things I really wanted to ask him. And I think he's just been on this status rocket. I mean, when he goes into these interviews, he's just trying to keep his own head together in this thing. But what about all these people that are in his wake, that are thinking about God and trying to put this together? And okay, so I'm a pastor, and so I see this, and instinctively I think somebody's got to come alongside these people. And it's not about, I'm going to tell you what to think, or I'm going to get you to give money, or I'm going to, slam you into my organization. One of the things about Christian Reformed pastors, we tend to not be high pressure people. I mean, we don't cram on people. But my question and my encouragement, and some of the pastors in the Bay Area and such, I've been talking to them and saying, what would it be like to make a space for these people? And it's not intrusive. So when I do my meetups, it's really hard for me not to pray before the meeting, because that's so instinctive for us. But we talk about Jordan Peterson, and if asked, I'll certainly talk about it from a Christian perspective. That's what a lot of my videos are on. But I wonder where, and I have no idea where any of this is going, but shoot, we let AA groups, we let community organizations, we give all kinds of people space in church to do all kinds of good things. And I wonder what it would mean if churches opened their doors to some of these people and said, we're just going to give you space to talk. And we'll be conversation partners if you want us to be, and we'll walk alongside you. And I think that could be a big deal. And I have a heart for people when they come to me and they say, I've had a lot of struggle in my life, and I haven't been able to I haven't been able to, get a degree, and I haven't been able to build a stable relationship with, and find a spouse, and I haven't been able to keep a job, and I've struggled with substances, and I've got real issues with meaning. And I think, this, as pastors, this is our calling. These are people that, and now, especially in this group, we look at them and we think, we haven't had, the church has had almost zero traction with this, especially with scientistic, materialistic, atheistic communities. We haven't had any traction with this, with these people. And via this guy, people are coming to us and saying, I want to learn about the Bible. And I think to myself, and I think about, what I want to say to my Christian Reformed pastors who are colleagues, good grief, how do you not see this? So that's my pitch. And I know, you know as well as I do, some of our colleagues look at this and say, we shouldn't have anything to do with Jordan Peterson.
Yeah.
And this is, for whatever reason they don't have any interest in that. And to me, it's like, all right, but don't stand in my way, because I think this could potentially be a movement of God beyond something that in the scope of Western history has been a terminal trajectory, where people get more and more secular, and then we haven't seen a lot turn around and say, hey, I'm interested again. And so to me, I've wanted to figure out why the turn, what's going on. So here's my spiel.
Yeah. Well, I'm encouraged by what you've done, and I'm sensing it's going to be a little contagious, maybe even for me. So, one of the things that I've shared with a couple of my colleagues that speaks at least to some degree the way that Jordan Peterson is captivating people. This is a young man in my church. He's 17. I know him really well. He knows that I've been listening to Jordan Peterson, and at first I don't think he cared too much about the fact that I was, but he's a video gamer, and somehow through the video game Twitch or whatever screen, he's another video gamer just happened to mention Peterson, and he's like, well, shoot, I know Andrew, and he's I'm going to listen to something. And so this young 17-year-old guy listens to Jordan Peterson for almost 45 minutes. And he talked to me and he said, that Jordan Peterson actually says a lot of things that we should be saying in the church, shouldn't we?
Wow.
He's talking about, and this was his language, he's talking about marriage, and he's talking about responsibility, and he's talking about, taking care of, the mess in your life. He says, that sounds a lot like what you say, Andrew, so I thought, well, here's a 17-year-old young man, and he wasn't that interested in Peterson. He has no real political interest, but boy, when he heard this guy talk, and he thought, and Andy said, it's a voice we don't hear at all anymore. Like, we don't hear people saying this stuff except in the church. We hear people saying, repent, or with theological language, but
right.
So anyways, this young man intrigued me, and I thought, wow, he's hearing some of this too, and so I agree with you, Paul, that Peterson is an interesting phenomenon, and if in the church we can help people find a place to talk about how they've been impacted, and as Christian pastors, we have this wonderful sovereign view of how God works through all kinds of different people and experiences, and who knows how God is speaking through a man like Jordan Peterson, and so yeah, it's quite a phenomenon, isn't it?
It certainly is. It certainly is. Well, I really appreciate your time, Andrew, and your willingness to talk to me and your willingness to tape this. You always say tape. Why tape? I'm so old. Jordan Peterson, I saw a video today, and he's like, people can't set their VCR, and he's talking to a bunch of college students. I said, they don't even know what a VCR is.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for reaching out to me too. Yeah.
Oh, my pleasure. I'm glad we could have this conversation. And I'll put a link to your church in the notes so people can find you if they want to talk to you and are interested. And yeah, if you want any tips on how to start a meetup, let me know.
Okay.
All right.
Great. Thanks,
Thank
Paul.
you, Andrew.
Take care.
Bye-bye. Okay, so I'm recording. So
right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just in regards to,
tell me a little bit about
absolutely.
yourself.
Wonderful. So I'm a pretty technical and analytical person. So I have a little Word document that I prepared in terms of just some things that to go over with you. But I remember one of the first things that is just so cool about this whole YouTube and space is that I don't know if I learned this correctly, but in ancient Greece or wherever, maybe like a town square, used to be able to just go and look and listen to people and pick your teacher and kind of be a disciple, obviously, as well with Jesus. And YouTube has more or less allowed that to happen. And I just think it is just such a wonderful way to just be able to pick out different people. And like I said, whether it's Jordan Peterson or yourself and whatever else, it's like living in those times where, you could just listen to somebody, preaching or teaching. And that just reminded me a lot of that. So do you feel the same way?
Oh, absolutely. It's a wonderful technology, and I've certainly been blessed by it and enjoy using it. So, and just doing what we're doing now for me is one of this is just a really cool thing.
Right.
So where are you at? You're obviously in a different time zone if you're getting home from work.
Yeah, well, I'm not getting home. I came home on my lunch, and
okay.
So I'm in Florida, just north of Orlando.
Oh, you're just on the East Coast. That's not so far.
Exactly, and so it's a good time. Am I your first call of the day, or I don't know how many?
I start on Wednesdays. I start my calls at 10. So I try
Okay.
to. I've got a balanced church and everything, so I've got limited time for these kind of calls. So that's why I have the setup that I do.
Absolutely, and I'm a commercial banker and big into finance and everything. And knowing you're in Sacramento and have the cost of living there, it's got to be very, very difficult. With as much as people love the idea of California, just the prices of a home and everything, and having a family and running a small church and stuff. I have nothing but admiration for what you do and the way that you approach it and handle it.
Well, thank you. So Sacramento isn't quite as bad as the Bay Area. The people move to Sacramento from the Bay Area just for a little bit more affordability, but compared to a lot of other places in the country, it's just
right.
the way it is.
So right before I go into telling you a little bit about myself, I mean this with the utmost sincerity, and that what you remind me of is that scene in the Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, where it's like you have chosen wisely. Like I just think that that if Jesus came down and saw what you're doing at Living Stones and your ministry and what you've said about the Dominican Republic and everything else, that he would just be delighted. And we'll get a little bit more into my background as a Roman Catholic and with the gold and the Vatican and everything else and stuff. But my heart is like, I just love watching your videos, and you're able to show Christianity maybe in a different light than me, in terms of just being able to laugh and be happy and still be able to incorporate the teachings and stuff. So I just feel like there's all these different people out there that would pick the different Sam Harris or whoever else. That's the shiny one with all the jewels and everything else. But Paul Vanderklay is the real deal that's there. And you've been such a blessing. When I first came across Jordan Peterson, I was hoping in some ways, not that he was any particular denomination, that he would say he was a Christian, to help, with narrowing that gap for me. But it wasn't, what his work wasn't enough, and you filled that gap for me. And I've learned through your videos that there's always going to be a leap of a certain sense, but I needed his, all the things that he was incorporating, but through a Christian lens and a Christian perspective. And so that's, I always have that visual, is that, you have chosen wisely when I watch your videos.
Oh, thank you. That's very, very gracious. I appreciate it.
So I don't know if you know much about, like, we've exchanged tweets, and I've sent you an email at times and stuff. Maybe my name does or doesn't ring a bell, but I'm
you got a nice, memorable name.
Yeah, exactly. And I remember you mentioning the way you're so fond of C.S. Lewis, and was it Lewis that was nicknamed Jack, or was it somebody else that was? Yeah, exactly. And I was watching. I made it through most of your talk with Ron Dart, and I'm pretty caught up to a lot of your the videos that you posted. And I'll admit, I really, really enjoy the Job and some of the other Dutch friends that you have, and their perspective and stuff. I can really appreciate them as someone. I kind of look at it, the way that I am is, if you go to a conference or after school, or the way I was in college, I'm the person that's staying after, asking questions and really wanting to learn. And 29 out of 30 people I want to be out of there as soon as possible. Can't wait to get out of there, and I'm the one that just really, really wants to learn. And
you would be at my you'd be at my meetup late, and I'd have to start kicking you out at 11 o'clock. You'd be one of that crew.
Exactly. So, I'm that 1 out of 30 that really, really cares and really wants to figure things out, and have always wrestled with these type of questions. And I have the late, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock discussions with my father and stuff. And it doesn't change anything, and doesn't change the world per se, but I'm just drawn to it. And like I said, I think we share so much in common. I consider myself a fiscal liberal, but a social conservative, I guess, is the best way to put it. And more like I guess they call them the Reagan Democrats, but even like Reagan, a lot different than the current conservative Republican Party. And when you shared that in a recent video about a pro-life Democrat and stuff like that, I could really, really relate. So a little bit about myself. I don't know if it's going to be more about myself or some of the questions I have, but either way, I just wanted to share. So when somebody says, describe yourself, I was thinking about, the first thing you say should probably be one of the most important. So, I'm 38 years old. I'm happily married, and I recently became a proud father for the first time. My son's 8 months old.
Terrific.
And it's been a dream of mine ever since I was a little kid. And it wasn't about the career or the money or the success. It was all about being a father and having my dream was always to wake up on Christmas morning and give my wife a kiss as the kids ran in, and just say that life is good and stuff. So I had that out from a very, very young age. And some people roll out of bed and say, what happened? I'm married and kids. I don't know when this happened, or it's just something that so many people achieve that goal, but for me, it was always going to be, one of the most important ones. And
wow, that's wonderful.
I spent my career thus far as primarily as a commercial credit analyst and portfolio manager. So I'm an underwriter at commercial banks, and it's been difficult in terms of my ethics and my morals and beliefs, especially with the financial crisis and all the pain that the banks have caused, mostly Wall Street banks. And so I made a choice to become a regulator with the state of Florida, and help ensure the safety and soundness of the financial, and started working with community banks. And I've since left and worked for a community bank now, and actually help make loans to people that really need it, not the people that are so wealthy that they don't really need it. And so, but I still feel the words I wrote down here are, my soul is like I said, it's not balanced or at rest or good with the profession that I'm in and stuff. So very analytical, and we can get into a little bit more of that as we go on. So I said I don't consider myself a typical Peterson viewer, but I know that a lot of times people have a conversation with you and you're like, your story's not that unusual. You think, it's really unique or that. I was a perfectionist. I don't consider myself particularly smart, but I try to, I overcome that by working really hard or more than somebody else. So my SAT wasn't as good as maybe it should be, but I was a 4.0 student and that kind of stuff and would stay up late. So I was a perfectionist. I had a clean room. I didn't play video games all day and everything else. So I'm kind of coming at Peterson from maybe a different perspective, but more from people that are like the Eric Weinsteins and people that are just intellectually curious and wanting to get at the big questions of life. And that's what my understanding is what the Greeks did. They talked about these things and what's the purpose of life? Where do we come from? And now it's more or less about the your career and job training, and they're not even doing a particularly good job in college of doing that per se. So I don't know if you caught the Joe Rogan experience with Mr. Yang, Andrew Yang, or if you've heard much about his candidacy.
No, I haven't. I saw that he did it, but I haven't listened to it yet.
Yeah, I've been following him for a little while, and he's pretty left on the spectrum, but he's really in favor of a universal basic income. And as somebody who, I'm not particularly knowledgeable in terms of religion or biology or anything else, but I know finance and economics and banking very, very well. And he makes a lot of really good points, and I think you'll really, really enjoy his talk a lot. And I know that you watch Joe Rogan from time to time. So
yeah. I'll check it out then.
Video. I know it's another video that you have to try to squeeze in amongst your day, but I think you'll enjoy it. So, I was going to say one of the big things that in terms of my faith is that both my parents were born in Poland, so I'm 100% Polish, and they came over in the 60s. And so I'm sure you probably know, Polish is, I think there was last year they took a survey, and 93% of Polish people associate themselves as being Catholic, and I think there's about 2% that are other faiths, and then about 5% that don't affiliate. And I hear stories about, I've never been there, and it's a dream of mine to go there, but of even punk rockers with tattoos and mohawks that when they are on a public bus and they pass a church, they make the sign of the cross. So I mean, that's how ingrained it is in their culture, in terms of your faith. And so I can really respect, in one of your talks you talked about, oh, Paul, well, why aren't you, it wasn't why aren't you Catholic, but it was like, well, why are you CRC? And you were like, well, my father was, and I've come from a long line of that. And I still, I'm open to all, have a very high in openness and love learning about all the different faiths. But I mean, for me, it would be so hard to leave the Roman Catholic faith, given how ingrained it was in, just the actions of my father. And I have just the utmost, when you said you described your father as giving the shirt off your back, and I go to visit with him and he wants me to sleep in his bed. And he's, he was just unbelievably selfless. And I just, a lot of people think that way of, of their father when they have a good father in their life. And I just could really relate the relationship that you had. It sounds like you have with your dad, and then the relationship that I have with my dad. So, so that's a little bit, like I said, being of Polish descent, and is a large, and the Roman Catholic, not necessarily American Catholicism, but more of the Polish Catholicism, and all of the suffering that the Polish people have gone through. I don't know how much you know, but when you have Germany invading from the West, and Russia from the East, and how the U.S., like I said, what happened after the war, becoming a puppet of the Soviet Union, and obviously the Pope John Paul, and that whole ending of the Soviet Union, and how the first Polish Pope in history, and speaking 12 languages, and all that he did for the church, is obviously somebody that is really respected in our family. So
I read Timothy Snyder's Bloodlands, which is about the history of the space, so Poland, Belarus, Ukraine, from the 20s to the 50s, and just I mean,
being wiped off the map for over 100 years, and the people that still kept it. It reminded me a lot of one of your recent. It might have been one of your the Sunday school or preparation for your sermon, but you were talking about people that are able to contain their faith even when they don't have a place. Whether it was like the people from Israel and the Jewish people as they were roaming and stuff, but being how you can still consider yourself Polish despite the fact that you don't live in any place on a map that represents Polish, and keeping that spirit, especially when you had the Nazi regime, and then you had communism, which had basically abandoned all faith and belief in God, and it's really interesting reading some of those like Dostoevsky and Tolstoy, and that went in regards to them finding faith despite everything around them kind of going in the opposite direction. And I'm not by any stretch of the imagination believe that communism would work, but I think that Peterson approaches it a lot more from an economic standpoint than he does from a faith standpoint. And I think when you lose your belief in a higher power in God, and you're willing to do anything to make ends meet, and the nihilism that approaches it, I think that has another dimension to it. And I don't know that it could ever work or should be tried in a society as large as the United States. But I also look to like the American Indians. I just have a lot of respect for their cultures, the fact that they respected their elders, and they were in touch with the earth, and when they killed an animal, they had respect for it and stuff. And I don't know a lot about the East, but Peterson makes such a beautiful and the order and chaos analogy that you do, and then he's very, it seems right on a lot of issues, are a lot really political. And I just think that and he talks about keeping your pretend when you listen to somebody that they have something that you might learn from, or something from his 12 rules. And I just think he isn't as open-minded as maybe I would hope him to be in some of these aspects. I always respected a professor who could argue both sides of a point equally well, and you never knew where they stood, and they let you make up your mind for yourself. And there's times where he'll just say, I don't know that, or that's not in my expertise. And he's so smart in so many different fields and when you have people that are just paying to see you, and you're traveling all around the world, and you have a Q&A that you can ask any question. I have a lot of respect that he doesn't have just canned questions, and that he's willing to take those on. But at the same time, I think sometimes it was just like, yeah, maybe that's not my area of expertise, or I could learn more from because I still think that respecting your elders and culture, the individual might be more important, but it doesn't have to be an either or type thing. That there's a lot about society and community that is lost when you go to a strictly individual approach. So it'd be interesting other people flesh out more of his ideas on that. So like I said, in terms of my background, I was going to kind of talk about more or less the tale of two Jacks, so to speak.
Okay.
My worldview was very much that if I put my mind, I could accomplish anything. As I was kind of growing up, and I was blessed in a wonderful household with two loving parents, and upper middle class, upper middle class, and I really didn't have very many struggles looking back on it that would prepare me for life. And I just have some kind of notes in terms of kind of the old Jack. It helped to kind of, it's still a part of me, obviously, but it's also I've grown from there. I was more or less, if you remember the show Family Ties, I was like Alex P. Keaton.
Yeah.
That type of where he was rebelling against his liberal parents by being conservative, when most people have conservative parents and rebel by being a little bit liberal. So I think that's kind of paints a nice picture. I always wanted to be at the adult table. I'm Jack Jr. and I was nicknamed JJ, and I said my name is Jack, not Jack Jr. One of these guys. I was an old soul. I was more or less introverted. I was raised with old-fashioned values. I was analytical. I was introspective, always in my own head, serious. I was always serious first. And, oh, you're joking or you're laughing. I didn't understand how guys could give each other kind of a hard time that when they cared for each other. I was just like, why are you, making fun of me or giving me a hard time? I've been nothing but nice to you. So that was just my dad was raised, and my dad treated my wife with very old-fashioned values in Poland, and so when we'd get together for Christmas or Easter or whatever else, the guys would get together at a table and tell stories, and all the women would talk in the kitchen, and then the women would come out with the food, and you'd have your wife around you, and then the conversations. But that was normal to me, right? And you go to college, you learn that there's no real such thing as normal. It's what's normal to you, but everybody's got their own sense of normal, right? So but so when you try to take something, I was born in America, I went to American schools and stuff, realize is that kind of jumping ahead, but I went through a really, really painful divorce, and the woman I married was of American descent, or American and born and raised, and so the coming together, and she was also somebody that really didn't have faith, and born with faith, and some other details that we'll get into. And so you just realize that for her, that wasn't normal. Like, why aren't you helping me out in the kitchen or whatever else? And it was normal to me, and it wasn't anything disrespectful. It was just the way that things kind of worked. And I don't know if it's similar with the Dutch or having your own customs and that. But
the immigrants do.
It's just something about it, and I've learned more about it recently, whether it's you might not follow or probably know, but there's a guy named Bas Rutten. He's an MMA guy. He's a famous Dutch, he was a pro fighter, but he recently came out and he did talks about refining his Catholicism, and he was basically on a movie with Kevin James, and Kevin James is a pretty prominent Catholic, and during breaks in the shooting, he would bring in very prominent priests or theologians or whatever else, and he invited Boss to come by and had somebody explain it to a certain way that it never explained before. But he has this joy and this happiness in life, and this twinkle in his eye, and I see it in Job and some of the other people that you interview. I just love the Dutch spirit, and I don't know a lot about it. I was born and raised in Michigan, and so obviously Grand Rapids and that. I was born in Detroit, but I grew up in Troy, Michigan, which is Troy, Birmingham, Royal Oak. It's one of the suburbs, and
I have in-laws
went
there.
to a small private Christian. Yeah, do you? Okay. Yeah. So that was where I was born and raised, and Polish people came to Detroit looking for a job with the big three, automotive, and willing to work hard. My grandfather walked with a Polish to English dictionary, to get a job, and he basically moved trucks off the line for Dodge Truck from that's all he did is walk across the street and came back and was never late. And there's even a story about my other grandfather during the Detroit riots, where he said, I got to go to work. And so he put a shotgun on the top of his dash, hoping not to have to use it, but I'm going to work. That's what I do. I have a family and stuff. So
there's actually a lot of in Grand Rapids, there's a significant Polish community too. And so
is it really?
Oh yeah, so the Grand Rapids was heavily Dutch. Western Michigan was heavily Dutch. That's where a lot of the Dutch immigrants settled, but a lot of Polish immigrants in that side of the state too, and very similar work ethic as the Dutch and immigrant values as the Dutch. But it was Reformed and Catholic, which for the Dutch felt very at home because the Netherlands is very Catholic and Reformed. So there's a lot of commonality. Plus the Dutch also were surrounded by bigger, more powerful neighbors, and they were always, under somebody else's boot, except for short times where they had their own thing going. So there's a fair amount of similarities between the Dutch and the Polish.
And I completely relate. I think one of the people said that they could only find mostly Catholic churches around them. I don't know if it was Job or one of the other ones, and they didn't really feel at home there. And then they went to the kind of the smaller church, and they felt more at home there. And I could completely relate to so many of these people, even though that I was so blessed to be born into the faith, and confirmation and first communion and all of those things. But I still am approaching it from a little bit of a different perspective. Some of them, it seems like that the Christianity virus gets inside of their head, and they just can't shake it, and they want to shake it more than anything. And for me, it was kind of the opposite when you started reading some things, when I started, having doubts or questioning my faith, that, this other bug of doubt kind of got into me, and I was kind of trying to shake it. And I really looking forward to talking to you and helping me, maybe steer me in the right direction when I tell you about the specific things that I struggling with and that. So I think I'm doing okay in terms of time. We want to be respectful for your time and everything. So
I got someone after you at 11, so 11 my time. So
okay.
So we
Gotcha. Perfect.
got another 25 minutes.
Okay, perfect. And so, so I really tried to be a perfect person as a child. And if the way that I would describe that is that, I really I had all these filters in my head, and I really tried to say the right thing and be like the best person that I could be. And not offend anybody, with all my words and everything. And then as I've, so that I think I've given you a little bit, between a lot about the Jack number one, if we want, or God one and God two, or, Jack one, or my worldview. But basically, I really didn't have a lot of, hardships that I had to face, and things were, it's like I broke my arm or something else, like big deal in the big scheme of things. And so I was like, there wasn't anything that I could put my mind to. And then when I got divorced, I was with the person I was with. I met her in college. We were together for 6.5 years. We were married for a year and a half. And that Polish instinct in me is, it's not about how miserable you are or whatever else. You made a commitment in front of God, and you're going to you're going to stick to it. And I've realized that you can't make somebody love you, and there was nothing I could do. I could arrange for counseling or whatever, that somebody that wants to stay with you. And so this was something that I couldn't fix. I couldn't work hard enough. I just used to look at people that went through a divorce with very naive goggles. They're just not willing to work hard enough to make it work. And I think there's some of that in our culture. But while I wasn't dogmatic, and again, it's very typical in terms of a lot, maybe some Catholics, maybe not attending mass as much as I should, or knowing as much of the biblical stories, or reading the Bible and that kind of stuff. But we really lived our faith and held ourselves accountable and that kind of thing as a family. And so potentially losing my Catholicism, if I didn't get an annulment or wasn't able to get an annulment, was like a really tough thing that I kind of struggled with. So I will say that when I went to college, I went to Alma College in Michigan. It was founded Presbyterian, and it's got a lot of a Scottish kind of. They do the Highland Games there. It's just north of Lansing, and so I wanted
college would play them.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Absolutely.
Same division. Yeah.
Yep. And so kind of going in to college, I was accepted at the University of Michigan and some other really prestigious schools. But I had a influential teacher in my high school that said, "I'm on the board there. I'll waive your application fee. It was some of the best years of my life. Just give it a try." And they're going and just being a number at some of these other schools and be a 4.0 student and not getting a scholarship. I went to Alma, and they said, "Alma College welcomes Jack Hayes right here on the a little board." And that was enough for me. And I said, I want to be a big fish in a small pond, and I don't want to be one of 200 students. I would want to be able to talk to my professors and that, and the rest is kind of history. But during that time, there's a lot of Protestants that went to that, and what a wonderful time college is for having late night debates and getting questioned and your beliefs and everything. And I had a couple friends that would just take me to task with chapter and verse on the Pope infallibility and all of the things that you hear about Catholicism, that kind of shook things a little bit and realized why do I believe some of these things and that I've come to believe, and the more saved and the more different faith and works versus just faith alone, and the stuff that obviously you just know so much about and stuff. But it was and so I had my father arranged for a dinner with a priest, and I got a lot of those questions more or less answered, and so that was kind of my first kind of inkling into kind of a shaken faith, so to speak. And then after my divorce, I went to Charleston, South Carolina. It's kind of a strange story, but for somebody that is so analytical and trying to make the right decision all the time and not make a mistake, and I didn't make decisions for myself. I didn't make decisions to make my dad proud. That was the primarily thing that I wanted to do, maybe to a fault. So I didn't really learn how to make decisions. I just wanted to make my family and my proud. Most kids hate when they're are worried when their parents go to parent-teacher conferences. Couldn't wait for my dad to tell me that that he was proud of me, and it wasn't from a lack of love or anything like that. My dad told me, he said, Jackson. He called me Jackson, and that's what we named my son. My nickname was Jackson. So I wanted him to be his own man one day, but also to keep the line, the family name. And so he said, Jackson, as long as you try your best, that's all I can ever expect from you. And for me, that was like the ticket for my perfectionism, which was like, if I got a 98%, but I missed one that I shouldn't have missed, I was hard on myself. I knocked the mirror off my car on mistake when I was pulling into the driveway or backing out, and I punished myself. I went into my room, and my dad's like, I did the same thing. It's okay. He was loving, he was understanding, but I just wanted to, make my father so proud. And so I didn't really make decisions, for myself. And I wanted to be this kind of like, stereotypical, trying to be the perfect person that I could be, but not be myself. And I don't know how I'm still working through that in some ways and understanding that. But after I went through my divorce, and the Jack that you're talking to now is open and very compassionate and empathetic. And I had a lot of those traits before, but nothing like going through trauma and suffering and pain to really bring out some of those attributes. And I got this feedback from my friends, said, Jack, we liked you before, you were a great guy, but we really didn't know you. We didn't know really what to make of you. You're really quiet and reserved and, in your head. And now when I was in so much pain, I had to open up to other people, including, my friends and stuff. They got to know me and got to know the real me and flaws and all. And they really appreciated me being able to open up, and it really changed the way I am. So when I still think of myself as this, young adult and teen and even college of reserved and then people are like, I can't picture you like that at all. You're so open. You're willing to talk about anything. And that just like, I just can't believe that. And so, it's, going through a divorce isn't anything that I would wish on my worst enemy. But at the same time, it was the way that, I was able to, gain some very important qualities and traits that have really kind of served me, served well, I guess. So, but kind of circling back around, so being such an analytical person, my mom died tragically, and so the divorce and my mom dying tragically, and a failed business that my dad spent a lot of money on my mom, their retirement money when she wasn't able to go back to work when she was sick, because she was a dental hygienist, and one of the things was that she had, when they were doing all these tests on her, they found that she had aneurysms in her brain, and had several of them, and they were large. And what they were concerned about was that as a dental hygienist, even though she was cleared to go back to work, she loved her patients. Her patients would follow her wherever she went, and she would buy them presents. And that was like really a big part of her life, was her patients. And when she couldn't go back to work because they're afraid that one could pop at any time and be a liability, she wasn't able. So she went through the Cobra health insurance. And then after that, the health insurance was my dad's retirement account. And, when you look at any medical bill, that top line that a lot of people never pay, well, that's what people without insurance pay. And there wasn't anything that we could, do about it. So my dad lost a lot of money doing that. And then when my brother was struggling, he took hundreds of thousands of dollars, which was a large, significant share of his savings, to help open up a business to give my brother a future. And, we were doing well, and we were doing a great business. And then the financial crisis hit, and, people didn't have disposable income and stuff. The business was a video game lounge and entertainment suites business. And what it was designed to do was, I was an athlete. My brother was a little bit more into video games and that kind of stuff. But, for young adults who had those arcades back in the 80s, and they could have a place and a community and, a place to go. And this was to, try to help kids get out of their basement or at their house, or give parents a place where they could have their kids. And when the financial crisis hit, it just decimated the business. And, we were only able to sell it for pennies on the dollar to, somebody that was trying to keep it going. But so, it was just like one after another. And, I really still didn't necessarily question my faith at that time, but when I would go back to church, I'm sure you can appreciate this, that whenever I went back to church, and when some of these stories that you tell, like, they just, happened, this coincidence, the guy that was walking on the trail, I'm so sorry, I'm bad with names. He was going on the trail, and then the one person told him about coming to church with them, and he's just like,
that's
I don't
Darren.
want to do that. Or Darren, yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So, or the, where they have this fortuitous event and stuff. For me, every time I would go back to church, it was like, we have 3 collections today, and it's going to be for our third social. It's for our third social hall, or I'd have a priest who was in his homily talking about financial issues, and there's a time in the Catholic liturgy for when matters. And I know that it's tough, and I'm a finance person, and I watch every penny that you got to pay the light bill, and you got to make ends meet and for contribution. But it's like at the third social hall or something, and I'm just trying to get back, and I'm trying to get away. It's my time to get away from banking and finance. And in my career as a credit analyst, I'm trying to identify risks and mitigate them, and I'm always looking at the negative side of how something can go wrong. And our family has a really strong on my mother's side, suicide and depression, genetic that runs through that family. So I'm predisposed to that, and like I said, so it's very difficult when you have that, and it's very similar to the way that Peterson describes it in some of his older videos, where he's like, I'm on an antidepressant right now, and I'm never ever going to go off it. It's changed my life. He would sleep all the time. He had was lethargic and all these other types of things. So I have the utmost sympathy for people that suffer from depression, from the passing or a difficult time, or for some, but with those people, it's like I can, at least you can go back and say, I have something, and I'm supposed to be grieving right now, and this is supposed to be happening. I can lay it to. And with people where it's more genetic, it's like you could be having a great day, and this cloud comes over you, and the voices start coming, and there's no real trigger, and it's just the strangest it's the strangest thing. Thank God that they're doing so many things, but I just know that there's a lot of people that have depression, and it's just it's just so misunderstood, and such a bad word. Talk about not having the right word in your language for a condition, whether it's translating the Bible or anything else. And that's the depression is. There's so many different things. There's traumatic events, and then there's the kind of more genetic, and they're doing a lot of different work on it. But so that was just really something that was difficult to go through all of these all these times. And when I really felt like that I was being called, or I was upset at God, but how can you be upset at God at someone or something that doesn't exist? And I wanted to go back and really get helped. Like I said, I would have one of those unfortunate events with the the going to church and it being about money or whatever else, and I said, like, that's not why why I'm here. And that's why you talk about a small little church and this and that, and I mean that's just in the Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade analogy. Just that really speaks to me. That's the way that I that I'm being drawn to. But I'm really with the way that you are with CNC, the Catholicism is very important. And I remember reading a Robin Williams quote, which is from one of his stand-up specials, which is, I think he said, I'm Episcopal, not Catholic. It's the same as Catholicism. It's the same beliefs. It's just half the guilt. I don't know if you've ever have you heard that? And I didn't know enough about it, but I'm like, man, I got to try an Episcopal church, because I'm a serious person, and I'm really, really hard on myself. And there's all these Christians that are laughing and enjoying their lives and not being hard on themselves. I'm looking at, man, like I did a really good job today, and I still sin this and this. Like, I'm a horrible person and I'm beaten down. Some people need that, to kind of get down their ego. And I'm the opposite. I need to be kind of built up, because maybe it's a low self-esteem issue or something as I was growing up, or being, more of a gentleman and quiet and reserved. I wasn't particularly good with, dating. And so my dad taught me all these old fashioned values that, in America, it's a little bit different. And it's more kind of the outgoing and type guy, and that gets maybe a little bit more attention. And when I met my current wife, and she's from England, born and raised in England, and she was over here temporarily. And it seems like our values are very meshed. Maybe some of Europe, some parts of Europe, yes and no. Every country's different. Have a lot of the there was a lot of overlap to some of those values and stuff. But I will say now moving on, we just have a couple, about 10 more minutes or less. So I won't probably get as much of my questions, but I went to Charleston, South Carolina, because my mom, her favorite movie was The Notebook, and it became to become one of my favorite movies. So it's a complete opposite end of the spectrum of being an analytical person and watching documentaries as a love story. And you remember, I don't know if you've ever seen it.
I've never seen it.
Noah. It's a fantastic movie, and it opens up the book and the movie. It's with Rachel McAdams and trying to think of who plays the lead role of Noah. But he says, "I'm just a simple man. There will be no books written about me, but I've loved someone with all my heart, and that's always been enough," or something, right? And that just spoke to me, bam. And so I went with my dad in memory of my mom, and I went around Charleston, South Carolina, where it was filmed, and went to all the filming locations and everything else. Had a great road trip with my dad in memory of my mom, and ended up spending some time in Charleston, South Carolina, just kind of following my heart, trying to figure things out after my divorce. And I ended up going to Charleston Southern University to take some MBA classes. And Charleston Southern is Baptist, and so I had my experience, with in college with some Protestants, but then with going to an MBA program at Baptist college. Even though it was an MBA program and business minded and stuff like that, it was really eye opening, and that's where I got introduced to the Veritas Forum. Where there's really, really good information. But I also was watching all of these debates, and Christopher Hitchens, for the first time, was a virus that kind of infected my brain, and created sick and commanded to be well. And why didn't Jesus talk about slavery? And it's a celestial North Korea, if you're commanded. And at least the Old Testament, when you died, there was no more suffering. And then in the New Testament, your suffering is going to go after you die. We're going to punish you after you're dead. And I don't know if you follow or have seen much of Hitchens or his with Alistair McGrath and some of his the points that he makes, but he's just very, very persuasive, and he's very. It's just very difficult for somebody that is a very logical and a lot of the Jordan people that are attracted, and a lot of the people that are the atheists and agnostic viewers that are kind of finding Peterson, I wouldn't say experimenting, but starting to read more about Christianity. So mine's kind of like a reverse of all of that, So in terms of just some questions that I kind of wrote down for myself is in terms of the kind of the spiritual. You get this question so much, but there's a book that was written recently. It was about it's called like Bad Jesus, and it was like the ethical teachings of Jesus. It's some religious scholar that wrote it, and I was saying, I'm so, I want to become a little bit more practical. And so, will I know whether or not the resurrection ever happened? No. Will I ever know a lot of these things? I'll never know. But what I can do is read the Gospels and read the New Testament and look at Jesus as an ethical figure, and look the way that he navigated through life and the parables and everything else, and use that. So that's something that I wanted to do. And I came across this book and some other criticisms of just, it's just a fundamental belief of the Christians that Jesus was the essential character that you model yourself after, and he is like a perfect person. He never sinned. He didn't make any mistakes or anything else. And then you read some of these criticisms, or if you type in criticisms of Jesus about ethics, on the internet, and the people are just talking about just all of these different things. And I just need more information. I need more help. I can read the Bible, but I need it in the proper context. I need to have somewhat of a commentary or something to help me understand, because I know that there's good answers to some of these questions that Hitchens and this other biblical scholar. I think Justin Breverly would have a wonderful debate with this this book about bad Jesus and the misguided teachings of about versus somebody that would really talk about Jesus's ethics as being moral and just. So any help?
I had
in
never
terms
heard of the book before, so I'm just looking at it now on Amazon. Looks like a very interesting book, and I think you're right. That'd be a perfect thing for Justin Brierley to take on.
Right.
Make a
And so,
perfect setup for Unbelievable.
Right. And then in terms of, and I'm just going to rapid fire a couple of these.
Sure.
I heard a saying once: "Wear a cross, bear a cross." And that was something that was kind of interesting to me, and so taking on a burden, carrying a cross, after the way that Jordan Peterson and how important it is to meeting, it has a whole other meaning to me. Yeah. But when you look at life, do you think or look at life as a test of some ways? Does God test the people that He loves the most? Does any of that ring true, or is it completely against it? I'm just curious of how you view, especially when you lose the ability for me to try to be the perfect person. You still want to act well, but you're acting more like yourself, which is when I act more like myself, I'm gonna sin a little bit, sin a little bit more and be more the person that kind of comes out naturally. But if I believe and I'm doing my best to act out my faith and the best way, what is the purposes of us being here? And is it a test? Is it to help prepare us? I just was wondering how you view that.
Well, one of the interesting things, of course, the book of James famously begins in verse 2. Consider it pure joy, my brothers and sisters, whenever you face many trials of many kinds, because you know that the testing of your faith produces perseverance, and let perseverance finish its work, so that you may become mature and complete, not lacking in anything. Because I'm a Christian, I think that this life for us is the front porch to whatever it is God is doing further up and further in. So the New Testament is quite clear that that God does test us, but He tests us not to exclude us, but tests us to perfect us. And it's interesting in the New Testament, test and trial, they all come from the same Greek words. So right, but yet at the same time, Jesus in the Lord's Prayer invites us to pray and keep us from the time of testing. So while we will certainly be tested, and I think you testified to that in the story about your divorce, it also sounds from your story like He used that painful process to refine you, and in fact to make you, to perfect you. And I think that's what God does through trials and testing often. But I want to be careful with that, because some people then make kind of a facile equation. Well, if things are hard, then God is doing this, and reality is just a little too complicated to make those kinds of connections and simplistically. But I think Christians can very easily say that when we suffer trials and difficulties, that these are opportunities for God to perfect us. And so then what is this life in terms of where He's taking us? We know very, very little about the next chapter, but then we lean on the goodness of God and say, okay, so I believe that the things that I am learning and growing and developing in this life will be useful for God in whatever situation He brings us into the next. So I think that's to me that gives me a lot of meaning because here's the thing: you spend all these years, decades, in fact, developing skills and knowledge, and then in a materialist perspective, it all goes into the grave. Exactly. A few people write books, and even the great books that many people will write, just a tiny fraction will be remembered or exist through time. And I mean, history is just a horrendous waste. And I believe that God won't. I believe that God will harvest from this world the glory. That I get that out of Isaiah 60. So there's my perspective.
Yeah, thank you for the providing that as well. Because I'm still struggling with, and there's probably it's what I'm struggling with is no different. I know it's been handled a million different ways. When somebody commits suicide, they've been pushed to the past their bastards. So they've been tested, but more than they can handle. Or they say, Jesus decided not to heal some people and other people. He didn't cure blindness. He just cured blind in one person. There's the Hitchens was talking about how that we were on as Homo sapiens, and obviously there's the 6,000 years or new Earth or not Earth, but you have the 100,000, and he comes in like 98,000 years into the story, and he goes and he kind of lays out the case, and that's where I have like, if whether it's free will or some of the things, if somebody does something to another person, I can come to grips with that in terms of free will or choice or that. But when it comes to like the needless suffering or the endless suffering of some people, whether at the end of their life or a baby that is born, or genetic abnormalities or that kind of stuff, I just have a really difficult time with some of that, and also properly understanding the you're nothing, you're nothing, you mean nothing, you can't get through me, like you're just so little, what you do means absolutely nothing to me. But like I have just an unhealthy understanding of that whole relationship. I have no problem bowing down to my Lord and Savior and giving him all the respect and doing what he needs. But what am I supposed to, how am I supposed to live this life or kind of act out my day and just kind of being kind of beat down, whether it's through sin, and it's not about, like when they say Catholic guilt. To me, Catholic guilt is just an over excess of, I wouldn't say unnecessary, but maybe misdirected or kind of guilt. And that's when the Robin Williams quote really stuck with me, and seeing yourself and other Christians that are happy and stuff versus the more kind of like more depressive or kind of that maybe accompanies and just seeing maybe there's other faiths and other books and other things that I can read that gives me a more balanced perspective on that, on some of those issues.
I don't know that the people talk about Reformed guilt too, growing up Christian Reformed and having a doctrine of total depravity. But I think that Christianity in any of its faithful traditions is fundamentally an optimistic story. And I think that the Bible is the original divine comedy, because in Christianity, God creates the world not out of strife, like in some mythologies, not as a sexual byproduct in other mythologies, but out of joy. And the reason God makes the world is because he is so full of joy. And even a movie like The Color Purple has it. It's one of my favorite lines where God is trying to share a good thing. Well, what good thing is God trying to share? Himself, which is the best thing.
Right.
So whereas I think traditions like the Dutch and the Poles that had much suffering, in some ways I grew up with what I call Dutch Stoicism, which was nobody wants to hear you complain. And that's a refrain from the Frisian side, my mother's side of the family, that those people had hard lives. And it is true that have a bunch of whiners and complainers. When everybody is suffering, you get sick of that. And so you kind of smack them on the head and say, yeah, it's bad for everyone. Just shut up, because your complaining makes it worse. And so there was this Dutch Stoicism that was very much in our culture. And I understand how these things get into cultures. They're adaptive mechanisms to help people survive hard times. But the faith finally, in my opinion, is the most joyful, optimistic, in my opinion, again, the most meaningful worldview that I know. If I knew a better worldview, I'd switch. But
and that's deep down in my heart. That's exactly how I feel. If I watch any debate, when it comes to whether it was New Atheist or anything, my skin would crawl. There was a recent one with I think it was an unbelievable one with what's the most recent unbelievable was on stage. It was kind of live. It was John Lennox, I believe, was on stage versus somebody else. But basically, I mean, I love Lennox, and you just see the spirit of Christians, and I see your spirit, and I see the spirits of Christians. I completely agree with that, and that is my heart truly. But it's the the brain, the part of my brain that's getting ahead and in the way, and trying to help. I want to read the Bible, but I want to be able to do it. And maybe your Sunday school videos, or a way to read, especially the New Testament, the Gospels, in a way that's educated, because the parables and farming and some of the things that I have a natural tendency to be just like, maybe not understand the scripture, like when the one about the burying not tokens, but versus investing them in the bank.
Yeah,
talents, right?
Yeah.
Or the the prodigal son, and why having a misunderstanding of that as someone that's tried really, really hard, and I know other to the other extent, I have friends, real good friends that I care deeply about, that are Protestants, but they live a kind of like I'm saved, I'm good, I'm gonna try the best I have, and they have a lot more joy and happiness in their faith than I have, maybe, to be just kind of self-critical. So just a way to read and the Bible, and Bible study, or something else, like good books, or like, I don't know if there's a commentary. You have shelves full of commentaries, but is there any in particular that you turn back, or
a good study Bible is helpful. A good study Bible is helpful, and then usually pick and choose. Often some of the best commentaries on a particular book of the Bible isn't necessarily a technical commentary. Eugene Peterson has written some lovely books. He's a Presbyterian author, just passed away recently. Has written some lovely books on different books of the Bible. Reversed Thunder on the book of Revelation, Along Obedience in the Same Direction. I forget his book on David and Samuel. So there are some books out there. Maybe I should do some more of that with my videos. I've got a million ideas of videos and never know how to make them, but exactly. I gotta bring this to a close, because I got Josh next, and I don't want to sacrifice his time too. So
absolutely, Paul, and I completely respect it. And so thank you again, and just thank you very much. And at least now you can put a face with the name.
Absolutely.
And if I reach out from time to time, through email or schedule another chat, I want to give everybody an opportunity to speak with you like this. So it really means the world to me.
It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, Paul. Have a great rest of your day.
Half of your day.
Absolutely. Yep.
All right.
Bye now.
Bye-bye.
You can't just put a child in a mold and like stamp them into what you want them to be. And I think my problem is there are a lot of schools that call themselves classical that implicitly or explicitly hold to this view. So like they call themselves classical, and then they talk about how like with our virtue training and our like ways of teaching and everything, your child will stay Christian. They will have the like right worldview. They will come out, ready to go to college and take on the world and teach it how to be Christian. Things like that. And I don't think that's right. And I think that probably hurts a lot of people.
So again, I've been watching these documentaries, and there's all this fear mongering in these documentaries. These people want to change American politics. And it's like, yeah, who else doesn't? And these people, but you just put your finger on exactly that many of these people, we want to just kind of stamp out these little, conservative people of a certain mold. And I think everything in your story so far has been your mother, your parents. I got to give your father some credit too. Your mother, your parents, your schools, they all understood that they're going to give you a nurturing environment, and they're going to help you flourish, and they know what soils have good nutrients.
Maybe.
Hi, this is Paul, and this is Emma.
Hello.
We met at the Chino conference, and
we did.
part of what I do at these conferences, this is a little known secret, is I sort of give rando slots to people who actually show up at conferences, because at the conference we might not get much of a chance to talk, but now schedule's a little bit easier because I'm back at home and you're at home, and so we can talk. So Emma asked for a slot, and so here she is. So whether this will be shared or not, we will see. But Emma, let's start with you. Why don't we start by you telling us a little bit about yourself?
All right. It's actually really funny because I was just listening to Spencer Clavin's conversation, and I feel like if you just take his story and remove all the interesting parts, you've got my story. I'm in grad school for classics right now.
Ooh.
I just finished my master's. I'm working on a PhD. So I'm gonna be here for a little bit longer.
Okay.
Um, I born and raised Catholic. Um, never felt a strong need to go anywhere else or like explore. Um, and I grew up very much, people talk about the Catholic bubble. I very much grew up in the Catholic bubble. Um, up until college when I went to Hillsdale, which is a much more Protestant environment. Which was very interesting. I kind of immediately fell into a
Why did
group.
you choose Hillsdale? Because again, that's not a Catholic space.
Combination of things. Did I apply? I did apply to a couple of Catholic colleges, but they weren't particularly like exciting to me. We went to Torrent my junior year of high school, or the summer between my junior and senior year of high school. My mom took me to Torrent because I hadn't really been doing any college stuff, and she was like, "We need to start doing the college stuff." And we were in Michigan visiting friends. So we drove down to Hillsdale. It was my first college tour. And honestly, as soon as I saw the campus and like walked around, it just felt right. And then that was kind of confirmed when they gave me the best scholarship out of all the colleges I applied to. Um, that helped the decision a lot.
Doesn't hurt.
So that's kind of how I ended up there. And I really loved my time at Hillsdale. I made some great friends. I met my husband
I don't
there.
know a lot about Hillsdale. I know that it focuses on classics. It's sort of conservative Protestant. It's fairly small. What size is the student body?
1,400 students
1,400
across 4 years.
Fairly small college.
It's pretty small.
And what did you like about it? Did you find a real sense of community there?
I really did. It was one of those situations where like the first, 4 people I met became my best friends for life.
Wow.
So like my college roommate and the 2 girls who lived next door, and then one other girl in the dorm. We formed this little like group, and we would just like run around together. It was really, maybe it was just like what ended up happening to me, but I found it really easy to make like inter-year friendships, which was really nice. So like it was hard because I was friends with a bunch of seniors every year, and then they would graduate and leave. But it was really nice to like get to know people who were a little bit older than me because I'm the oldest in my family also, so I never had that like older sibling thing. So those are sort of the biggest things that jump out at me. Small school means small departments, small class sizes, so you get to really know your professors and the people you're working with. And that's kind of how, I don't know, that kind of, I guess, led me to decide I wanted to do graduate school in classics. Because I'd actually gone there thinking I was going to do pre-med. I was going to be super practical, like help people, the whole thing. And then I was on campus for about a month. And I realized that if I went pre-med, I wouldn't be doing Latin anymore. And I'd been doing Latin since 4th grade. And I didn't like the idea of a world.
Where did you go to school? Were you homeschooled?
I was homeschooled until 8th grade. And then I went to a Catholic all-girls school.
Okay.
So very easy to continue Latin all the way.
And you started Latin, and how many siblings do you have?
4.
4 siblings, and you're the oldest, and did 5 kids, the same amount I had, so homeschooled them. And what did you think about homeschooling?
I liked it. In hindsight, I don't think I would have liked school if I'd like gone to elementary school. It would have been too much structure too early, too like sitting in the same spot all the time. With homeschool, I really had some flexibility. My mom wasn't the like sit at a desk like you're at school type. So we had, a certain amount of stuff we had to get through every day in a room.
Right.
but like I could do it however I want. I could sit on the floor. I could like move around, and that helped a lot.
We did similar things with our kids. Here's what you have to get done. Some of my kids would be really diligent. They'd get it all done first, and then they'd have lots of, we call it constructive free time, no screens or limited screens. And, they could play in the sandbox, they could build stuff with Legos, they could read a book. And the kids really enjoyed getting their schoolwork out of the way.
Yeah, we did a lot of that. We were one of those, large-ish homeschool families that's at the library like every week, checking out like 10 books per kid.
Yeah. Wow. So that really, so you went to, well, tell me about the Catholic girls' school.
All right. But then, so I was born in Michigan.
Okay.
And then when I was 9, we moved to Massachusetts.
Oh, okay.
Gotta not get the M names mixed up. We moved to Massachusetts because my mom was about to have twins and she wanted to live closer to her family rather than in Michigan where like neither of my parents had it.
How did your parents wind up in Michigan? Jobs?
Yeah, my dad works in cars.
Okay. Well, Michigan has a lot of work in cars.
Which is how they ended up back in Michigan 10 years later when I was in college.
Okay. So you moved to Massachusetts. Did you go to the all-girls school in Massachusetts?
I did, yeah. Not right away. It wasn't till 8th grade when my mom realized that I was not a naturally social child.
You seem pretty social to me.
Well, that's the effect of being forced into high school and forced to learn how to socialize. I think she was also a little concerned because I didn't have really any close girlfriends. I got along better with the boys in homeschool co-op, and she was like, "That you need to learn to get along with girls."
It's true. They're half the world.
All girls school, did
That'll
that.
make it happen.
So I made some really good friends there. It's hard to keep in touch since we moved away. Mm-hmm. Although it's really funny because one of my high school friends actually now lives like 20 minutes away from my parents and is like really close to my sister, and it's really funny.
Mm-hmm. Was it a day school or a boarding school?
It was a day school. It was only like half an hour away from my house.
Did any of your other sisters go there, or just
yes.
a thing?
My next sister under me did. Until we moved away when she was in high school, and then she went to a Catholic high school in Michigan, but that one is co-ed, and that's where all the rest of them go now.
Okay.
And then at some point, my mom, I don't know if she like burned out on homeschooling or if she just felt like it wasn't working for the younger kids the way it worked for me and Isabel. So she put them in another Catholic school. And started working. She always works for the school we go to.
Smart.
It's always worked out that way. She likes it. She does like communications and social media and stuff. And that way, she's close by and commuting is easier. So it's not like stay-at-home mom homeschooling anymore, but it's not entirely different either.
She sounds like a great mom.
She is a great mom.
It's really fortunate to have a great mom.
It really is.
One of the best things, one of the best advantages you can have in life is if you have a great mom, and it sounds like you've got a great mom. And and it's just been watching the Duggars documentary on Amazon, and they're like, there's almost like big family homeschooling. It's a disaster. And it's like, that's such a crock. I'm not going to say it's a panacea, but especially for some kids and some families, it can really work out well. And like my kids all had combinations of day school and homeschool. And so, I think actually homeschool is a wonderful option, but it depends a lot on the parents and it depends a lot on the kids. Some kids don't belong in homeschooling and some parents shouldn't homeschool, but it's a great tool if it's the right tool, and it can really do a lot of, because one of the things that we noticed with our kids too is that once they went into regular school, it's like schools waste so much time.
They do. That was the biggest thing I noticed in high school. I was like, why does this take so long? And part of it is that I just like read and work fast.
Yep.
So part of it was just waiting for other kids. But like transitioning between classrooms, like all this stuff just takes so much more time.
And you have to teach sort of to the average or even below the average to sort of keep the whole class up to speed. And with homeschooling, it's like every kid all of my 5 kids, they were all different. Some of them liked math, some of them liked reading. My oldest daughter, she was 5 years old. She was reading at a 3rd grade level. And my wife, who's a public school teacher right now, my wife was like, I don't think she's reading that much. And so she'd sit down and quiz her about the book she was going through. It's like, she's doing it. She's reading. She's understanding what she's doing. I mean, it's every kid just takes to it differently.
Yeah, I actually have a funny story about that because I learned to read at 4, and apparently nobody believed that I could read. They thought I was just like memorizing my picture books and repeating them back until I started reading my birthday cards at like my 5th birthday. And everyone was like, okay, I guess she can read.
I surprised my parents. We were on a car trip and they didn't think I could read. And then I said, exit. They looked at me. I said, exit. I somehow figured out there it was on the sign. It said exit. And I probably just simply associated my parents talking about the exit when I saw the exit sign. And it's like, exit. Yeah, I didn't sit down and think, I'm going to learn how to read as a little boy. But
well, apparently I really liked going through the hymnals at church. And they split the words up into syllables to match them up to the notes, and that helped.
So what did you like to read as a child?
Everything. My mom had to like rearrange the shelves to make sure that books she didn't want me to read were up on the high shelves where I couldn't get them, because if the title looked interesting to me, I would read it. And she would sometimes find me reading, like, they make fun of me for reading like parenting books when I was like 8 or like 12.
That's super smart. It's like, now I know what you're doing, Mom.
Well, it was interesting. It was all this like, psychology and like developmental stuff. And I was interested in that even back then, I guess. Although I sort of like forgot about it for a while. Yeah. I liked learning what growing up was supposed to look like, I guess, and how psychology works and stuff like that. So I would read that. I would check out, I was that girl who checks out like 400-page fantasy novels from the library and tears through them in like 3 days.
So favorite books of your childhood?
I mean, Lewis and Tolkien are the classics. I read Narnia very early. My first literary crush was probably Peter Pevensey.
Oh, Peter.
I couldn't decide whether I wanted to be him or like have him for an older brother or marry him, but like it was definitely one of those.
Wow. Oh, that's great. That's great. So then high school, favorite things in high school?
I mean, I loved Latin. I loved my Latin teacher. I loved my Latin class. It didn't hurt that if you took Latin as your language, you were excused from gym class, because the only way they could make the schedule work was to have those two at the same time.
Not a fan of gym class, huh?
I wasn't like that down on it, but it was like a mild. I would have done Latin anyway, but it didn't hurt.
You liked books better than basketball.
Yeah.
And you're not very tall. I met you in person, so.
No, I am not very tall. I'm exceedingly average.
So what about your high school Latin teacher? Really, why was that teacher such a great teacher and a big influence?
I mean, she was just one of those like classic teachers that puts like 110% into her students. And like, we had an advising program in my high school. We called it advising. It was like a mentorship thing where you would be paired up with a teacher and you would meet with, they would pull you out of class every like 2 weeks to talk for like 20 minutes. Just, how's your life going? Anything you're like struggling with? And like I had her for my advisor for like the last 3 years of high school. And she just always went above and beyond in like everything she put her mind to. She would just go all the way. I don't know how she did it because she built that Latin program from the ground up. She was hired to teach music. And then they were like, wait, do you know Latin? We need a Latin teacher. And she was like, I would like to be full time. So
did she have to learn Latin to do it, or did she already know?
No, she did know Latin. She did a music degree, but she learned Latin as part of it. So, but she had to like learn how to teach Latin.
Apparently she learned well.
Yeah.
There are some people too that are just sort of natural teachers. You know, they've got the right personality, they've got the right temperament, and so it sounds like you have been the beneficiary of many good and wonderful people and communities.
I have. I'm really lucky. There was a time period where I didn't like realize it or recognize it, but now I'm starting to recognize it more.
You know, there's a lot of sad stories on the internet, and sad stories sell. Like I just watched the Hillsong documentary, and I'm just watching the Duggars documentary right now, and it's just, I watched those things. I didn't know anything about the Duggars or any of that when it was happening. I didn't watch cable television, so, and it's just a really sad story, at least so far. And the screens are so full of sad stories. It's really nice to hear about someone who grew up in a terrific family, had a wonderful mother, who really shaped your childhood to really help you blossom, but then had the wisdom to say, well, let's send you to an all-girls school now. Let's have you get to know the fairer sex a little bit. And because girls and women, they've got their own ways of combat too. And so get your stripes there, have a great teacher there. Well, when you went to Hillsdale, did you know you wanted to study classics? Or no, you already said you wanted pre-med. So you obviously did well in the sciences too.
Yes, I think my chemistry. I took chemistry the first semester, and Hillsdale does this thing where like the professors meet with parents, like they do at high schools.
Oh.
If parents want to come out and see them, people are really torn on whether this is a good thing or not. It worked well for us. My parents enjoyed like getting to know my professors, and it wasn't like, your kid is not doing good in college. It was just like so that they have a little more context for when you talk about school or anything like that. But I think my chemistry professor was a little sad that I went the humanities route.
Yeah. I can understand that. So why the humanities route instead of pre-med?
Once again, it just felt right. My whole life, there's just been this confidence about choices that just comes up every so often. I do think it's God. I don't know what the end goal is, but every like key choice moment, there's just a right answer.
It's a good answer. It's a good answer. All right. So you got your degree in classics or Latin or?
Classics.
Classics. Okay. And so you learned Latin. Did you learn any Greek?
Yes.
Okay.
They would not let me go past a certain point in Latin without learning Greek because you can't understand a lot of the Latin like poetry and stuff without the Greek context.
Okay.
So.
Good. And then you decided to go into graduate school with this stuff.
Yeah.
Because it's one thing, like you said, if you go on pre-med, well, that sets you on a whole trajectory, and I get that. And I get there's a lot of downside to that whole trajectory too. Of course, at the end, there's, great, well-paying job, et cetera, et cetera. You're very much on a different course with this.
Yeah, I am.
Because if there's anything that's probably
a crazy decision.
Yeah, if there's anything probably a less lucrative degree than a philosophy degree, it's probably a classics degree.
It's a little bit better when you're Catholic because you can teach Latin at Catholic schools.
Okay. But you're certainly not going to get rich teaching Latin at Catholic schools.
No, you're not.
You won't starve, but you won't get rich. So well, tell me about your studies now. Do you still enjoy it? Are you happy with your decision?
I do. Yeah, I am. And this school, I've found a really great community, even though it's a very, secular state university. I found a good community of other grad students, and I've started to get more involved in my church community around here, which is really nice also. Yeah, actually, lately I've been sort of edging my way later and later into like medieval studies. You can do sort of a medieval minor to your classics graduate degree here.
Okay.
So I've been sort of working on that because one of my really big interests, which wasn't exactly why I got started here, but was sort of something I like grabbed onto once I was doing more classic stuff, is classical education and what that means. Because Hillsdale is very big into classical education. They have a classical education minor. They just added a master's program in it. And like, it's especially since the pandemic, since the rising homeschooling, more people interested in private schools, classical schools becoming this big thing. And I feel like everyone who uses it means something different. And I don't like that.
Well, say more about this. This is interesting.
So we did find something interesting.
I had absolutely no doubt there would be plenty interesting in this conversation. I had utmost confidence.
For some people, classical just means conservative, not teaching like liberal public school stuff. For some people, classical means like lots of memorization, lots of really traditional school methods, like, learn Latin starting in like second grade. I guess that's a separate definition. For some people, classical means you learn Latin and that's like required and you learn the classics. But for some people, it means this like liberal arts tradition that goes back to ancient Greece and Rome. And for some people, it's more of an anthropology than a specific teaching method. And that's sort of the view that I tend to hold to. And I think my mom read a whole bunch of like classical schooling stuff and like liberal arts stuff in the early 2000s when she was homeschooling us. I know that because the books were on the shelf and I would occasionally also read them.
Susan Weisbauer, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the anthropology view is sort of more the one she held to, where like you can't just put a child in a mold and like stamp them into what you want them to be. And I think my problem is there are a lot of schools that call themselves classical that implicitly or explicitly hold to this view. So like they call themselves classical and then they talk about how like with our virtue training and our like ways of teaching and everything, your child will stay Christian. They will have the like right worldview. They will come out, ready to go to college and take on the world and teach it how to be Christian. Things like that. And I don't think that's right. And I think that probably hurts a lot of people.
I'm going to make that a teaser. If I edit this, I'm going to make that a teaser for this video because that's absolutely outstanding. That's the selling line for this talk. Maybe there'll be even bigger ones coming up. I don't know, but that is because when I watch. So again, I've been watching these documentaries and there's all this fear mongering in these documentaries. These people want to change American politics. And it's like, yeah, who else doesn't? And these people, but you just put your finger on exactly that many of these people, we want to just kind of stamp out these little, conservative people of a certain mold And I think everything in your story so far has been your mother, your parents. I got to give your father some credit too. Your mother, your parents, your schools, they all understood that they're going to give you a nurturing environment, and they're going to help you flourish, and they know what soils have good nutrients.
I think that's a great way to put it. A lot, and to give Hillsdale credit, they're definitely like in their, at least in their like classical education minor. I don't know about the Barney Charter School Initiative. I don't know anything about how that's run, really. But they talk about how classical schooling is about is a garden. You're helping children to grow like into themselves, as opposed to like modern public schooling,
their own little widget factory.
Like Dewey and his sort of intellectual tradition is very factory based, where we're making good workers to go into the factory, and if you put in X, Y will come out.
Yeah. Oh no, that's tremendous. That's tremendous. So what are your favorite things that you're working on now in your advanced degrees? What are your new favorite books?
I don't know. I'm very much still in the phase where I'm like just taking in a whole bunch of different things, and like I haven't developed a like strong preference for anything. I mean, there are some things that are just always good. Like Virgil is lovely in the original language. Very much recommend if, I don't know,
I never
anyone
learned
has
Latin.
the
I really regret
capability to
that.
do that. Very much recommend doing that. I need to go back into Boethius. I read this fascinating book over Christmas break called The Medieval Mind of C.S. Lewis. I'll put it around here because I wanted to show you.
Yes, I have not read that one. I think I
It's
need
good.
to.
It's also fast to read, which is nice. And he talked a lot about Boethius's influence on Lewis and how Lewis sort of considered himself a modern Boethius because he was translating the pre-modern so that modern people could understand it, just like Boethius was doing with like ancient stuff for medieval people.
Interesting.
And of course, that gets you on a whole Neoplatonism track. And then Verbeke also has his Neoplatonism. And I feel like they fit together somehow. And I feel like Neoplatonism and classical schooling are like that. And therefore, there's got to be a connection that I can like draw out, or multiple connections. So I'm kind of hunting for those right now. Like I feel like Vervaeke's going to come into this somewhere.
Well, let's talk about how on earth you wound up in Chino a couple of weeks ago. How did you find this little corner?
So my husband is doing a counseling degree.
Oh.
With Colorado Christian University. So he's doing an online degree while I'm in person at our university.
Did your husband go to the conference?
Here. No.
Okay.
He didn't have time. He had a bunch of travel to do this month, and he didn't want to take the time off work. And he's much more extroverted and social than I am. He talks faster. He talks more easily.
Where did you meet him?
Hillsdale.
Okay.
He was a year ahead of me. He was actually one of the first people I met there. I fell into this whole, group of friends that were across all 4 years. And I sort of, just as I got to know him better, and as we sort of settled in, I started like thinking about when he was going to graduate, and about how like I would be really sad when that happened, and like I wish he could just sort of stick around forever and not have to go away. And I was like, wait, there's a name for this.
There's a way to do that. Well, so did you propose to him?
No. That was when I realized that I had a crush on him, and then he asked me out a couple months later.
Oh, lovely.
And so we dated through his last year of college, and then I guess 2 years after that. Well, we got engaged right before I graduated college.
Okay.
And then we were engaged for like a year. And then he moved out to Illinois with me when we got married. So it's been almost 2 years of that now.
Oh, congratulations. That's terrific.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, back to finding this little corner. So your husband
He's
is
doing
getting
a counseling degree. He's getting interested in like personality stuff, I think it was. And then he's poking around on the internet talking about personality stuff. And he's like, oh, there's this Jordan Peterson guy. I've kind of heard of him in like some other contexts. This looks interesting. And then he sends me a couple videos because we like to go back and forth, you know, sharing what we're thinking about. And I just sort of went crazy. Like, that's the only way I can think of to describe it. Like, I watched a whole bunch of Jordan Peterson because, you know, I'm a grad student. I'm in class, like, you know, maybe 2 or 3 hours a day. The rest of the time, like, I've got stuff I need to do, but it's kind of unstructured time.
Right.
So I just
back
watched,
to
like,
homeschooling.
yeah, really. I watched a ton of Jordan Peterson. I watched a bunch of his like longer podcasts, and then I found the 4 Horsemen of Meaning video. And I already love Bishop Barron. So of course Jordan Peterson talking to Bishop Barron, that's going to be great. And then like we'll see what these other 2 people are like. And I watched the whole video. I think I only watched it once. I might have watched it once myself and then made Colin watch it with me again. That might have been what happened. And that's when he started realizing like, oh, you are more into this than I am. And then from there, like first I think it was Peugeot. I did the same thing. I watched a ton of like Peugeot videos. I watched his video with Bishop Barron. And I started sort of getting a feel for like what he was about. And I was like, okay, this makes sense. It actually was kind of familiar to me because I feel like his symbolic worldview is not that far off from a sacramental worldview in Catholicism, which I was very blessed to have been raised with. Like my mom was a revert after sort of drifting away a little bit in college and then coming back a couple years after getting married. And my dad converted to Catholicism from Lutheranism. So neither of them like took it for granted that this is something that will just come to be without work in a child. And they both also were very passionate about the fact that like this is something worth handing on. So they were very good at like answering questions and helping me figure things out. I was a very like sort of like logical, scientific minded child, despite the language's enthusiasm. So they were very good at answering my questions. So I grew up very much in that sacramental worldview and with a strong conviction that it was true and it was accurate. And like no amount of like science argument can, you know, destroy it. So I found Peugeot really interesting and really almost comforting in a way. Or like comfortable, which is I know is not the experience most people have when watching.
I had a hard time understanding him at first.
Worldview.
At first, I was like, "What's this guy talking about?" It took a while to sort of figure out what was going on with him.
Yeah, it took a little bit to figure out the language, and then once I started like connecting it to what I already knew, I was like, "Oh, okay, I like this." And then from there, I started like also getting into Vervaeke, and the cognitive science was and is very interesting. I have not made my way all the way through Awakening from the Meaning Crisis, but I'm sort of sporadically working through it
It's
when I
series.
have time and interest.
Okay.
So
now you're stuck talking to the only guy on the stage you could talk to. I get it.
No. It was. I actually probably by now have watched more of you than either of them.
Really? Well, I put out so much, so
you do.
There's
that is part of it. It's very nice, like breakfast and lunch entertainment Like, there we go. I know what I'm gonna do while I'm eating lunch.
Cat videos, Christian Reformed minister being a monkey.
You're not a monkey. I found it really interesting and really helpful in my sort of quest to understand Protestantism.
Oh.
Which is a quest I picked up in college, because I got to college, I met all these people. Actually, one of the first people I met, one of the first things she said to me was like, so what denomination are you? Because we need to know this for like the rest of this conversation. And I was like, I'm Catholic and I don't know. I know what Lutherans are. I know how that works. Kinda. My grandparents were Lutheran. I don't really know anything else.
Wow. So good.
Yeah.
I'm an introduction to Protestantism. That's good. So you decided to not only just sit and listen to videos, you decided to come to a conference.
Yeah.
How did that happen?
I guess once again, it was just right. I wasn't able to make it to Thunder Bay, both because it was hard to get to and because it was in the middle of the semester, and I can't just tell my school, like, I'm just gonna leave for a week in the middle of the semester for something that isn't really related, even though it feels really related to me. You okay with that? Cool, bye. But this fell exactly into the gap between the end of my semester and my sister's high school graduation.
Oh, perfect.
So it was like, wait, the timing does work out. It wouldn't be like it's not so hard to get to. It wouldn't be like incredibly expensive or anything. And then my husband was really encouraging me, like, I think you should go for it. You've been like really interested in this stuff for like a year and a half at this point. I think you should really go and like sort of take the next step to get more involved and see more about what's going on. So I went, and it
Did you
was
know anybody
fantastic.
else personally who was going?
Not personally. I'd been on Father Eric streams a couple times. I
Okay.
started like getting on streams a little bit
Yeah.
to try to like meet people before just like jumping in there. And Grim Grizz did the campground. He did like campground meetups before we got there, which helped a lot actually. So I kind of talked to some of the people, but I didn't know anyone like I'd never met anyone in person before I flew out to California to camp with them, which
Brave.
my mom loved.
Really? You should have brought your mom.
No, she did not. She did not. I mentioned it sort of offhand later, and she's like, "Wait, what are you doing?" And I'm like, "Okay, bye."
Who are you going to be with it? Here, watch this channel here. Watch this Sikh sing hobo songs.
Pretty much.
You should definitely bring your mom to the next one.
About having ladies at the campsite, which I really appreciated.
But no, I'm serious. Bring your mom to the next one. She'll fit right in. Say, "Come on, Emma's mom, you're welcome here."
I think she would love it, honestly, but
definitely
it might need to wait a few years. We've got 2 more to graduate high school and go off, and then she might have a little bit more time.
Yeah, although more expenses too. My youngest son is graduating college next week, and it's like we put 5 of them through college in North America, and 4 of the 5 of them went to private schools.
Yeah.
It's like my salary went to house, food, cars, everything. Her salary just went to colleges for the last.
That was kind of what my parents did with the private schooling for the Catholic schools too.
Yep.
Like, my dad's salary is the one we actually live off of, and my mom just works so that we can go to nice schools.
Yep.
And I'm incredibly grateful for that.
Yep. Because there's no bigger investment you make in your life than in your kids in many ways. It's how do you value some of these things? Like, have I put more into my kids or my church and all that kind of, you can't do that math really, but your kids are an enormous investment. And if you have 5 of them it's a really big investment, but I don't for a minute have any. I'm glad we had 5 kids. I never would have imagined we would have, but I'm glad we had 5 kids, and they all get along wonderfully. I'm glad we homeschooled them. I have 0 regrets on any of those scores. So okay, so you went to the conference and now you're back from the conference, and time well spent?
Yes, absolutely. It was really nice to like meet people and get to know people. I've gone on Jacob's streams a couple times now. Partly because Father Eric's in DC without a computer, and so he can't do his open mic nights.
Yeah. Miss Father
But
Eric.
also like meeting Jacob at the conference, I realized he wasn't as scary as I thought he was.
He's extremely nice, actually.
I thought he was very scary. It's actually funny because Sandy and I, we bunked together at the campground because we were the only 2 girls.
Yeah.
And we were talking about how like she was much more intimidated by you, and I was like never particularly like intimidated by you. I was like terrified of Jacob, and she like Jacob was the sort of entry point for her. And it's a funny like opposites.
Yeah. And Sandy could learn. I said, Sandy, how scary am I really? But I'm a Christian Reformed minister. She had been in the Christian Reformed church. Some of the experiences weren't particularly good. So of course she was seeing, imagining these things. And it's like, I'm not really that scary, Sandy. So takeaways from the conference. What were some of the highlights?
It's hard to like pull out particular moments. I'm not really good at that. Although I've been watching the videos again with my husband now that I'm back home, and we can go through them together. And it was really funny because we were watching the one about the role of family last night over dinner, and it brought up a really good memory for me because there's one point where I think it's Vervaeke says like the most important thing you can do is make a child, and he goes on this whole like discussion of how that works, and then he finishes and you just hear people like screaming and cheering, and I'm like, wait, that was the Catholic corner. There was a whole group of us and we just went like wild at that point because yes.
It's true. Oh, that's wonderful. The Catholic corner. So there was a Catholic corner of the corner, huh? Y'all sat together to,
Well, because Father Eric started sitting like right behind the speakers, and then over the course of the like Ted was hanging out with him, and Dr. Jim was hanging out with him. And then I joined them. I like floated around a lot of things, but for that part, I ended up at the Catholic corner because we all just like gravitate.
Yeah.
You see a Roman collar, you just sort of go over that way because it's like, oh, that's where my people are.
Oh, that's so sweet. Well, and nobody, I after the conference, I had the wonderful chance to have dinner with Father Eric, just the 2 of us. And because he and I haven't really spent any one-on-one time together, even online, much less in person. And so we had a lovely dinner together, and I was able to, I do in person what I do online, which is basically get the skinny on people's lives and hear his story. And I love Father Eric, and I'm so glad that he's here. In some ways, Father Eric is, sometimes much needed adult supervision on the insanity of this corner. So it's wonderful. So, all right, I have pestered you enough. Oh, go ahead.
Okay. Oh, he was my ride home, my ride to the campsite from the airport. So
okay,
we got to get lost together
at
like 9:00 at night in California.
Oh, it's so great to come into a campground late at night.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
fortunately everything was pretty well set up.
Yeah. Grizz. I told Grizz he was a community organizer, and
he did. He organized a whole community.
He did. He organized the whole community, and that was quite an accomplishment. So I have bothered you. Fortunately, I don't have a randos conversation right after this one, so I have a little bit more flexibility in time. So you asked for this, and now I've pestered you for 45 minutes. The time is yours. What would you like to talk about?
I don't know. I've been like,
Why did you want to talk?
because, okay, both because I wanted to just like talk to you a little bit more because I was only able to like, very piecemeal.
Yeah.
And because it feels a little bit like a rite of passage. Um, but I've been running so many different like scenarios of what I'd want to say in my head that I don't know how to like pick one.
When I talked to Jordan
Um,
Peterson, I had a list of 5 points, and I said to myself, I'm going to get at least 4 of these points in my half hour with him. And I knew the kind of talker he was, and I managed to I think I got all 5 in. I was really sneaky, just winding my way through that conversation. But so this is your challenge. This is it. You have all those points. You're going to try and make me Catholic?
No, I don't have anything to say that people haven't said to you before. I'm almost certain. Like I was
Well,
on a
you
street with
have. Your whole
Jacob.
story is nothing that people have said to me before. So,
Well, yeah, but not in terms of like arguments for why you should be Catholic or something, unless my
should I be
story
Catholic?
is one of those. I think it would be better.
Really? Tell me why.
Um, because I mean, I can give you the like catechism explanation.
Your catechism's a lot longer than mine.
That is actually, did I know that? I don't think I knew that.
Heidelberg
It
catechism
makes
is about
sense.
this big.
It makes sense, but I didn't know that. Yeah, funny story. I didn't think Calvinists were still a thing until I got to college. I thought they died out like Puritans.
Well, I was
Catholic
raised.
bubble.
I was
It's a good
raised
time.
being very suspicious of Catholics. They had
Yeah, so was my husband.
statues, but at least in New Jersey, the Catholic girls looked really hot. So it was one of these things. All these Italian Catholic girls.
They'll get you.
Yeah,
I mean, not you apparently, but plenty of
They
people.
didn't get me. No, I married a girl that was half Lutheran, half Baptist. So
Does
figure
that
that one
average
out.
out to Christian Reformed or no?
Well, actually, there's a little bit of truth to that. You got fundamentalist Baptist over here and Lutheran here, so Christian Reformed Church. It's kind of true.
Kind of in the middle.
Kind of true.
Yeah.
You still get your drinks and your smokes. A little bit Sabbatarian. Yeah.
Yeah. My husband grew up charismatic evangelical.
Really?
So, yeah.
And he's in the Catholic Church now?
He is. He converted a couple months before we got married, not so that we could get married. We're both very like firm on this point. I would not have wanted him to convert just for me without believing it. This is a huge issue at Hillsdale also. Like the number of both girls who flirt to convert and guys who convert to marry is abnormally high at Hillsdale. So
I thought they were mostly Protestants. They're all trying to work in their own little niches.
Catholics are the largest single denomination. It's like 30% Catholic, I think. The school newspaper did a pie chart, and I think it's like 30% Catholic. So if you add all the Protestants together, sure, they outnumber the Catholics by a good bit. But if you break them all down, there are more Catholics than any one Protestant group.
That's sort of like America, because that's the way it is in America, too.
Yeah.
You Catholics, you're sneaky. They always warned us about the Catholics. They're sneaky, especially the Jesuits.
Yeah, they say that in the Catholic world, too. Jesuits are sneaky.
Oh, So you're not going to bring this conversation anywhere, huh? I mean, I just let it out there for you, and it's like, nope, not going to take it. Not going to take it.
I mean, I got my C.S. Lewis as modern Boethius. I got my Neoplatonism in classical education.
That's true.
Those are the two big things.
You weaved them in. That was
wove them in.
very sneaky of you. See, sneaky Catholics. She weaved it in, and I didn't. She got it right under the radar. She's been colonizing me subtly, because I do want to read that book now. And yeah.
Yeah.
Well, okay. So you're in graduate school. Where you want to teach in a Catholic school? Is that what you'd like to do?
I'd like to teach in a small liberal arts school.
Okay.
If it ends up being Catholic, that would be a definite plus, but I would also be happy to go back to Hillsdale, which will eventually become Catholic from the number of Catholics who leave, go to grad school, and come back and be professors.
No, you've got it all wrong. It's the Orthodox that are going to inherit the earth. Why haven't you figured that out?
They're just really high church Protestants. They just did it a little earlier.
There really is some truth to that.
Yeah, that's really why so many people converting out of Protestantism go Orthodox instead of Catholic, because there's some things that they don't like. I do think a lot of the time it's because there's some things they don't want to let go of, or because it makes more sense to them, because the structure is closer to Protestantism. Whereas Catholics have this whole like really centralized hierarchy thing going on. And nobody really likes that, especially in America. Like, my husband was raised to believe that you cannot be a Catholic and a good American. Because if you're a Catholic, you believe in someone overseas telling you what to think. And you cannot be a good American if that's how you live your life.
Interesting. Well, I knew that idea was around, like in the 50s, but it pays to remind people that the Klan was against blacks, Jews, and Catholics. And, I just heard Bishop Barron on a podcast complaining about this group that actually the guy got an award, and I just reading in the Sacramento Bee in the California legislature, it's like, you're really, this nun, but it's not a nun, it's a drag queen. Let's get drag queen nun. And it's like, that's pretty, that's really anti-Catholic.
It really is.
And it's not, and then for the legislature to give an award, especially in a state like California, where newsflash, there's a few Catholics in the state of California. There really are.
Yeah.
And they vote.
There really are.
And they pay attention, Now the relationship between the Catholic Church and Latin America, that's a whole nother kettle of fish in terms of history. And I remember in the Christian Reformed Church, one of the synods I was at, we were having we were doing some work on the Heidelberg Catechism, because there's a few lines in there that are a little anti-Catholic. And so there was adding some footnotes to sort of say, well, this was, some of the reformational polemics, and they don't really, and it was some of the contingent from Mexico that stood up and said, don't do this. And it's like, well, I kind of think that the Catholic Church in America is a little different than the Catholic Church in other places in the world. And that's one of the things that's so hard for Protestants to figure out, is just how massive the Catholic Church is. And the fact that even with all of its drama and stuff, it continues to cohere. It's really an amazing thing.
Yeah, I forget it sometimes too, honestly, because America takes over the internet, right? So the Catholic Church in America also takes over the internet. And I think we have some very unique disagreements or controversies that we're dealing with in America that like also exist other places, but are just way bigger here because everybody's louder on the internet here.
Yeah.
So it gets sort of artificially elevated, I guess, like the trad debate.
Yeah, that's interesting to watch.
I joined Jacob. No, it's not Jacob's book club. It's Elijah's book club. But the Jewish book club on Jacob's channel, I joined it because the book looked interesting. And they immediately asked me if I was a trad cap. And I'm like, I don't know how to answer the question. because aesthetically, yes, I lean more trad, but all the like baggage and like opinions that people on like trads on the internet have, most of that I do not agree with.
Huh.
And like my husband comes from a charismatic background. My parents go to a charismatic Catholic church now. That's where I got married. Like I occupy this really awkward space between traditional and charismatic.
You know, if I were to become Catholic, I would definitely be a charismatic Catholic.
You
that to
like the
me,
speaking in tongues? The praise and worship music?
I'm Protestant. You know, and I just think, you know, and one of the, you know, beyond the Christian Reformed Church, you know, if I had to leave the Christian Reformed Church for some reason, oh, there's some Anglicans that are interesting, but Vineyard is sort of charismatic Presbyterian.
Yeah. Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That's where Colin went. That's where he grew up.
Yeah. Vineyard's really,
his
John
parents
Wimber was Presbyterian.
Yeah. I didn't know that. That makes sense because he keeps finding like Calvinist understandings of things in his understanding of Christianity. And he keeps blaming it on this one Bible study that he went to for like one semester. Maybe it goes a little deeper than that.
Yeah. No, and you know, Calvinists used to be Catholic, you know, that's true too. John Calvin, Frenchman, who, you know, and so I've always appreciated the openness of the charismatic movements. And so, yeah, no, that would, if I had to become Catholic, I'd probably be a charismatic Catholic. That would probably suit me most. Yeah, and you can look up John Wimber. I mean, that whole little clutch of, you know, John Wimber and Dallas Willard and Richard Foster. So you've got Quakers and Presbyterians and Baptists and a fair amount of charismatic energy and sort of you know, spiritual gifts and spiritual practices. I mean, I've been drinking from those waters for a long time. So even though I'm still frozen chosen Christian Reformed, but I'm a pretty eclectic guy. I don't know if you've picked that up about me yet.
You know, you watch enough of your videos and it sort of starts to show up here and there.
Yeah, it's true. All right, Emma, now you're going to let me share this with the internet, aren't you?
Yeah, I think so.
I think you should. This has been, and you start out saying there's going to be nothing interesting in this whole video. And I have found the entire hour that we have spoken together tremendously interesting. This has been,
thank you.
This has been great fun. And
I've really enjoyed it too. And
I'm sure you'll share it with your husband. And I hope he enjoys it as much as we have. And I know the corner's going to enjoy it. And I'm going to take that little, I don't usually like to edit because it's like I'm impatient. It's like, oh, upload it right away, share it tomorrow.
Up there.
But I think I'm going to edit this and take that little point out because your point, I think, is exactly the right point to make with respect to, now it's usually progressive evangelicals who are making these, you know, these documentaries warning people about dum dum dum, and often I watch these things with the subtitles on, and how many times in that Hillsong, ominous music, it's like ominous music, be afraid of Hillsong, they're coming for your politics, they're gonna take your government.
Everyone says that about Hillsdale, and so I am no stranger to that attitude. It was actually really great being at the conference because everyone was like, you went to Hillsdale, and like happy about it, rather than like, you went to Hillsdale? Should I still be talking to
you? Well, I think, you know, Jordan obviously has raised their reputation in some ways. They did have a reputation. I think a lot of it basic. Boy, there's a subject of a 2-hour video on my part that I won't beleaguer you with now, but no, maybe I've been red pilled. I don't know, but you know, Hillsdale sounds like a kind of a cool place. So
my experience was really great there.
oh, that's good. That's good. All right, Emma, I'm going to let you go, but this has been totally fun. Now that I have your permission to publish this, and I'll make now that I've said I'll make that teaser, I have to make that teaser. So
yeah, you do.
I do, because it was a great
Have
line.
fun editing.
I hate editing. So I hate editing. I don't like it at all. Anyway, thank you so much. It was a great pleasure to meet you. And I hope maybe next time you come to a conference, you bring your hubby. So
I would like to.
So are you in Eastern or Western Michigan?
I'm not in Michigan anymore.
Oh.
I'm in Illinois.
Oh, Northern Illinois or Southern Illinois?
Central.
Central. Oh, okay. Well, it's not real far. All right. Well,
No.
I just had a guy who's trying to get an estuary group going in Eastern Michigan. And,
yeah, I saw that.
And
if I'm ever home, I could drop in, or at my parents'. I guess this is home. I'm still not used to that.
Where are your parents living now?
Ann Arbor area.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Boy, wouldn't it be crazy if I could figure out how to do a estuary conference at Calvin College?
That would be crazy. Richard and I were talking about whether or not we could talk Hillsdale into hosting one.
That'd be fun. I'd totally.
I feel like there's promise there.
Yeah, it might even be easier to get it in at Hillsdale than at Calvin.
Could be. We'll see. We'll see how it all goes.
All right. So anyway, Emma, thank you so much. It was such a delight talking to you. And
great talking to you too.
I will see you the next time you come to a conference, I suppose.
All right. Yeah.
All right.
See you then.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Sure. Well, Jason, you and I've never met, and you just said this is your first time on Zoom, so you are blessed. Tell me a little bit about yourself.
Well, I've never been on Zoom, but I have used Google Meet before. It used to be Hangouts or whatever. So I have used video teleconferencing, but just not Zoom itself. So, but I'm originally from Pittsburgh. Both my families, my mother's family, my father's family, were Catholic. But when they were like late teenagers, early 20s, they were part of the Jesus movement, the late hippie Christian, kind of situation. They had really cool, home meetings, and they would meet in the park, and they would have worship services and Bible studies and all that kind of stuff. Real informal, non-institutional type situation there for a while. And then some folks said, "You guys should really get into a church." So they started at the AG, Assemblies of God Church, when I was a kid, and then that was in Pittsburgh for a while there, and then we moved to the DC area when I was finishing high school, and so we were at a non-denominational church there, which was very similar to the type of AG we were at before, and we had a really good youth pastor there at church. And so at that high school is where I met my wife. We got married shortly after college, and we moved further out of the DC area. I mean, we were still in the DC orbit, but we were further out in the hinterlands. And we were helping out a friend of ours. Actually, that youth pastor went back to school, and he became a Foursquare minister, which is also similar to AG.
Yep.
And Foursquare, he got based at a church in just over the border in West Virginia there, not too far from where we're at. And we went out there to help him out. And my wife was, she did the music, in worship, and I was on the council for a while, and then eventually the treasurer. And so we had a really good situation there, a really good learning experience, because we were with people that we knew and we're happy to be with and happy to be helping out in various ways in the church. And we got to see a little bit behind the curtain, how things work in that world, in the church, in the church itself, the denomination, and the how things operated institutionally. And then I started reading. I hadn't really been a reader. I was math, science, and I'm a software engineer by trade. And sports and math and science were my thing. I really wasn't into reading or that side of the brain. What really wasn't for me. So I thought. So I really started having a pretty good time reading. It took me a while to get into it because all through school it's mostly fiction. When you're a young child, it's obviously fiction, and then even if you get a little bit older, even through high school, it's mostly fiction. You're reading some nonfiction, but I hadn't had the experience of getting into the types of material that I would have been interested in. So I started with scientific, the Bible and science and all that whole debate on various topics within that realm. And I had always wondered why there was such a problem for a lot of people. Why there was so many people debating. There's certain strains of Christians were debating, people on these topics about the age of the earth or evolution, or there's lots of other types of topics that hit that range. So and because it's related to science and something that I am interested in generally, or at least have a mind for somewhat, I figured, well, let me look at this as a way into reading, as a way into learning how to read and becoming disciplined enough to actually understand what I'm reading. Get into a chapter and finish it and remember what I started reading about. And so that was fascinating. It was eye-opening. I eventually became more fluid at reading and got to the point where I could actually make it through a whole book. And man, I caught fire. I read a lot. And I read different people's reconciliation of their faith with their profession in a lot of cases. So I read about young Earth creationists, old Earth creationists, theistic evolution, or all those different types of perspectives. Hugh Ross was one of the big ones, and Francis Collins, the head of NIH. He worked on the Human Genome Project, and he had a really cool book that he came out with, and talking about his perspective. And so that got me into reading generally. And then I started I saw a video of someone had come by the church and had this video, and thought I might be interested. I looked at it. It was Michael Frost. He was talking to a group in, I think Minnesota or somewhere in the US. He's Australian. And he was talking about mission and a lot more than just about that, but that was kind of like the introduction to that. So I started reading a lot on Michael Frost and Alan Hirsch, and talking about missional perspectives in the faith and living in a post-Christian context, whether it's Europe or in their case Australia, and being able to reach out to people and in that context, and be able to what do we do as people of faith, as Christians, as people want to share our faith, and in a place where it's no longer people no longer come to us, so to speak.
Yeah.
So, and it was funny. You just had a discussion with David from Germany about a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
A lot of this type of thing, and it was funny because I had signed up before you had released that, so I didn't know you were going to talk with him about that. And I was like, oh, this is like all the stuff I wanted to talk about.
Well, I just finished a very interesting conversation about creation science stuff, so that'll be coming on the channel too. So keep going. You're doing great.
Yeah. So the missional stuff, and then how we do church, which follows on from that, the ecclesiology. And I really had a very good experience as a young child with my folks having a very non-institutional, informal situation, with their ecclesiology, and I also was a part of an institutional forum, and understood how that worked a little bit, and kind of was, I've kind of been in the mode of going the non-institutional route.
Yep.
And so we moved back from West Virginia to Maryland, and my wife and I have been involved in various projects in the past 12 years or so, and really have, I've kind of had kind of a, I've been wanting to talk things out with someone like yourself who has the institutional perspective, and can and is also open, and is willing to talk with someone who may be coming from a different perspective than they are coming from. So, and it's hard to talk to people in churches like that, especially clergy, because they quite often will be defensive or whatever. Just it can be a threatening topic for someone.
Oh, absolutely.
Who derives their living from
That's right. You're threatening their livelihood.
Right,
all those software engineers, they're destroying the world. Why don't we ban them?
Right, exactly. And I get that. I get that. And I really was coming from a place where I had a fantastic example of a pastor and good people within the institution. And so so there's very good people within all the different flavors of Christianity.
Yeah.
But I still do hold that the institution itself, I think, can be a hindrance to the faith rather than a help. And I know your perspective is that you need that long-term vehicle, so to speak, to be able to keep the thing going, or keep the to have various things that will help in long term, the long-term perspective and so forth. And
the ossification and the preservation are deeply tied.
Yeah, right.
Institutions.
The plus and the minus. Yeah.
The plus and the minus. They're almost always together. Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, as I read the Bible, as I see, the early history of the church, I just, I don't see a lot of that, the institutional part of it, and, I know it's, for a lot of people, it's very easy to say, oh, once the Edict of Milan happened and once Catholicism started and all that kind of stuff, that's the bad part or whatever. And I realize there's history before that. There is some institutional organizational history that preceded that. It's not there's not some magic that happened there that messed everything up.
There was a meeting that's reflected by Acts 15. They did have a meeting.
Yeah. So I do realize there's it's more complicated than a lot of people would let on, but yeah, I still I think there's just and another thing I should mention about my reading is my wife and I homeschooled our children. We have 4 kids, and we so I read a lot in that area too to prepare for that, and we read John Holt and John Taylor Gatto and Ivan Illich.
Oh yeah. Oh boy, yeah. There's
Illich is one of my favorites.
Yeah.
So you can see where some of my influence comes from. Very, very non-institutional, and so I've very much appreciated reading and listening to him. Basically everything he's done. But also because I was into Frost and Hirsch, I picked up on the line that they were in. They would reference Leslie Newbegin, David Bosch, N.T. Wright, various people like that. And so I started reading in that vein too. And so Tillich, another one that they mentioned. And I'm really interested to hear what Vervaeke was talking about with Tillich, because his interpretation of Tillich, I think, is a little different than my. I've read Tillich extensively, and that's kind of I don't know if I get Tillich the same way he's getting Tillich. I mean, right now I'm reading with the small group we have on Sunday nights. We meet for it's basically church for us, and in the small group we're going through Tillich's sermons, a book of Tillich's sermons. I've read his academic work, but going through his sermons, it's hard to see how you would get to where Vervaeke gets to with Tillich, being from the non-theist, where he gets the non-theist perspective from him. But
oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
So there are volumes of there are some collected sermons of Tillich's that are out there in publication.
Oh yeah, they're fantastic, and
I'm
they're really good.
Curious.
They're really good for right now. A lot of it, shaking of the foundations, would be great to read right now. He's a little bit difficult, reading wise.
Yeah.
His academic work is very difficult.
Yeah.
But his sermons are obviously.
Yeah. Well, your sermon, you have to.
Right.
You gotta talk to somebody
all
outside the academy.
All types have to be the audience there. So yeah, I understand that. But definitely shaking the foundations. And there's another one that we're reading after that, the new being, I think maybe. I can't remember the name of the book, so we haven't read it yet. But very good stuff. And now Tillich does get into at the end of the Courage to Be, I think, is the one where he talks about the God beyond the God of theism. And so in that space, I can see where he might be getting to a non-theist understanding, but having read the whole book up to that, I just take it differently than Vervaeke takes it. Perhaps perhaps there's something I'm not getting, but
well, like I did a little dive into Nietzsche this week, and how people read Nietzsche varies tremendously. And so, I mean, we human beings are pretty mysterious creatures, and if you get someone as deep and complex as Paul Tillich, two people reading him aren't going to come away saying, oh yeah, this is him. I mean, it's right. it's because it's you reading Tillich. It's not just, a monarchical vision of Paul Tillich. And so how John Vervaeke comes at this, again, with all of his story, and I mean, this is part of the reintegration of the subject. That's where we're at. So.
Right. And I should tell you how I came about coming across your channel. My brother sent me Jordan Peterson, the Bible series. He sent me an email, I guess, May of 17, somewhere in that range. And he sent me a link of Peterson doing the first Bible series talk. And when I got done with that, I was like, wow.
Yeah.
This is some interesting material to sift through. And then shortly after that, I saw you. And so, I've been watching a lot of your stuff for a while.
Well, thank you.
So, well, thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate what you're doing with the estuary. And I really get that. I think that's awesome. And, it's kind of the type of missional projects that I've been trying to do. My wife and I've been trying to do in our context for a while now, and I really think that's a way to go.
Well, thank you.
Yeah,
it's there's so much there. Because especially when you come to institutions, when I first came to Sacramento away from the mission field, so in the mission field, I mostly worked with small churches, very small churches. You needed 10 baptized individuals to have a church. So the churches were very small. And there are a lot of basically today you might call them chapels. They called them Campo Blancos, white fields. And there are a lot of preachers in those places. And so that's how this little church in the Dominican Republic sort of worked. And then I came back to North America and I accepted the call to this church, and the whole classis was going out to Willow Creek for something to learn from the mega church movement. And, that was not going to work at Living Stones. I mean, we've got way too much authenticity to be branded for a broad audience. That became abundantly clear. And then so instead of really going mega, I really turned to church more towards small group stuff. And then I read, a bunch of the house church literature. And at that point the seeker movement was dying. And one of the enduring areas that the seeker movement sort of seeded a little bit was the cell church movement. And the idea that what if the primary instantiation of church were house churches instead of these,
Right.
Because once you get up to scale, then you're going to get the institutional dynamics and a bunch of the corruption and let's say veritas lubrication that goes along with scale. But in a group of people meeting in a home of less than 10 or 15 people, face to face, life on life, and that became a big thing at the beginning of the 21st century. And it kind of receded, partly because it's very difficult to actually maintain that long term. And it's some of those value addeds that institutions offer that sort of allow individuals to shirk a bit of responsibility and formalize it in an institution. There's just nowhere to hide in that small setting, which makes it incredibly fruitful, but also pretty significantly demanding. And if in your small group you're reading Paul Tillich's sermons, you got a pretty impressive little clump there. These aren't people you randomly pick out of a church or off the street that can go with that. And I think about Nate Heil. I don't know if you've come across him, but Nate Heil's kind of in that same boat.
No, I haven't heard of him.
Yeah, he's got a little YouTube channel, Grail Country, and I haven't done a conversation with him yet. I really have to. He's one of those people on my list. It's like, yeah, I got to talk to Nate. But he too is he's in one of the. Have you talked to John Van Donk at all about getting in the Estuary Support Network?
No.
You should talk to John Van Donk. And Nate's in one of those groups, and so it's part of how I've sort of pitched Estuary to churches is downstream, and I've been reticent about pitching Estuary as church for reasons I'm sure you can understand given the seats I sit in, but I very much understand how you see it that way given the cell church home church model.
Yeah, it's there's a lot of the institutional features that just really rubbed me the wrong way when I was in when I was in it, kind of on that side, on the other side of it, behind the curtain, so to speak. You're reporting all the numbers up to the denomination and the money and the all that kind of stuff, and every once in a while there'll be something coming down for you. Okay, we're doing this now. We're doing this church growth movement thing or whatever. Not necessarily that, but I'm just saying the types of things that might be coming your way. Whatever the various things. I mean, you're in it, so you know what you get. But what you have to do both directions. And while, like I said, while I believe there are great people in the institutions, I just think that I just saw so many things that were like, man, this is unfortunate.
Yes,
this is really unfortunate. And I think it I think it really I don't know. It's there's, like you said, there's pluses and minuses, and it's just hard for me to go in that direction. So
Well, I just went to a Rod Dreher event here in Sacramento, and Rod can tend to get a little apocalyptic. And so if he's right, you're in good shape because, you know, if the big bad government is going to really crack down on churches, you're really under the radar, and anybody with a building and a sign is going to be right in their crosshairs. So,
right. Well, I mean, a lot of the culture war stuff, I think, is, it depends on institutions, because if there's not an institution to go into and cause problems in, then, you know, if there's no seat of power to try to take over, you know, then there's I mean, the culture warriors really are going after the what they want is power. It has nothing to do with, in my opinion, has nothing to do with whatever tools they're using, whether that be the SJW stuff or whatever. Those are just vehicles towards what they want, and the power that they want is, I mean, you've been very open about what you're talking about in your own church with the gay marriage thing, I think is what it is.
Yep.
And there's people in your denomination who, I'm thinking, you know, I don't know these people, I'm just guessing, who might want to have this go over in a certain way because they view it as a power play. You know, they view it as okay. Once we can be shown to have it made work here, you know, this will be for our cause or whatever. And I really think that's one of those things with institutions, and, you know, whether it's the schools, you know, because you know, a lot of my reading has been in that
oh
lane.
yeah, Gatto. I mean, when my wife and I homeschooled, and, you know, she, remember when she brought Gatto home, and it's like, wow.
You said your wife's a teacher too.
Yeah, she's
in the system.
Well, so part of, you know, where we got here was we were homeschooling, and, you know, for a while you know, the state board of education was getting a little bit more tyrannical and threatening to crack down on homeschoolers. And so she said, well, I better get my teaching credential. So if I have a teaching credential, that was sort of the avenue. If I'm a credentialed teacher, the state can't really get at me in terms of my children are not being educated. But in order to get a teaching credential, she entered into that system.
Right.
And then, you know, so for a while I was homeschooling while she was teaching in a regular school.
Right.
And so, you know, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah. My mom was a teacher for many years, and eventually went back to school and got into the administration end of it. And she wrote a book not too long ago when she retired. And really, I mean, she was, you know, she's coming from the same perspective as, you know, as I am, so to speak. And in that, you know, she just saw how much wrong was done in the system in the name of educating, but it really was about something totally different.
Yeah.
And that her book was, you know, actually she was out in your area. She retired, I guess, 5 or 6 years ago, and we moved her back this way. My brother and I loaded up all her stuff and drove across the country. And but she she was in the, I guess, Rockland, Roseville.
Oh yeah,
somewhere,
suburb of Sacramento.
I used to come through Sacramento once a year I used to take kids one at a time to see her, you know, for little special trips with Grammy. And so it's been it was a couple of years after that I discovered you, or else I could have stopped by the church and said hi on my way through. But yeah, but my mother has, you know, a very interesting perspective, having worked as a teacher in 2 different states, and as an administrator in 2 more different states. So Pennsylvania, Maryland, and California, for a good chunk of years in each one. So,
well, you know, part of what my wife is seeing when COVID hit, my wife, who was, you know, very popular with homeschool, you know, really loved homeschooling, she saw the first year of COVID, when they shut down the schools, as this big opportunity to really help parents homeschool their children. And what the message she got back both from the institution, but also from the parents, was, I don't want to spend all day with these kids.
Right.
And that just breaks my wife's heart. So she's a Waldorf teacher, which means that she loops up with the kids. So she spends 8 years with this group of 25 kids, and they really become her kids. Some of these kids are spending more time with her than they are with their parents. And so, the first class that she brought through, when she had to sort of relinquish them to the world, it just broke her heart, because they were her kids, and she's an amazing teacher, an amazing mother. So
that breaks my mom's heart, breaks my wife's heart when you hear parents, not wanting to spend time with their kids. It's like,
well, and it's very similar with churches. So one of our church plants was going to go the pure cell model. It's life on life. They had developed curriculum for faith formation. They did all of that. And so they went, often with a church plant, you'll start with a core group. Very quickly, you'll get up to the worshiping community, and then up from there, because you want to get up over 200 within the first 2 years. Otherwise, you never really break the atmosphere, as it were. But they decided, no, they were going to be a cell group and just have maybe quarterly celebration services where they bring them all together, something like that. And basically what they learned was the people didn't want it. They wanted, analogous to the schools, they wanted the big institution that was going to feed them. And they would, they did all of this work with the people, explaining their vision, explaining their mission. This is life on life. What we're doing here in the living room is really the church. When we eventually do gather and do singing and celebration, that will be sort of that'll be a celebratory other. But what we really do right here is church. And for the most part, people said, well, I don't want that. I want an event I can come to and sit there and be fairly passive and enjoy it and feel like I've gotten a little formation in me, and then go back to my life. And I'd really like to keep it within an hour. Thank you. So
no, you're absolutely right. And I think that's my theory, is that it comes from school. In our context, in the American context, the evangelical church, or the Protestant, most of the Protestant varieties of church, that's what it is.
Well, Catholic and Orthodox too. I mean, the Protestants inherited this. And in many ways, the Reformation was, fueled by these little, conventicles, these tiny little small groups, essentially.
Right.
They were the vanguard of the Reformation, because they were the cells, the revolutionary cells. So
well, what I'm saying is that they had a little different flavor. What I'm saying is that the flavor you see in most Protestant churches in America specifically is that consumeristic, flavor of church is, I think, a product of the schooling that we got.
Yeah.
And
I think you're right.
We're reflecting what we were raised in, for 4 or 5 generations now of schooling, where it's, that passive mode where you're sitting back and you're part of the audience. So we're an audience in front of the movie screen, the TV screen, the basketball game, the football game. We're an audience at church.
Yeah.
And I think that's part of the problem. And I mean, that being a pastor, you're trying to get people to do stuff in the church, to try to participate, I know is killer for some pastors, to have people want to be, to help you out, to be involved, to do stuff, whether it be in the church or in the community. It's tough to get that, to switch people out of that mindset, that psychological passive mindset, into an active mode, into production mode. And I'm not saying everyone, but some leadership, exacerbate that. Well, we don't want you, we don't want you doing any of this up here, we don't
absolutely.
actually, I mean, you can, do the stuff in the church with each other, be the Sunday school teacher, be the whatever, you could do those different things. We don't want you actually doing anything that's, the production.
We're the professionals. We're the professionals. Right. Exactly. Keep to the script. And it's, you read Gato and others, it's fundamentally an industrialized model. In that sense, Dewey, not only shaped the schools, but eventually came around to shape the churches too.
That's what I think. Yeah. I think it's definitely a problem. And So I think that that the estuary type thing you're doing, and the getting outside the church really is that's the missional end of it is really tough, because in that consumeristic model mode, people are told to bring people to the church. That's what has gone for many years as missions. Go get some people, bring them into the church, and that's really expecting people to come onto our territory, onto our turf, and they're in an uncomfortable setting, and they're in an uncomfortable place, and we really need to be the ones who are.
Yeah, and even the issues of the same-sex marriage issue that is destroying my denomination. In many ways, that's far better addressed in a small setting, because then it's face to face, and you actually have once you level up into the industrialized region, now you've got issues of credentialing, right, and standardization, and basically behavioral management. I mean, in that sense, all of this modern machinery enters into the church, and many of the issues that we're dealing with are caused by that modernist industrial framework that the church has completely bought into, to the degree that it doesn't really know how to live without.
Right. Yeah, that relational accountability that you have in a small group, like you said, dealing with that very sensitive, very personal issue face to face. I mean, that's the only way to do it, is with relational accountability. That if you're at the relational scale, there's a lot of things that could go where you can't do it at a non-relational scale. That Dunbar number, the 148 or 150 or whatever, having those ties that you have within the your network is, once you get outside of that, it's anonymizing. And the bigger you get, the more anonymous it is, and the more, I think, not just corruption, which is obviously a problem in any institution, but not even on the corruption end, but just the starting to be inhuman to one another, like there is online. People online are they say things that they would never say to someone in real life.
Well, and I think that also gets into the crisis of the person, where we're at now, is also partly caused by this, because I experienced that very quickly when my channel got up above 1,000 subs, because when the channel was smaller, which unfortunately was only for about a week, because YouTube just kind of whoosh. And what that meant was, yeah, my Dunbar number was just exploded very quickly, which it hadn't been, basically because of how small this church was. Mm-hmm. And that sort of protected me for a long time in many ways. But suddenly, very quickly, the channel got beyond, my capacity to remember everybody, to remember everybody's names, to remember everybody's story. I've got a pretty good memory, and so I can fake it fairly well in some cases. But there are people out there who have been hurt and disappointed by me, basically because in this modern frame, I can't value them as a person, as an individual, because I'm simply dealing with too many people.
Sure. Yep.
And it's, I lament that, but I'm sort of trapped in it. And you can say, well, you can destroy the trap by shutting down the channel, and by, turning off YouTube, and, changing my email address, and getting off Twitter, and getting back under the radar, and saying, no more of that. If you want to find me, you got to find me. And, right. but even then, maybe after 2-3 years, people would forget about me. But is that the best thing to do now? Well, I don't know.
Well, see, it's funny you mentioned that, because that's kind of, a pull in me, localism, which is what my whole thing is, but then I looked at video of Jordan Peterson talking about the biblical series, and that was valuable to me.
Yeah.
And then I met your channel and have learned many things. And it's that thing. It's that pull. It's like, I think only the in-person stuff is the real stuff, and that's the stuff we should focus on. But then also, I read Tillich, for example, other books, Gatto, Illich,
books themselves.
Right. So
once you have a book, that book breaks that Dunbar number.
Right.
If it's in any way successful at all. And
so I think so I think probably it's a balance, and it looks like you're pulling it off.
Well, so far, I am, and it's, I'm at a war inside myself, because on one hand, people will say things like, well, if your channel grows, you can help more people. Oh, okay. I guess that's true. But if my channel is already of decent enough size and it's a small channel, given, I started roughly about the same time as Jonathan Peugeot or Rebel Wisdom, and roughly the same little corner of the internet. Even John Vervaeke's channel started later than mine. His channel is, 2-3 times the size of mine in terms of subscribers. And, knowing something about metrics in the internet, subscribers are by no means the only metric. Someone commented this morning on a video, he said, given the number of likes and the size of your channel, you have a fairly determined audience.
Yeah.
And that's true, a fairly devoted audience. But still the audience is kind of big. So, and Jesus struggled with this, because on one hand, you have his Galilean ministry, which, in the Gospels, in both the Synoptic and in John's Gospel, he gets to a point with the Galilean ministry that he basically decries it, in some ways turns on the mob, and says to the mob, you're following me, but you're not following me.
Right.
And if you really were following me, things would be different. And in the Gospel of Matthew, he basically says to the mob, on Judgment Day, it's going to be worse for you than for Sodom and Gomorrah or Nineveh. And it's like, I'm amazed you didn't die right there, because and so then he goes down to Jerusalem, and it's, somewhere between 12 and 72. Which again is within his Dunbar number, and in Jerusalem is where the climax of the story gets reached. So these are tricky things that we're dealing with in terms of size. That smaller but more intense discipleship, that model is this slow evangelism, the key ecclesiology of the small, that these are the types of things that makes me think of, the perspective you just shared. Should we be focusing on discipling less folks, and I don't know, making more disciples, but less deeply, what happens a lot in the mega churches and things like that, I think. Who knows? yeah. And at the same time, I've read James Wellman's book. I really should talk to him. He, some of the points he made in defense of the mega churches, you can do some things. This is sort of where the cell model arose, and why, my friends, tried to plant that, because they wanted a hybrid system, or is both and.
Yeah.
And there's a lot to be said for that. But in the end, the consumers won.
Right.
Because the consumers were paying in an industrial, our friends came to a meeting, myself and my pastor friend in the Rockland area. We were starting this cluster, and these two young idealistic church planters were like, we don't really think of ourselves as an institution. It's much more of a movement. And my friend says, does your movement have a budget? Will your movement pay you a salary?
Right.
And it's that way in which we're all connected into this giant, it's giant beast, in a sense, that
Right.
you don't really escape.
Yep. Yeah, there's weeds and wheat in the church, and there's weeds and wheat outside of the church.
Yep. Well, we only have about 10 more minutes yet. Is there anything you wanted to get to that we haven't gotten to?
No, I think we ended up at several different points. We ended up at the places I was hoping to get to all along. So that was a good discussion.
Well, let me ask you this question. Where would you like to see this channel go, given all of its, because you see it through, I mean, you see, I've got inside of me, all of these conflicts.
Yeah, right.
In some ways, I mean, my channel couldn't be, if my church had 300, 400, 500 people.
Yeah, you would not be on here. Yeah,
I would not be here.
Yeah, right.
I simply could not. I would be
right.
I would having to be, but now, especially after COVID, the church is tiny.
Right.
And can I visit people, especially when they're 80, 90 years old? And
yeah.
So
no, you're if you want to talk in Christianese, but in the YouTube world, you've made disciples. I mean, you have a whole bunch of little YouTube channels that have spun off of yours. So in a way, you have it's kind of gross to talk about in that way, but it's like if you were to look at the YouTube landscape in the context of, or way in which some people look at the church, you have podcasts that have been started through your movement, so to speak, if you want to use that Christianese type talk, and so more power to you.
Well, and part of, in a weird way, this is sort of YouTube on the other side of the Dunbar number, because one of the things that became apparent very early on was people who are following my YouTube channel / podcast, because the audio, it's been interesting watching the numbers on the YouTube channel and the numbers on the audio podcast, because the audio podcast keeps growing, but that's invisible to people coming to the YouTube channel.
Sure.
So now the audio podcast, which was just kind of an add-on, is about a third of the size of the YouTube channel, a third to a half, depending on the video of the reach. The podcast doesn't scale up like YouTube can, because it doesn't fueled by this algorithm. But people, it became apparent to me fairly quickly that anybody who follows my channel gets more of me than most of the people in the church in a certain way.
Right.
Because what do I have to do on a Sunday morning? If they're only coming to the worship service, they're getting 20 to 30 minutes. I put in 10 hours during the week. And it's coming every day. And if they're going to the Sunday school class, well, then they get another hour maybe. And the Sunday school class is much more, I mean, now I've been putting my Sunday school class on this channel too. And that's much more like my YouTube channel than a formal sermon, because a sermon, just like with Paul Tillich, you have to take all of this stuff and try and get it into a tiny little thing for a very general audience. And
right. And you're in the broadcast mode rather than the dialogical mode, as we are. Yeah,
exactly.
Right.
So in some ways, YouTube sort of flips over the Dunbar number, and a couple of thousand people, probably between 2,000 and 4,000 people, listen to me 3 to 7 days a week.
Yeah.
And that's pretty intensive discipleship.
Mm-hmm.
Which is only facilitated by this medium.
Right. And yet, like Jonathan Lejeune talked with Peterson about, the people out there it's not the same.
That's right.
Disciples in real life. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. And on the original side of it, Jesus spending, he had 12 apostles, but a close reading and reading of the tradition says, there's probably this group of 50 to 100 that were really sort of on the inside.
Mm-hmm.
They lived with him. They had him more hours in a day than even my rather oppressive volume that I put out can afford. And a much richer because, you know, again, and people will say, well, you're my pastor. I can't be your pastor this way. Not really.
Right.
Because
Right.
you're only seeing me through this dark mirror.
Mhm.
And if you know, the people in my church, part of the reason they don't watch my YouTube channel is in some ways they know me better, but it's a different me that they know.
Mhm. Yep.
It's crazy making.
Yep. Well, God bless you in your work.
Well, thank you. This is wonderful. Is this something that do you want to watch it before I share it, or what would you like me to do with this?
Yeah, if you don't mind, I
Oh,
just want to make sure I hadn't mentioned something and forgot that I shouldn't have mentioned that or something.
No,
you know?
absolutely. And, you know, sometimes what people have done actually, and because you're a computer guy, sometimes what people have done actually is edited the video and sent it back to me, because there was a couple things that they said that I really shouldn't have said that. And that's totally okay. And it's also totally
Cool.
okay to not share it. But
Yeah.
I liked a bunch of the stuff that we talked about today. And I think I wrestle too, because I obviously on this side of YouTube, I see the analytics and the conversations with randos never get the views that say, conversation with Peugeot or Vervaeke or some of the monologue or commentary videos with a hot title will get. But these are in many ways, I think in some ways, the real channel and the real where the real work is being done in the channel.
Sure. Yep.
Anyway. Yep. So thank you, Jason. This has been a pleasure. So I will send this to you, and you can decide if this is something that you'd like to keep for yourself, or if you'd be okay sharing it, et cetera, et cetera.
Cool. Thanks, Paul.
Great. It's great to talk. And hopefully, if I ever get the estuary tour back up and going, if COVID sort of stops disrupting plans, maybe I'll get out to I've got some friends in the DC area. So,
oh, cool. Yeah, definitely.
I'd like to get out there. So
yeah, it'd be cool to catch up.
Yeah. Thank you, Jason.
Thank you, Paul. I'll talk to you later.
Okay. Bye-bye.
So we've talked, this is our third conversation. What's on your mind today, Nolan?
Well, I was kind of going to continue off what we discussed in the previous video.
Okay.
At the beginning of the last video, we talked about the Gulag Archipelago.
Mm-hmm.
And I sent you an email earlier today with some of the excerpts that I thought were interesting.
Let me pull it up. I haven't looked at email today. Okay. Let me see how small I can make my screen so I can see the email. Okay, go for it. Quote I mentioned in the previous video, if only it were so simple, if only there were evil people somewhere insidiously committing evil deeds, and if it were necessary only to separate them from the rest of us and destroy them. But the line dividing good and evil cuts through the heart of every human being, and who is willing to destroy a piece of his own heart? Yeah, that's a great quote.
Yeah, I like the last line as well.
Yeah. Well, and that's true. I actually often, so people have strategies for making the world better. That's a pretty normal thing. And one of the strategies is exactly as Solzhenitsyn describes. You've got the good people and the bad people. And so, well, if you get rid of the bad people, okay, well, how are you going to get rid of them? Well, you could exile them, marginalize them, silence them, exclude them, or kill them. Okay, and actually, I think one of the interesting test cases in the Bible of this is actually Noah's flood, because in Noah's flood, God saves the best man and his family out of all the world, and within a few generations, everything reverts back to normal, which in fact expresses Solzhenitsyn's observation here. So I think he's dead on right.
Yeah. And so the second one there is about Solzhenitsyn trying to find a way to remember his experience and not losing sight of what's important.
Okay. Shall I read it?
Sure.
Okay. Each year on the anniversary of my arrest, I organize myself a Zex Day, a prisoner's day. In the morning, I cut off 650 grams of bread. It's not a lot. Put 2 lumps of sugar in a cup and pour hot water on them. For lunch, I ask them to make me some broth and ladle of thin mush, and how quickly I get back to my old form. By the end of the day, I am already picking up crumbs to put in my mouth and licking the bowl. The old sensations start up vividly. Gulag Archipelago, Volume 3, page 461. Wow. Yeah, I completely believe that. I always kind of chuckle when people admonish others to live in the moment. I've told stories about the homeless man that lived outside my office door, and people would say that I think he lives in the moment every day. It's a disaster. But Solzhenitsyn forcibly reliving that moment every year in the anniversary of his arrest is also a helpful thing.
Yeah, that was one of the things that I remembered most.
And how do you, I mean, why does that quote impact you?
I think it's something useful for us to try and keep in mind when we're going through our day-to-day lives. So I find that, sometimes it's difficult to be grateful about what we have. And reading that book and that part really helps remind me of how many good things I do have. It's also helpful to remember that even people who had a direct experience of losing almost everything, even they still have struggles with that if they are out of that environment long enough.
I often, one of my early observations to the victim culture that I saw emerging was the sanctification of victims. And I immediately noted the interesting juxtaposition between that and another aphorism, which was that hurt people, in that it's often the victims of, let's say, child abuse, some of the victims of child abuse, as Peterson reminds us, that grow up to become abusers themselves. Now, not all of the victims of child abuse do, but some of the victims of child abuse do. And so on one hand, we imagine that those who have been victimized are somehow safe because they certainly wouldn't perpetrate those kinds of evils on others. But at the same time, we recognize that it's often the pain the pain and abuse that scars us, and those scars spur us on to, in fact, continuing the hurt by doing it to others. And so it's a funny juxtaposition in victim culture. And I think, again, Solzhenitsyn gets that because he saw that many of the cruelest guards had been victims of cruelty themselves. And so sometimes suffering makes us more compassionate, and sometimes suffering makes us more angry so that we just simply continue it. So it's a fascinating observation.
Yeah, I found when he discusses that, that's useful to try and understand, because he kind of says there's two different ways of responding to that suffering or victimization that you experience. One way is to decide that you never want to be someone who does the same thing. And the other way is to kind of get lost in your resentments about it and end up falling into the same thing that you yourself hated about what you experienced.
It is a very interesting dynamic. And, you know, part of what, let's say in Dante's Inferno, what is so interesting is that many of those in Dante's hell continue to try to work out, or they simply go deeper into the torments that brought them there. The same is true of C.S. Lewis's The Great Divorce, where someone whose predominant sin is complaining, the penalty for complaining is endless complaining. And, you know, there's a mystery about redemption where the complainer finally gets sick of their own complaint to the degree that they realize they have to turn from themselves. And these are fascinating relationships.
Yeah, it's kind of like your own behavior becomes your own punishment.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And that's one of the interesting things about Dante's Inferno, about kind of all the symbolic punishments that we're going through. I think some people would look at that story and not see that it's not exactly a straightforward story about this thing that happened.
Mm-hmm.
It's more so about understanding what it's like to live in the world.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
One of the punishments that I remember when I read it was kind of interesting, was the hypocrites were forced to wear this heavy cloak that weighed on them, but on the outside it was all golden and shining, but on the inside it was dark and heavy. Yeah, I think there was something else to it, but I don't remember.
Yeah. I took a class on Dante in college, and I so many of the classes I took in college, if I had the chance to retake them, I'd get so much more out of them now. Life is full of funny ironies.
So I guess we could read the next excerpt. It's
Okay.
kind of funny, actually.
The absurd degree of deception. They were building an apartment building, and if somebody's never read The Gulag, it's a fascinating book. It's just story after story after story, and it's mind-boggling to understand how he could, you know, write this thing in secret and remember it all. And I mean, Peterson talks about the ways that he got this book out there. It's really a phenomenal thing. So they were building an apartment building, and the free employees stole several bathtubs, but the tubs had been supplied to match the number of apartments. So how could they hand over the apartment building as completed? They could not confess to the construction superintendent, of course. He was triumphantly showing the official acceptance committee around the first stair landing. Yes, and he did not omit to take them into every bathroom too and show them each tub. And then he took the committee to the second floor landing and the third, not hurrying there either, and kept going into all the bathrooms. And meanwhile, the adroit and experienced Zex, the prisoners, under the leadership of an experienced foreman plumber, broke bathtubs out of the apartments on the first landing, hauled them upstairs on tiptoe to the fourth floor, and hurriedly installed and puttied them in before the committee's arrival. And it was their lookout, if they let the wool be pulled over their, and it was their lookout if they let the wool be pulled over their eyes. This ought to be shown in a film comedy, but they wouldn't allow it. There is nothing funny in our lives except funny takes place in the West. That's a great story. And it would be, I mean, in Western terms, you could imagine, you know, Lucy and Ethel doing something like this to try to, you know, stay out of the trouble of Ricky and Fred. So what did you appreciate about that quote, Nolan?
I think it's just funny that they went through all that to maintain this lie.
Yeah.
And I think it's a good kind of encapsulation of everything that went on in the Soviet Union and other places.
And why such a system can't last.
Yeah.
Oh, I have an uncle who was a cop, and I used to as a kid I used to love to listen to his stories because he was a good storyteller, and he would tell the best police stories, because cops get all the good stories because this kind of thing, you know, might not be happening with the government as much or things like that, but you know, just stupid criminal stories where oh, I love it.
I think that's another positive if you're going to read this book, is even in spite of all the dark stuff that it talks about, somehow there still seems to be humor to it.
Yeah. And I think that's actually a testimony to the goodness of God, that, you know, sometimes people will comment to me about my humor with the mentally ill. I tend to have gallows humor, but part of that is just because if you live in places where there is a lot of suffering and a lot of darkness, you know, about all you have left is laughter. And so when you see it, you might as well enjoy it, because that's what you got. And I'm sure that was the same in the Soviet Union and in the Gulag. And I've often noted that some of the best comedians in culture, if you find a really funny person, you'll almost always find some suffering that this person has endured. I think it's necessary. That's been my experience.
Yeah. There's a documentary I watched about, I forget what it was called, but it was about how the Holocaust created this kind of culture among Jewish people of dark humor and always trying to find something funny in the darkest places.
There's a documentary on Netflix too right now, which has a similar theme. They look at, you know, they look at, for example, comedy shows in Iraq, and go into the Muslim world where it's in some ways the most repressive, and you'll find great comedy.
Yeah. So there's the next section is kind of funny as well.
Okay. 2 ridiculous arrests. The charge against Gregory, it is Russian names,
Yeah.
Gregory Yamanovich Generalov from Smolensk province was that he used to drink heavily because he hated the Soviet government. He actually used to drink heavily because he and his wife got along so badly. He got 8 years. It could be that he maybe he was happy to get away from his wife. Irina Tukinskaya, the fiancée of Sovrinsky's son, was arrested while leaving church. The intention was to arrest their whole family, and she was charged with having prayed in a church for the death of Stalin. Who could have heard that prayer? Terrorism, 25 years. Prayed in a church for the death of Stalin. I love it. Oh, we can't have that.
Yeah.
Oh, that is good. Oh. 2 examples of the malevolence that characterized the camps. Here's another imaginative trick. On the eve of May 1, 1933, in the Khabarovsk GPU, for 12 hours at night, Chirbotaryev was not interrogated, no, but was simply kept in a continual state of being led to interrogation. Hey, you, hands behind your back. Wow. They led him out of the cell, up the stairs quickly, and into the interrogator's office. The guard left. But the interrogator, without asking one single question, and sometimes without even allowing Chebotaryev to sit down, would pick up the telephone. Take away the prisoner from 107. And so they came to get him and took him back to his cell. No longer had he lain down on his board bunk than the lock rattled. Chebotaryev, to interrogation, hands behind your back. And when they got there, take the prisoner from 107. For that matter, the methods of bringing pressure to bear can begin a long time before the interrogator's office. Wow, yes. 12 hours they did this to the guy. And this gets into Peterson's idea of, we know how to torture each other because we know what torture is ourselves.
It's kind of similar to the carrying sandbags that Peterson mentions about the Holocaust.
Yeah.
Where there's really no purpose to it except to make the other person suffer.
Right. This gets back to what we started talking about in terms of hurt people. It's a strange type of pleasure that we derive from the pain of others. And we might imagine that, you've got this idea of the mirror neurons. When we see pain, we often do things to either to act in compassion or to isolate us from the person who is in pain. But there's this other side of us that enjoys the suffering of others. And then we make up stories in our mind usually that they're evil. Again, this gets back to Solzhenitsyn's first quote, that they're evil, and therefore the pain of the other is justifiable, and our practice of giving them pain is justified.
I guess you kind of put these kind of blinders on to kind of hide you from your true motives. But really behind it, sometimes it's just to make someone else suffer.
Yeah, yeah. And we don't want to be seen that way, but we are that way. And so we even lie about our own nature to ourselves.
It's kind of like when Vervaeke talks about the technical use of bullshit.
Yeah.
And it's like you're not really lying to yourself, but you're somehow convincing yourself that you're not doing it for a bad reason. There's some other justification for it.
Yep. Yep. No, that's really good. I like Vervaeke's observation with respect to bullshit and how that works in us, and in a sense there's something deeply redemptive and corrective about our anti-bullshit in that sense. So no, that's true.
I guess we may as well go through that last excerpt. That
Okay.
one's a bit darker.
And from the other Solevsky inhabitants, he learns things more awful than his eyes perceive. People pronounce the fatal word Sekirka to him. This means Sekimaya Hill. Punishment cells were set up in the two cathedrals there. Oh my. And here is how they kept prisoners in the punishment cells. Poles the thickness of an arm were set from wall to wall, and prisoners were ordered to sit on these poles all day. At night they lay on the floor, one on top of another, because it was overcrowded. The height of the poles was set just so that one's feet could not reach the ground, and it was not so easy to keep balance. In fact, the prisoner spent the entire day just trying to maintain his perch. If he fell, the jailers jumped in and beat him, or else they took him outside to a flight of stairs consisting of 365 steep steps from the cathedral to the lake, just as the monks had built it. In illustration 4, the view up Sekimaya Hill as it is today. They tied the person lengthwise to a balan, a beam, for the added weight, and rolled him down it. And there wasn't even one landing. The steps were so steep that the log with the human being would just go all the way down without stopping. Wow. It's difficult to fathom the creativity that went into this. And this for me is part of why I can't be a materialist, because when I think about the people that endured this, and when I think about the fact that probably many of them, their endurance of this was the last of their life, I cannot imagine a universe without a God who will judge and will redeem, because otherwise this world for me is, I don't know. This again, stories like this, I can't not be a Christian and see them, which seems completely opposite the motivation of others when they say, I can't believe in God because there's so much suffering in the world. Well, I can't believe in no God because of all the suffering in the world.
Yeah, there's kind of two ways of looking at it again.
Yeah. Well, what about these two stories grabbed your interest, Nolan?
Well, I think the first one is a similar to what I just mentioned about the Peterson thing with the sandbags and carrying them across. Second one was more like enough, like one story that kind of all the rest of the stories like encapsulated all of them in some sense. So I included this excerpt in an essay that I was writing about the Gulag, and this seemed like the one story that really kind of gave you an idea of what the rest of everything else was like. And there's actually a picture of that hill that kind of makes it seem even worse, but it was more so just seeing everything in one story, and even you could say just seeing evil in one story is kind of this real kind of thing. And the story like that kind of gives you some idea as to what you're talking about when you say that word.
Well, and the fact that they did it in a cathedral, and the fact that, of course, 365 steps obviously is symbolic of the year, and the taking the steps up would likely be a religious act and a pilgrimage of sorts that the pilgrim would ascend to the place of God, and then to take that place and turn it into this. Yeah, I think God would have something to say with those who did such a thing.
Yeah, I never even noticed that until you said that. I didn't really think. I kind of saw that it was 365 stairs, but I never thought about that, what it meant before until now.
To me, again, it gets into the always the question of the problem of evil and the existence of God. That evil is pointed to as a reason why there is no God, but I have this kind of ontological argument with respect to our hope for justice and the existence of God. It would seem if we have any belief or hope in justice that this really begs for the existence of God, in the same way that C.S. Lewis's argument from desire begs for the existence of God. It doesn't prove that there's a God, but the fact that we internally seemingly nearly universally have a sense of justice and a desire for justice would imagine that we would have that there might be a justice giver who put this in us, and especially in the light of responding to the kind of intentional, willful cruelty that gets displayed in these stories.
Well, I was kind of thinking about the same thing earlier today, and I thought about what Peterson kind of says about the universities and kind of how they're helping push along this meaning crisis. And he kind of says that they're not telling a good story. So I was thinking about this idea of an ultimate justice, and that seems to be an even better story.
Yeah.
And than even what Peterson kind of talks about, which I think is valuable first place, but I'm not sure if it's ultimately enough.
So how's the writing coming, Nolan?
Pretty good. I haven't written that much poetry lately, but I've been kind of working on my website. I plan to put some of that stuff out there.
Good.
Should be done probably by the end of the month. But I'm not sure what else I'm going to put on there yet, besides a few poems.
Okay. Well, I'm sure folks who will watch this will be interested in looking at your poetry. Can you recite any of it? Do you have any of it in your head right now?
Not really that I could recite, but
okay.
Maybe talk about one that I wrote that kind of ties into what we're talking about. I wrote one that was kind of about the meaning crisis, and I kind of used the cathedral as the image to describe this. But it was more like an upside down cathedral, which is kind of interesting considering the staircase thing we were just talking about. I'll kind of use that as an image to describe this loss of meaning, and kind of like a collapse from this idea of heaven and earth to just earth. Because at the end of the poem, the cathedral falls down and it turns the speaker into dust and the cathedral into earth. So we can use that to describe the collapse, this materialist way of looking at things.
That's an interesting image of an upside down cathedral. And when you say upside down, do you literally mean upside down that way on the x-axis?
Not exactly, but more in the symbolic sense.
Okay.
That one of the lines is about the choir. And it's like there isn't any choir, but there's this cacophony of church bells ringing rather than the harmonious thing. And then I talk about the incense. And instead of smelling good, it smells like something decaying. And so I just kind of took all these elements and just made them the opposite.
That's interesting. I'm looking forward to you putting your website out there, and when you do, you'll have to You'll have to send me the link.
Yeah.
Sounds pretty labor intensive. Do you have to, do you have to dictate all of this?
Yeah, I dictated, but it wasn't really that long of a poem.
Okay.
But it was more putting all these little details in. So that's one of the things that I find poetry works well for me, because it's not a super long page. It's not pages and pages of stuff to work with. Just more smaller things, but the work is really doing the small details. Trying to pay attention to each of the different elements. That was one of the things that I found interesting about Dante's Inferno. That he has all these things that you wouldn't necessarily notice by reading. Like split into 3 sections. And then each stanza is 3 lines. So there's all this all these things pointing to the Trinity. And then it's like if you add all the cantos up, you get 100. The square root of 100 is 10, which is the square of the Trinity plus 1, which is like the unity of the 3. And then, of course, there's all the punishments that are kind of showing how it is that the sins that people committed kind of created this punishment. So that was a useful thing for me to read and figure out.
I haven't read Dante for a long, long time. And again, as I said, I took a course on it in college, but I think information is wasted on the young. They need it, but I couldn't appreciate it probably like I could appreciate it now. So you like Dante, you like Solzhenitsyn. What else are you reading that you're enjoying?
Well, I read that biography of Paul recently.
Oh, N.T. Wright's.
Yeah, I thought that was helpful to kind of understand the implications of the resurrection.
Yeah.
And why that's so pivotal to everything.
Yeah. I actually just had a conversation that Zoom didn't work, and so I can't post it. But the conversation I had just before yours, we were talking about Peterson's Peterson. Have you seen the video of Peterson at Liberty University yet?
Yeah, I watched that, and I saw your video about it.
Okay. The person I was talking to mentioned how, in many ways, and I think she was exactly right on this, Peterson takes the resurrection more seriously than a lot of Christians, because Peterson, I think, recognizes, as the early church did, and other Christians have obviously throughout the centuries, Peterson recognizes that if the resurrection is true, it actually reframes all of our lives, and it should make us free of care, fearless, and it should radically transform how we view this life. But even for Christians that will say, well, I believe in the physical resurrection, we don't act like we do. We tend to mirror secularist assumptions about We basically mirror secularist value systems. And if in fact, as one great saint said, that the sufferings of this world are as a inconvenient night in a bad hotel to the glory that awaits us, that would transform how we deal with what we deal with now. But it doesn't in many of us. And that's really something important to that, you know, so when Peterson at Liberty talks about grappling with the resurrection, I think he's thinking clearly.
Yeah, I thought it was also what I got out of that book was that sometimes I think certain interpretations of Christianity can lead people to believe that this life isn't important. But I found useful understanding it's more in the sense of heaven and earth coming together rather than what we're doing now is, or where was this earth isn't worth saving kind of thing.
Yeah.
But it's more so of the heaven and earth coming together, which is a bit different. A while ago, I read Friedrich Nietzsche's book, Antichrist, and he had a problem with that idea of, but I think it was partially a misinterpretation on his part. Didn't quite know what Paul was talking about with some of these things. Because he wasn't saying that that this world is evil and like damned to perdition, as Peterson says, I think. But it's more so the uniting of the two things rather than this kind of binary way of looking at it.
I think that's right. I'd love to see, you know, a lot of the focus of Peterson's, well, as he keeps reminding us, he speaks as a psychologist. At some point, the metaphysical, the obvious metaphysical agenda of the Bible has to be dealt with, which as you said, which is what I very much agree with, is the story of the reconciliation of heaven and earth. As you know, as Vervaeke notes, that's an axial age concern, but that is the message that is the story of the Bible. And obviously the divorce of heaven and earth comes in Genesis chapter 3, and the resolution of it comes in Revelation 21. But I think you're very much right in that understanding the value balance of this age and the age to come is vital. And the Bible continues to demand both. This world is important, and the life of the age to come is important. And they are deeply connected and continuous. But that poses problems for us. We just have problems with value hierarchies. We're not good at it. But it's true. That's true. It's a good observation.
And then that kind of gets into the other thing you've talked about recently, which is what kind of role do we have with regards to the age to come? How much of our agency or non-agency, how does that all balance out? That's one of the harder questions to try and figure out.
To say the least. Hard indeed. Christian, the best minds in Christianity have been struggling with it for 2,000 years.
Yeah.
Well, and it was interesting to me, and I'll do a video later this week, I hope, on the second video, the one more question video that David Nasser does with Peterson, where they get down to wrestling with it. And Peterson says, well, talks about how he's trying to think about it. And I thought, yeah, you and Augustine and Calvin and the Roman Catholic Church and Martin Luther, and how does God work, and how and Joseph from Genesis, how does God work and our work? How do those things come together? We don't know.
Yeah, that kind of goes into the God number one thing and the God number two. And for me, I'm fairly comfortable with God number one, but God number two is something that's I still don't quite have a grasp on. I'm comfortable with when everything's a theory, but then when the theory starts, what does the theory mean for you in your life? That's when things start getting a little more uncomfortable for me.
Yeah. Well, and the world that actually also maps onto the world as a forum for action, which is, of course, the great fork at the beginning of Peterson's maps of meaning. The world is a forum for action. Well, action demands decision of us, and decisions have consequences, and some of those consequences are quite enduring. So, yeah. Stuff. Well, we got a few more minutes. Any last things you wanted to get in, Nolan?
I'll have to think for a second here. I think I covered most of it, but I'll say one more thing here. Really appreciate that you're able to do this on your channel. I find it useful because you just kind of let people come on here and talk about whatever they want. And you're not worried about them saying something that isn't quite right or isn't quite how you see things. That's one of the things kind of missing strategy in general. Feel like you're able to express the questions you have or the doubts you have about things. I find it's more productive than trying to get everyone to see things the same way from the beginning.
Well, thank you. I find it a joy because, well, I don't see everything clearly. I'm not right about everything. And as you know, I think there's a lot of good rules in Peterson's 12 rules. And one of his rules, which I think is Very true. Listen to someone as if they have something to teach you. And if you actually do that rule, you will discover that pretty much everyone has something to teach you. And that's, I think, a part of the glory of God's common grace, that God scatters his wisdom and his glory throughout. And I think the hierarchies that develop, that limit the number of voices we hear to those that the crowd pushes up the hierarchy, actually impoverishes us. And so I'm delighted that I've been able to have the time and use my channel in this way. I think, oh, this is what YouTube is for, actually.
Yeah, I really like watching the other conversations as well. That one you posted recently about the violinist, that was pretty hard to ignore.
Well, the stories, God is the best story writer of history, because history is the story he's writing. And as a pastor, you learn the stories out there they're way more than even the bravest fiction writer would dare imagine. And so it's wonderful having the opportunity to sit and steward and listen to these stories. So, and you're part of that too, Nolan.
Yep.
So thanks for the conversation. And I like the quotes that you sent me, and I think that structured it. I think that structured it quite nicely. So, and I just kind of give an open channel, and it's great to see what comes. So,
yeah,
I appreciate it.
So this time we covered most of the stuff I had written down. So
good. So do I have your permission to post this? Would you like me to post it?
You can post it.
Okay. All right. I will do that then. It'll probably be in a few days. I've got a few stacked up. So.
Yeah.
All right, Nolan, you take care.
You too.
Okay. Bye-bye. Okay.
There we go. So this is a name that, well, anybody who's paying attention to comments section in this little corner will recognize this name, because I don't know if this is your real name or not, but this is the name you go by. So
I'm Lynette. So yeah, I go by Lynn.
Nice to meet you, Lynn. Where shall we begin? Shall we begin with you? You want to tell us about yourself?
Well, I was conceived in 1969 when we walked on the moon.
Oh. All right.
So you know what my dad was thinking. He was an opportunist. I'm the youngest of three. I was born in southern Idaho. So I'm an Idahoan, like the doctor dude.
Oh, Dr. Jim.
Born on a farm.
What kind of farm?
Huh?
What kind of farm? Cattle?
Cow, yeah. Yeah. Do you remember when President Carter passed a law basically that you had to put your cow milk through a special system. You couldn't just sell it in the early 70s.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So that's when my family basically sold their cows, and my mom, they started working like Tupperware. My mom got a job at Tupperware, so we moved to the town. So
some of you who are old enough will remember Tupperware parties, where this was sort of a direct marketing strategy, and women would have Tupperware parties, and you'd have a whole group of women in a living room, and oh look, you can. And we had all kinds of Tupperware growing up, and then of course, pretty soon, lots of other things would come in plastic containers, And so that was sort of, that was sort of free Tupperware. So you didn't have to buy the fancy Tupperware. You just use the old margarine container.
Yeah, my mom worked in the manufacturing plant. So she was in finish pack. So she would put all the Tupperware orders in boxes and then they would sell. Mm-hmm. I was raised Seventh-day Adventist.
Oh, okay.
Very strict, very Seventh-day Adventist. We didn't
Okay.
eat pork. We went to church on Saturday, which is the real Sabbath.
Yep.
Well, that's what I was taught. I don't know.
No, Saturday is the real Sabbath. I mean, Christians sort of switch it over to Sunday because it's the day of the resurrection. But Adventists, are very. Adventism is one of those 19th century movements that went through with a lot of, well, just read the Bible and do what it says. I mean, you hear that all the time, but people have been, trying to figure that out for a long time.
We read Ellen G. White right next to the Bible. So
Yep.
Ellen G. White was a woman in the early 1800s, and she, I guess the term now would be downloaded. So she sat in church and got downloaded. I don't know what the correct term is. We call it downloading now. So.
There was revelation.
Yeah, revelation. There. So, my dad was a Jack Mormon, so he never went to church. On dad's side, my great grandparents were married in the Salt Lake Temple, so she was a daughter of a polygamist in the Mormon, but dad never participated. It was just mom taking us 3 kids to church every day.
And for those who don't live in the Western United States might not know what a Jack Mormon is, but there's all over the place here. I didn't know any of this stuff until I moved to California. Then suddenly there are Jack Mormons and you learn all of this stuff.
I don't know where the Jack Mormon term came from. It was just
I don't know either.
A term.
It's just what you call them, for backslidden Mormons.
Yeah. Backslide. Yeah, people that don't participate in the church yet. Yep. Once you're baptized in Mormon, or once you're sealed. Well, I know I've been baptized for the Mormon church because of my family being so Mormon on dad's side. So they baptize for people that are in their ancestry chain. Right.
And even beyond, if you don't bother going to church, the Mormons will cover your baptism for you. That's another controversial little aspect of the LDS religion.
Yeah. So when I was 7, a significant event, I was diagnosed with an eye disease called retinitis pigmentosa, RP. So it's tunnel vision for those people who don't know. So a person can have 20/20 vision, a very clear central vision, and be legally blind because there's no peripheral vision. So I'm somebody who I have no peripheral vision and only this central vision.
That's interesting.
What's
that like?
When I was 7 years old, okay, so I remember going home from the doctor very vividly. And my sister, my older sister, I'm the youngest sister, and my older sister's like, so what'd the doctor say? Because I had been night blind and been terrified of nighttime. And my mom's like, well, the doctor said when she's old, she'll be blind. And so in my little 7-year-old mind, I had this image of, oh, when I'm 18, I'm going to be blind suddenly.
Yeah, because 18 is old when you're 7.
Right. My sister just told me the other day, oh, that in your 80s or 90s is what the doctor meant. I was like, well, I didn't know. So my whole life, I've had this belief that I'm just going to suddenly be stricken with blindness, but it's just something that's been gradually taken from me, my vision, my whole life. So as a young person, in high school, reading long a lot gave me migraine headaches. So, and then I had cataracts in both my eyes, and then inflammation. So I've had laser surgery in both my eyes. So it's just something that just having to deal with not reading. Very well, I read, but it's like I skim things. So I think I've sat down and read maybe 20 books in my life. So it's not that I can't read. It's the fact that after a paragraph, I start getting headaches. It's very painful. And then I go down this, migraine headaches, and it just kind of, so I don't use my vision like a normal sighted person would.
And so I would imagine, so I'm dyslexic. And so actually over the last number of years, YouTube and audiobooks, and I mean, those things have been huge for me. It's not that I didn't read, I read plenty, but maybe it's just because now I can take in books and podcasts and things while I'm driving, while I'm doing the dishes, I've been chopping up bamboo. We planted some bamboo in the backyard. We did clumping bamboo, at least we looked ahead, but the bamboo really goes. So I have to cut it down pretty regularly and then try to dispose of it. So, audio has always been a real boon for me.
Well, as a kid, I went to college and graduated, but when I was going to college, I got connected with the Commission for the Blind to help me.
Yep.
And so they would connect me with something called Talking Book. Yep. And so in the days, we had these big recorders and these cassettes.
Yeah.
And so you'll do the talking book. But the problem with them, I always fell asleep to them because some of them are so tired. I mean, they're so boring. But nowadays, it really has improved. I mean, there's more. Yeah, it's like there's something about the quality has improved from when.
Yeah.
In the 80s, when I was listening to the talking books.
Yeah. What did you study in school?
I have a Bachelor of Arts degree in social work.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Have you done anything with that?
Yeah, well, yeah, I worked. So I wanted to be a doctor, but my mom started freaking out. You don't want to work with sick people. And so she went on this tangent. So I chose social work because the classes were really easy and I didn't need a lot of reading to do them. I could go to the class and I can listen audio and then skim, and then and so I read 4 books in college with.
Wow.
So it's about listening.
Yep.
And anyway, so when I graduated, I worked with the developmentally disabled population, and then near Blackfoot, Idaho. And then I moved to Vegas and I worked in a nursing home, the largest one in Nevada at the time. So I was a social worker in a big nursing home and then I moved to Colorado Springs and worked in a nursing home there. And then I moved home to Idaho because my vision declined in Colorado. And I just, the world, everything changed. It was around 2007.
Mm-hmm.
And, with my vision declining and then going on Social Security disability, it's like I could then, move to a remote town. And so I moved to Salmon, Idaho, which is, and it's like halfway between northern Idaho and southern Idaho.
I think I've been there. I mean, my wife and I like to take long driving vacations, and the West is perfect for this because there is so much. I mean, Idaho, Utah, Montana, Nevada's a little dull in a lot of places, but Idaho, Utah, Montana, these are lovely places for us. There's just miles and miles of beautiful wilderness. So
I love Idaho as well. I mean, I moved 2 years ago to Washington State So I'm here in Washington State now, but in something about you can drive for miles and not see a person at all in Idaho. But the winters are cold. I mean, So
you won't find me there in the winter. My wife doesn't like cold. Plus, it's harder to get around. But the summers, just so many canyons and wilderness and scrub, and it's just lovely. I love that kind of those kind of spaces.
We grew up in the Snake River Canyon, so that's where Evel Knievel jumped the Snake River Canyon.
Yep.
I remember that.
Not really in a motorcycle.
Well, okay, he didn't make it. He went to the bottom.
Right.
And broke everybody.
I remember watching that as a kid. Just like
yeah, I'm from there. That's the area where I'm from.
But the canyon is very dramatic. You're just driving along and suddenly there's this is massive, long, it's almost like someone just cut this canal out of the earth and it's deep. So it's really cool. Yeah.
It's very beautiful.
We were at Craters of the Moon a couple summers ago, and I love Craters of the Moon National Monument. There's just so many national parks and national monuments all throughout the West, and like Craters of the Moon, not many people there, and it's not dramatic like Yosemite, but it's just beautiful and isolated and quiet and wildernessy and just wonderful.
If you like spelunking.
Oh yeah,
caving.
Yeah, good caves. So
I don't know. My brother took me to a cave, and it's near the Shoshone Ice Caves. And there was bats on the ceiling, and then there's something creepy about in the cave where it's like if there's an earthquake, you're dead instant. It's just very claustrophobic.
It could collapse. That's true.
Between the bats
and the earthquakes. All right, so I keep getting distracting you from your story. So keep going. I'll shut up now.
Oh, no, please don't.
So you're doing social work, you're moving around. How on earth did you find this little corner? Because you're one of the OGs around here. You've been around a while, and not just leaving comments on my channel. You're over there by Grizz, and I mean you're all over the place here. So
I meditated with Manuel and Mark with Vervaeke's
Awakening.
Wisdom. No, it's the one before Between Awakening, when COVID hit.
So his daily wisdom videos.
So I meditated with them for a year and a half.
Okay.
2 years. And then I did Lectio with Mark and Manuel for a year.
Okay.
I've only won one argument with Mark.
And Mark won't agree to that, I'm sure.
Yeah, no, there's one argument I absolutely won, and that is Vervaeke is a boomer.
Oh.
And you're a boomer. So
really?
I know baby boomers. Yeah.
I'm a boomer, huh? I was born in 63. I got some boomer in me, but I think I got some Xer in me too.
Yeah, he insisted that you all were Xers. I said, no, they're all boomers.
Why are we boomers, and what does that mean?
No, I Google it. I'm just telling you, that's what Google said.
Vervaeke's John's a little, I don't know, is there a Wikipedia page on John? There isn't one on me. So I don't know if there is. It's very interesting to see who there are Wikipedia pages on and who there aren't. Let's see.
Sure there is. Vervaeke.
John Vervaeke, Department of Psychology. Everybody Wiki. No, that's not Wikipedia. Who is John Vervaeke? Everybody Wiki. I do not see a John Vervaeke Wikipedia page.
All right. Well, I don't know how they found it.
I don't know how.
Their amazing stuff they do.
John is a little older than I am. So I am turning 60 this year. I think John's closer to retirement than I am. I think he's 62 or 63. Peterson's a year older than I am. So, but there's a whole bunch of us that are right there born in the 60s. And you said you were conceived in 69. So you're born in 70?
Yeah, I was born 0 to 70. My sister's turning 60 this year as well. So you're my sister's age, my oldest sister.
Okay. And how many siblings do you have?
3.
3. Okay.
Yeah, I'm the youngest.
Okay.
And yeah, there's 3 of us.
So how did you find this little corner? Is it the Peterson thing that you kind of?
Okay. So I need to go back. In the early 90s, I working at this, well, I think I was in college at the time. So I was raised Seventh-day Adventist, very much baptized in the Adventist church, going to church, following the Adventist religion, very much in that world. Then in 92, I was like 22, 23, somewhere around there. I was watching a musician on television, very prominent lesbian woman. And I suddenly became attracted to this woman on the television. So in that moment, it was, my body had deceived me. You know, at one point I was this Adventist, you know, being part of the promised land, being against homosexuals. And then at the other point, it was like being deceived by God. It was, and Mark Lefevre says, you were enchanted by a lesbian. I don't know, but
that is so something Mark would say.
I don't know, but I was, at that point, I became an atheist.
Oh,
okay.
interesting.
So that was the point I became an atheist. I considered myself bisexual. So
did this happen suddenly?
Yeah, it was that moment of recollection that I was attracted to this woman.
Huh.
And it was just a moment of, okay, God doesn't exist. It was like it was becoming instantly atheism, you know. So there was nothing that I gleaned at all from the Adventist tradition after that. It was like being deceived by God. It is how it felt internally. And so after that, I was with a man, but my brother says my picker was broken. So I failed miserably as a wife. Okay. And then I got into a relationship with a woman, and I was with a woman for 12 years. And so at this point, there's one thing I really wanted to communicate to anyone who is having a similar thing, is after that relationship failed with this woman, that was my spiritual crisis. But I wanted to communicate that when you're in a long-term relationship with the same sex after many, many years, my example was 12 years, there's things missing. If you're a bisexual, there's things missing out of that relationship that affects your quality of life 12 years later, or many, many years later. So the contrast of a man and woman in a relationship affects the quality of that relationship. Now, if you look at somebody who's been married 50 years, there's this thing, well, they begin to look alike. A lot of times when you're in the same sex relationship, you begin looking alike. And as the relationship goes on and on and on, there's dead ends. So there's this automatically contrast that happens within a relationship that's a man and a woman. And that contrast begins to go into it's not there. And so it doesn't flourish. Okay. Now I want to add another thing. What I'm going to tell you now, I wanted to communicate as well. Mark Lefebvre says this is propaganda. So choose your narrative. God number one, God number two, but whatever narrative you want to choose. So I was taught in college, okay, that sexuality is a bell curve. On one side, you have homosexuals, and on the other, you have heterosexuals. And us bisexual people are in the middle. So we're attracted to both, okay, in the bell curve.
Oh, okay, I see.
So, the bell curve goes up and down.
Yeah.
Homosexuals have
Straight gay on one side, yeah.
And bisexuals in the middle, okay?
Right.
So Peterson mentions how intelligence affects this bell curve. He mentioned it once, but he hasn't gone deep into it. But I thought, gosh, that was interesting. But the other part of it is people on this side don't know what it's like to be on this side, and people on this side don't know what it's like to be on this side. So as somebody who's experienced my life there, okay, up here, that's what I've blamed from again. So take what you will with that. But I
think men and women are different in that respect too. I think men are much less bell curvy. I think men kind of inverted. I think men tend to be a little bit more one or the other, and women tend to be a little bit more fluid. That's just my anecdotal observation, but what do I know?
You're in a relationship and you're a woman and you're on birth control. I've heard somewhere on YouTube, and I can't quote it. Birth control may affect your attraction to same sex. So it may affect so just be aware of that. If you're experiencing the same sex attraction, it might be your birth control. It might be other factors. So don't just automatically assume, right, I'm totally gay and go join a pride fest. I mean, if you want to do that, you can. I'm just saying your quality of life might be affected in 10 or 15 years. Okay.
That idea is totally cruel, because it's like you get on birth control because you want to have a relationship with men. You're on birth control, you start being attracted to women. So then it's like, what do I need to be on this birth control for? So you get off it. I mean, it's just, I'm sure it doesn't happen that way, but it's just sort of an amusing thought.
Okay. So anyway, so I wanted to get that out there. Okay. So I'm in a relationship with a woman, and the contrast isn't there. I'm seriously missing men. And I find that everyone around me are lacking intelligence. So they're making poor choices. And my capacity to make good choices seems to be screwed up somehow. It's like everything, this is a new age, everything that's coming to me, that's attracted to me. It seems like everything in my life is not intelligent. It's dead end. And so I reach out for what's new age stuff now, but I reached out for a way to be able to manage my life. And so that's when I started the Eckhart Tolle teachings, Living in the Now, Byron Katie, doing her shadow work with Byron Katie. She has this Judging Your Neighbor's worksheet. You do some shadow work with it. And I had for the next, then I was totally sober. So it was like no sugar, no caffeine, no alcohol. Before that, I had been using prescription drugs, quit everything, and started doing this practice, which improved my quality of life. But I suddenly had some mystical experiences. So for the next 5 years, I had mystical experiences. But as Jonathan Bijot and a lot of people would say, you don't assign, or you don't attract, you don't do meaning with it. It's like you pretend it doesn't happen.
Right.
And
well, it's kind of like dream in our culture. Mystical experiences are that's like dreams, and culturally we tend to sort of push dreams off to the side too.
Right. And so I started watching Rebel Wisdom, seen Peterson on Joe Rogan, and Daniel Schmachtenberger.
Yep.
He talked about having a non-rivalrous relationship with the world versus a rivalrous relationship with the world. And that's when something happened at that. I'm like, oh, so there's a way that you can interact with the world that's non-rivalrous, which versus using the Eckhart Tolle practices of being in the present moment and totally accepting the moment how it is. There's you just have to accept the sorrowness of others in a way, versus non-rivalry. And with that, I started listening to Vervaeke's Awakening from the Meaning Crisis. And it was hard because he stutters and it drove me nuts. But after he got better, so I watched the second half first, and then I watched the first half. And I realized that I was like with the politics in episode 25, there's a way of you thinking will to power. So there's certain things that I had assumed with my New Age stuff. One of them was free will. I was in the Sam Harris camp of there's no free will. And Vervaeke in that will to power episode really started breaking open that, oh, well, maybe I do have agency versus none. And so that's when I started figuring out how to get on Discord. And it's very challenging because of my vision. I don't like to learn new things. I like having the same old patterns. I don't enjoy learning something new or even putting myself out there that much.
Yeah.
And so it was really hard. And then with that, even after that Awakening from the Meaning Crisis, I had even more mystical experiences. But but then at a point I also grabbed onto the mystical and just decided, well, maybe that was God trying to communicate to me the mystical experiences. And so that narrative is why I'm here today, is perhaps the mystical experiences were given to me by God to show that he exists. But then again, there's a spirit part of this that Mark and Manuel both say, well, how do you know that that's a good spirit or a bad spirit? And so anyway, so that's.
Now tell me about your mystical experiences.
So I sent you a picture yesterday.
Yeah, that was a cool picture. I like that picture.
So I'm going to call them crop circles in the sky. That's what it was like. It was, okay. Again, I hope nothing synchronicity. I didn't intend for synchronicities, but this is what started it. Is okay. I seen a vision in the sky of a face. One eye you could see all the way through. So like one eye was empty and one eye didn't exist. So when you go God number 1 and God number 2, that began this meaning for me. Is so the crop circle in the sky looked very much like that cross. And it happened. I got a hold of the person who took that picture, and it happened at the very same time, similar summer as when, well, it repeated. So the first time I seen this face was in 2013, and then I seen it in 2014, and then I seen it again in 2015, and I haven't seen it since. So that was the main thing why I watched Awakening from the Meaning Crisis, is because I thought, well, maybe I'm not supposed to ignore it. Maybe it is something that is meaningful and important. Yeah.
That's a really cool picture.
Yeah, it is.
Right.
All right. Well, my dogs are barking, like they're going crazy.
The world is back as it should be.
The world is back as it should be. Oh, that's a good thing.
So you've had a very interesting journey. You were raised Adventist. You had this interesting journey in terms of sexuality and partnership. You had awakenings along the way about the relationship between compare and contrast heterosexual and homosexual relationships. You sort of rapidly deconstructed, and then you've had mystical experiences, and it's interesting. I mean, part of it is so when I did my conversation with, there's another Dr. James, who lives here in Sacramento, and he's a regular at our meetups, and he's been on the channel a couple times. He talks about dreaming. There are a lot of theories that we're constantly dreaming. It's just that when we're awake in the world right here, the manifest image is just so pervasive, it keeps us glued in. But probably with your increasingly low vision, some of those boundaries are going to get fluid, and I'm not trying to dismiss or sort of secularize your visions or be skeptical about them, but it's there's something that we have culturally when we see blind people. We tend to look at blind people and wonder, are they seeing things we're not seeing? And that's an interesting conversation. So you wind up in Rebel Wisdom, and that brings you to John Vervaeke and Jordan Peterson and this little corner, and then Awakening from the Meaning Crisis Discord. And Discord is by no means the most friendly interface invented by human coders. I always call Mark and Manuel the twins, because they did so much together, and they're kind of, I talked to both of them yesterday. They're an interesting pairing. They're not, it's interesting the way those two sort of found a bit of synergy together, because and that was a whole part of both the Awakening from the Meaning Crisis Discord server and the Bridges of Meaning Discord server, and some of the interesting overlap between those two things. And so you did the meditation. So where are you at right now in terms of you're raised Seventh-day Adventist. Did you go back to Adventism, or kind of in your own thing right now?
It's so hard. I'm like, I guess, Mark and Vervaeke in that way, to participate in church. I just, so, well, I have been, 2 months ago, a raven was caught in my chimney. And I prayed for that raven, and a miracle happened. After 3 days of this raven being in the chimney, I heard a clunk, and I opened up the fireplace, and there he was, this bird. And I thought for sure, after listening to the scratches in my chimney, that this bird was toast. I mean, in the chimney. I thought, oh, we're gonna have to dig out a dead corpse out of the chimney. And so he flew out and hit the window, and I got a blanket and threw him outside. And it was that point miracles happen. Oh, it was so grateful that this raven had lived out of this 3 days in my chimney. And that's when I listened to Tammy Peterson and her teaching. She does her and Peugeot has a video on how to do the rosary. So I bought a rosary and I've been praying the rosary, which is sacrilege to any Adventist, because Adventists have issues with crosses. Adventists have issues with, well, maybe not the new Adventists, but traditional Adventists. Okay.
Those who don't understand Adventism, again, they're Jehovah's Witnesses, LDS, Adventism. They all come out of this burned over area of New York. It's burned over area because both Great Awakenings went through, and it's like not a soul was left untouched. It's a very intense 19th century Protestant movement. And, no alcohol, if you just look at the ideas that are in the frontier in the 18th, 19th century, which is New York State, very intense.
Well, I was taught Catholics were evil. So
right.
Catholics were the 666. Okay.
Right.
And then you're praying with the rosary. I mean, it's just, but I find it so lethargic is the best way to put it, to pray the rosary. And then I'm coming back to that thing in the Bible where it says, build your house on rock, not of sand. And Mark Emanuel helped me figure out what was rock and what was sand. I mean, they're very disagreeable people, both of them. And they're never going to agree with you on anything, or at least if they do, they won't tell it to your face. But okay,
God loves disagreeable too.
Well,
why would he have made so many of them? There's a lot of them are in this little corner, I'll tell you, and a lot of them are in my meetup.
So anyway, so I don't know where I was. So the fact that I'm praying the rosary, so it's small steps. It's small steps, okay? I mean, that I'm taking, and so I have it, and that's another thing about mystical experiences that I want to warn people about. People, oh, I wish I had one. Not necessarily, because it's really, if you don't have a foundation, I mean, it took me many years to even get to the point where I can talk to you rationally. I mean, it's been 7 years since I had the last major one. And it's taken that long for me to talk to you like a normal human being versus being out there in the mental illness land. I mean, so, there's a fine line between mystical experiences and mental illness. So I just want to warn you about praying for it or wanting it, because it's not necessarily, it's recognizing the spirits of God.
Trying to induce it with pharmaceuticals.
Yeah, I mean, and at the beginning of the awakening from the meaning crisis, people don't understand the type of people that Mark Emanuel had to deal with, the mentally ill people, people would do mushrooms and go on the Discord server, and we are sitting or drink alcohol, and we're sitting trying to do maps of meaning at a watch party so we can learn and grow together. And these people are, go online, get drunk, do mushrooms, do all this stuff. And then, of course, the mentally ill people off their medication would go on the Discord server. So there's a lot of mystical places that that they show you with their build your house on rock view. So anyway.
Well, I know, from the years, let's see, Bridges of Meaning started 2019, 2018. So Bridges of Meaning, I mean, Joey and Tyler and Rick got it going out of our local meetup. And I don't know who started the Awakening from the Meaning Crisis. Awakening from the Meaning Crisis came a little bit later. I don't remember when John released his first video, because of course he had Buddhism and cognitive science. There were recordings of that, but the sound was terrible. They were unwatchable. And then Awakening from the Meaning Crisis, he had, some people up, but that was before the pandemic. The pandemic sort of shut a lot of John down.
When COVID hit is when, let's say March of 2019. March of 2019?
Yep, March of 2020.
2020. So when COVID hit, that's when John did his meditation series on YouTube, and that's when I found it. And it had started probably a couple months before then, or maybe 4 or 5 months. Mark and Manuel, they know, they're computer people. They know this stuff. But me, I was like, just trying to figure it how to go on, the computer, and and also the techniques that John was teaching,
Yep. So how did you find John's meditation helpful? How did that help you? What did that help you with?
Grounding, there's a experience that you have that you feel in your gut, and there's an experience you have you feel in your heart, and there's intellectual experiences. So in order to point them all in a hierarchy to the light, or to the good, there has to be a leveling out, or there has to be a recognizing them and pointing them in the right direction. So when people say, "Oh, I heard God," or it's really so hard to figure out what the heck are they talking about, versus, oh, a feeling in your gut. Oh, it's nauseous. Oh, well, maybe is that a bad thing, or is that a good thing? Or the feeling in your heart. Well, having an open heart can be deceitful, in the sense that people can, you don't want to open your heart out, and people will trample all over you, in a sense, unless you have it lined up. So Adi Shanti, he's another spiritual teacher, talks about head awakening, heart awakening, and gut awakening. And so the meditation series helped me align the alignment in those three, because I thought, oh, it's all about love, it's about your heart, it's about, okay, yes, that, when I felt it in my heart, well, maybe, but maybe there's something in your gut that might be a wiser choice, and having that discernment and recognizing it within my body is the main thing. But then also communicating with Mark and Manuel, who they're so rooted in, their house on they're so rooted in what they know is right, is that there's no, they have a really good pointing. So there's things that I believed that I didn't recognize I believed, and that they basically said that's BS. But then there's still things that I still believe that I don't talk to them about.
Right.
That I'm not going to talk to them about.
Oh, I do love those guys. I do love those guys. I just talked to him yesterday, and
there's one more thing I want to say about a serious play that John Vervaeke talks about. So testing the spirits. Now, I don't know what a Christian would think about testing the spirits, but I don't know. But he talks about serious play. And so I have a hat. It's my picker hat. It's like, oh, who's that you were talking about, the person they go on the hat and they just, and anyway,
the Hogwarts hat.
So that's another thing John Vervaeke Awakening from the Meaning Crisis did. If you can go into serious play and test, is it true in your gut? Is it true in your heart? Is it just intellectually true or not true? And Mark and Manuel are very smart people. They're smarter than me. And so those of us that don't have the intelligence they have, we don't want to get deceived by a cult. So we need discernment. And so,
well, that's true. That's very true. I mean, a lot of discerning the spirits, especially in the Protestant world, is it's certainly using scripture, and part of it's the community too of the church to help people discern. You look for wisdom in the body of Christ and those who know more than you do, and because obviously there's a lot of things we bump into this world that aren't in scripture as such, and so this is where, of course, we have the church. But no, there's human beings have a real capacity to find ourselves in ditches, and the funny thing about a ditch is you usually need somebody to help you get out of it. You usually don't get out of a ditch by yourself, otherwise it's not a ditch, it's just a stumble. And so yeah. Well, where do you want to go with this now? I think there are a number of things that you wanted to say, and I think you said them well.
I wanted to say that I wanted to get my input on your relationship stuff about saying, because if you are attracted to the same sex, it's not the end all to your relationship or your heterosexuality. It really can be the Jungian shadow. It really, really can be. And so that's the main thing I wanted to input and communicate to those of you that may have experienced it. And
we find ourselves as human beings attracted to a lot of things, and it was John Newton who wrote the hymn Amazing Grace. I can't remember off the top of myself what his motto was. I think his motto was never deliberate, which meant that in his young life, the minute he sensed some attraction or an impulse, he would act on it immediately. And John Newton became this astounding leader in the church in his older age, but his motto of never deliberating as a young man landed him in worlds of trouble. It's the biography is out there. It's an autobiography. It's a memoir. It's out there in public domain, and it's quite a read in terms of what that young man did. In some ways, our world, many of our worlds are so tame. American West, not quite so much. You've got plenty of wilderness in the American West. You can get yourself into interesting places, but our world is so tame compared to like John Newton, who winds up, working on slave ships, winds up working basically in a slave camp, winds up becoming enslaved himself for crossing the kind of the big man, and eventually you would have to look back at his motto and say, That wasn't such a good motto. You know, when something grabs you, whether it be a mystical experience or an impulse or an attraction, to decide, I'm just going to follow every attraction that comes my way. Well, you probably won't do that for long, partly because number one, lots of attractions come, and number two, life is the kind of thing that following something leads you to different places. We like to imagine ourselves as steering our way through life, but that's only looking at the agentic and not the arenic. And part of what we do as agents is we steer ourselves into different arenas, and we change the arenas, and often the arenas are not necessarily to our liking. So, but I've appreciated this. I mean, because again, I've seen your name in comments and live streams, and you're around this little corner quite a bit. And so it's always so much fun to get a higher resolution at the people that were just sort of bumping into each other in this little corner, and to hear some tales from, you know, because Mark and Manuel would telling me about the meditation rooms and what they were doing. And because I know that was big in Manuel's story too. He spent a long time in the basement of Bridges of Meaning. And so it was great to meet him when I went to Europe. It's always so much more fun to meet someone in person. Are you coming to the Chino event?
No, May is morel picking season. So my boyfriend and we go out in the spring and we pick